Hello everyone, and welcome back to Horror Stories. Tonight is all about truly scary Ouija stories. I know a lot of you use these videos to sleep, so before you drift off into the world of darkness, share your unlucky number and the spooky story behind it. Is it 13? Or does 6666 give you the chills? We'd love to hear what number haunts you and why. And if you're enjoying our nightly journeys into the realm of darkness and horrors, don't forget to like and subscribe. It helps our haunted community grow and ensures you never miss a spine-tingling episode. Now let's get comfy and relaxed as we begin tonight's tales. Grab your headphones for the best immersive experience, and if you're using this to sleep, sweet dreams. If you have an Ouija board nearby, maybe keep it closed, just in case. Stay tuned and sleep tight. You never know what numbers might appear in your dreams tonight. I can still hear the whispers at night, voices of the damned, trapped in an endless cycle of torment. It all started with a single foolish night. The storm outside was relentless, lightning crackling through the night sky and thunder rolling like an angry beast. It was the perfect setting for our adventure, or so we thought. The ancient manor loomed before us, an eerie silhouette against the storm's fury. Its windows were like dead eyes, watching, waiting. We were there to celebrate the end of our college years, a last hurrah before stepping into the adult world. There was me, Thomas, always the skeptic, brushing off ghost stories and superstitions. Sarah, with her wide eyes and insatiable curiosity, was enthralled by anything paranormal. Rachel's sharp wit often masked her own fears, while Mike, the rational thinker, considered it all a silly lark. Together, we decided on the mansion, driven by the thrill of the unknown and the storm that seemed to beckon us inside. The creaky door groaned in protest as we pushed it open, stepping into the decaying grandeur of the entrance hall. Dust particles floated in the air, disturbed by our intrusion. The mansion felt alive in its decay, every creak and groan echoing like a whisper of disapproval. "It's just a house," Mike said, his voice steady, though his eyes betrayed a hint of unease. Sarah spotted the attic door, a rope hanging like a forgotten piece of history. "Let's check up there. Maybe we'll find something interesting," she insisted, her enthusiasm infectious despite the growing tension. We followed her up the rickety stairs, our flashlights casting long, ghostly shadows. The attic was cluttered with the remnants of a bygone era, dusty trunks, broken furniture, and then near the back, an old, forgotten Ouija board. "Let's play," Sarah said, her eyes wide with a mix of excitement and trepidation. I laughed, shaking my head. "You really think this thing works?" "Only one way to find out," Rachel chimed in, though her attempt at bravado didn't quite mask her wariness. We gathered around the board, sitting cross-legged on the dusty attic floor, the storm outside an angry backdrop to our folly. Sarah lit a few candles, their flickering light creating dancing shadows that seemed almost alive. "Who's gonna start?" Mike asked, his doubt evident. "I will," Sarah declared, placing her fingers lightly on the planchette. We followed suit, forming a circle of intertwined fates. She took a deep breath, voice steady but eyes flicking nervously. "Is there anyone here with us?" The planchette moved slowly at first, a hesitant slide across the board. We watched in uncomfortable silence, laughter dying as the atmosphere shifted. "Whose idea was this again?" Rachel muttered, her voice a weak attempt to cut the tension. Then the planchette jerked sharply, spelling out a name. Caroline. I shivered involuntarily. "This is a joke, right? Who's moving it?" No one answered. The silence grew, thick and oppressive, as the planchette continued its erratic dance across the board. It spelled out more words, a series of confusing and deeply personal messages that gnawed at our nerves. Danger. This is getting too real. We should stop. Mike's voice was shaking now, the calm facade completely shattered. But the planchette didn't stop. It kept spelling out things only we would know. Our deepest fears, our hidden traumas, the darkest corners of our souls. The room grew colder, our breath visible in the flickering candlelight. Sarah's face was pale, her fingers trembling. "What do you want?" she asked the board, her voice barely a whisper. Release. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Was this real? Could there be a spirit trapped, using us to find freedom? The thought was absurd, yet the fear was tangible, clawing at my rational mind. Suddenly, Sarah gasped, looking as if she had been struck. Her eyes rolled back and she collapsed, convulsing violently. We jumped to her side, the board forgotten as panic took over. "Sarah! Sarah, wake! Up!" I shouted, trying to hold her steady. Her eyes snapped open, wide and terrified, and she spoke with a voice that wasn't her own. "You mustn't leave. The cycle must continue. The whispers, the whispers." The room's temperature plunged. We dragged Sarah away from the board, the air thick with an oppressive, otherworldly presence. The storm outside raged on, but inside, something far more sinister was brewing, binding us in a cycle of horror we were only beginning to understand. Sarah's eyes fluttered as she regained consciousness, but she looked more terrified than ever. "We need to end this," Mike said, his voice firm despite the tremor in his hands. I nodded, moving back to the board with a determination born from terror. "We're saying goodbye now," I declared as firmly as I could. But when we placed our fingers back on the planchette, it wouldn't budge. "Our Father, who art in heaven." Rachel began to pray, but it only seemed to anger the entity. The room grew colder, the air thickening as an unseen presence closed in around us. "It's not going to let us go," Sarah whispered, tears streaming down her face. Desperation clawed at my throat. I grabbed the board, ready to fling it against the wall, but something stopped me. An invisible force held me in place, the whispers louder, more insistent. "E-N-D," my mind screamed, but my body wouldn't comply. Then the planchette moved again, faster this time. "R-E-L-E-A-S-E. Release us," Sarah translated, her voice hollow. "It wants us to say the words." We looked at each other, fear mirrored in every face. But before we could decide, a violent jolt threw us all back. Sarah screamed, clutching her head as the whispers turned into a deafening roar. We scrambled to our feet, dragging Sarah along, our minds set on one goal: escape. The mansion seemed to warp around us, hallways stretching endlessly as if trying to trap us within. "Get to the door," Mike shouted, his voice barely audible over the piercing noise. We stumbled and staggered, the path to the exit twisting in ways that defied logic. Shadows danced along the walls, mocking our every step. My heart pounded in my ears, drowning out my thoughts. Finally, we burst through the front door into the cold night air, the storm's fury feeling almost a relief compared to the suffocating presence inside. We didn't stop running until we reached our cars, panting and wide-eyed, too shaken to speak. But the real horror followed us home. That night, and every night after, the whispers invaded our dreams, turning sleep into a torturous ordeal. We saw glimpses of the entity, a shadowy figure with eyes that bore into our souls, murmuring in tongues ancient and dreadful. Rachel started avoiding sleep altogether, her eyes haunted by exhaustion. "If I fall asleep, it wins," she said one day, her voice a broken whisper. Sarah's condition worsened. Her moments of clarity grew rare, her mind a battleground she couldn't escape. She rambled incoherently, eyes unfocused, as if perpetually caught in a nightmare. Mike, always the rational one, tried to research ways to break the curse, but his skepticism gave way to paranoia. He saw shadows where there were none, flinched at every whisper of the wind. And me, I could barely hold it together. The constant presence of the whispers, the never-ending torment, it all took a toll I couldn't measure. The worst part was the helplessness, knowing we had unleashed something we couldn't understand, let alone control. Sleep became a battleground where we fought night after night. I would wake up drenched in sweat, the echoes of the damned still reverberating in my ears. It felt like drowning in a sea of horror, gasping for breaths of sanity that never truly came. We tried to distance ourselves, but it made no difference. The entity had latched onto us, a parasite that fed off our fear. There was no escape, only moments of brief respite before the cycle began anew each night. God help us, we'd unleashed hell, and there was no way to put it back. Years slipped by, each one dragging us further into madness. Sarah remained in a coma, her body a shell devoid of the vibrant spirit she once had. Rachel moved away, attempting to restart her life, but it didn't help. The whispers found her, no matter where she hid. Mike, now a shadow of his former self, grew increasingly obsessed with breaking the curse. He spent his days buried in books and his nights in restless vigil, fending off the phantoms of his mind. And me, I felt an unshakable pull back to that mansion. The whispers morphed into a siren call, each night blending into a ceaseless plea to return. One evening, unable to resist any longer, I found myself driving back to where it all began, my hands gripping the steering wheel like a lifeline. The mansion loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. As I approached, an unsettling sense of déjà vu washed over me. I stepped out of the car, the whispers intensifying in my mind. Inside, the air was as cold and oppressive as I remembered. The floorboards creaked under my feet, as if the house itself remembered and resented my return. As I navigated the hallways, I heard voices, young, trembling, eerily familiar. My heart sank. There they were, a new group of intrepid explorers gathered around a fresh Ouija board. Fear and excitement warred on their faces, mirroring our expressions from that fateful night. I watched in horror as they placed their fingers on the planchette. "You need to stop," I called out, my voice trembling with urgency. They looked up, startled and confused. "Who are you?" one of them asked, a young woman with wide, terrified eyes. "I've been through this. You have to leave now. It's not a game." I stumbled towards them, each step feeling like wading through thick sludge. "No way, man. You're just trying to scare us," one of the guys scoffed, defiance masking his fear. Before I could argue, the planchette jerked to life. Their faces went pale as they spelled out, RELEASE. Realization dawned with a chill that settled deep in my bones. The entity wasn't just tormenting us, it was drawing in new victims to sustain its grip on this world. The cycle was endless, feeding on fear and desperation. "Listen to me," I shouted, desperation edging my voice. "You don't know what you're dealing with. We unleashed something that won't let go. If you stay, you're all doomed." The room grew colder, the shadows lengthening, dancing more wildly. The young woman's eyes widened, and she looked at her friends with mounting terror. "I think he's right. This place, it feels wrong." The others hesitated, torn between pride and survival instincts. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of doomed voices pleading and screaming. "Leave now, before it takes you too," I screamed, my voice raw with panic. They moved, driven by something more primal than logic. They gathered their things, the planchette still vibrating with an unseen force, and rushed towards the exit. I followed, every step syncing with the oppressive beat of the malevolent presence around us. Outside, the storm had calmed, but a weight still hung heavy in the air. They stood by their cars, breaths ragged, eyes wide with the realization of their narrow escape. What was that?" the young woman asked, tears streaking down her face. "A cycle of horror," I said, my voice hollow. "It never ends. Get as far away as you can, and never look back." I turned away, the whispers fading into a distant hum as they drove off. Alone, I faced the mansion, understanding the true horror at last. We weren't the first, nor would we be the last. The entity fed off our fear, perpetuating its cycle of torment through lure of curiosity and hubris. And as I walked back to my car, one final whisper echoed through my mind. D-E-E. But I did leave, speeding away from that hellish place with only one resolution, to warn others, to break the cycle if I could. The whispers may follow, but I would refuse to listen. I owed it to Sarah, to Mike, to Rachel and myself, to whoever came next. If you've made it this far, the shadows have already begun to close in. Subscribe now to ensure you never miss a terrifying tale. And if you dare, hit the thanks button to buy me a cup of midnight brew. Your support keeps the nightmares flowing. Now, brace yourself for our next story. Part 1. Whispers Across the Veil. It was supposed to be a weekend of laughter and nostalgia. 5 old friends reuniting at a secluded cabin deep in the woods for our annual retreat. The air was crisp, tinged with the earthy scent of fall leaves, and the isolation promised a break from the relentless grind of city life. As we arrived, Rachel, always the adventurous one, pulled out an unexpected item from her bag, a Ouija board. She had found it at an estate sale, she claimed, grinning ear to ear. The board was old, the letters and numbers faded, and the planchette looked worn from years of use. "We should totally use this tonight," Rachel suggested, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The rest of us chuckled, half-heartedly pretending to be scared, but there was a palpable sense of anticipation in the air. "You're kidding, right?" I smirked, giving her a skeptical look. "Come on, Ethan," she replied, nudging me playfully. "What's the worst that could happen?" I shrugged. "Fine, but don't expect me to take any of this seriously." That evening, as the sky darkened and the fireplace crackled, we gathered around the Ouija board. Rachel lit a few candles, their flickering flames dancing shadows across the walls. The atmosphere turned from cozy to eerie in a heartbeat. "Everybody ready?" Rachel's voice was a blend of excitement and caution. We all placed our fingers on the planchette. "Is there anyone here who wishes to communicate with us?" she asked. For a moment, nothing happened. The silence was thick, only punctuated by the crackling fire. I rolled my eyes, about to make a sarcastic remark, when the planchette suddenly jerked. We all stared at each other, eyes wide, breaths held. "That wasn't funny," Mike muttered, his face paling. "Nobody did anything," Jess whispered, her voice trembling. "Who are you?" Rachel asked, her tone more serious now. The planchette moved again, slowly spelling out a name. L-I-S-A. My heart pounded against my ribs. None of us knew Elisa. "What do you want?" Tony's voice, usually bold, wavered with unease. The planchette moved with newfound urgency. S-E-E-K-R-E-D-E-O-N. A cold draft swept through the room, extinguishing one of the candles. We all jumped, nerves stretched thin. "All right, that's enough," I said, trying to sound authoritative. But no one moved. There was a magnetic force keeping our fingers on that planchette, a desperate need to see this through. "How did you die?" Jess asked, her voice barely a whisper. There was a pause, and then the planchette moved again with a jolt. "B-E-T-R-A-Y-A-L. Shadows seemed to dance more wildly now, the candlelight casting ominous shapes on the walls. I felt an unease I couldn't quite shake. Suddenly, the planchette raced across the board, spelling out a simpler, yet more chilling message. L-E-A-V-E. A sense of dread washed over me. I pulled my fingers back, breaking the circle. "Okay, we're done," I said, my voice firm. Rachel nodded, visibly shaken. She pushed the board away, extinguishing the remaining candles, casting the room into darkness except for the faint glow of the fire. We tried to laugh it off, to dismiss what had just happened as a trick of nerves and imagination. But something had shifted in that room, a breach between our world and something far more sinister. Later that night, I found myself unable to sleep. I tossed and turned, my mind replaying the events over and over. When I finally drifted into a restless slumber, the dreams that came were filled with shadows and whispering voices, leaving me with an unshakable feeling that we had awakened something that should have been left alone. I awoke to the sound of something clattering in the kitchen. My heart raced as I crept out of bed, tiptoeing down the hallway. The cabin was silent, except for my own breathing and the errant creaks of old wood. In the kitchen, a knife lay on the floor, spinning slowly to a stop. I looked around, my mind struggling to find a rational explanation, but there was none. This was only the beginning. Part 2. Whispers across the veil. The following day, the tension was palpable. We tried to go about our routine, breakfast, light chatter, but the unease lingered. Rachel suggested we drive into town to clear our heads and maybe do some research on Lisa and the history of the cabin. Everyone agreed, desperate for a distraction. At the local library and historical society, Jess and I dug through old records and newspapers, piecing together fragments of the past. We found an old newspaper article detailing the tragic death of a young woman named Lisa. She had lived in the area decades ago and died under mysterious circumstances. The article hinted at foul play, but the details were scarce, and the case had gone cold. As we read, Jess looked up at me, her eyes wide with realization. "Ethan, what if she's the one trying to reach us? What if she was murdered?" I nodded slowly, feeling the weight of the truth settling in. "Let's get back and tell the others." When we returned to the cabin, the air was thick with paranoia. Tony and Mike were arguing, voices raised, accusing each other of moving the planchette. Even Rachel seemed unnerved, her usual bravado cracked. "We found an article about Lisa," I said, spreading the old newspaper on the table. "She died young, and it was suspicious. Maybe she's trying to tell us something." The room grew silent. Jess continued. "She mentioned betrayal. What if someone she trusted killed her?" Tony scoffed. "You're saying a ghost is haunting us because she wants us to solve her murder?" Before Jess could answer, the lights flickered, and a cold breeze swept through the room, slamming the front door shut. We all jumped, eyes darting around the cabin. That night, the darkness felt heavier. We decided to stay together in the living room, too scared to separate. I sat by the fireplace, staring into the flames, my mind replaying the events over and over. Sleep was elusive, and when it finally claimed me, my dreams were filled with Lisa's face, her eyes filled with sorrow and rage. The next few days were a blur of strange occurrences and heightened fears. Rachel woke up with scratches on her arm, Jess heard whispering voices in her sleep, and Mike claimed he saw a shadowy figure moving through the woods. We were all on edge, our nerves fraying. Tony, in a bid to regain some semblance of control, decided to confront the spirit directly. One evening, he announced, "We're going to communicate with her again, find out what she wants." "Are you crazy?" I snapped. "Look at what's happening to us." "Do you have a better idea?" Tony shot back. His eyes were wide, desperate. Reluctantly, we gathered around the Ouija board once more. The planchette felt cold under our fingers, almost as if it had been left out in the frost. Rachel inhaled deeply and asked, "Lisa, are you here?" The planchette moved immediately, confirming her presence. We steadied our breaths, anticipation mingled with fear. "Why are you haunting us?" Jess asked, her voice barely audible. The response came quickly. "Torevealthetruth." A chill ran down my spine. Tony leaned forward, his jaw set. "What truth?" The planchette spelled out a message that made my blood run cold. "TONYKNOWS." We all turned to Tony, whose face had gone ashen. "What is she talking about?" I demanded. Tony stammered, I don't know what she means." Rachel's eyes narrowed. "Tony, if you're hiding something, now's the time to come clean." Before Tony could respond, the room plunged into darkness, the temperature dropping suddenly. Panic set in, and we fumbled for flashlights and candles. When the lights flickered back on, we saw it on the wall above the fireplace. The letters were scrawled in what looked like soot or ash. L-I-S-A. The gravity of our situation hit us hard. The spirit was not just trying to communicate, it was manifesting its presence in our world. There was no denying it anymore. Tony had a connection to Lisa, and the spirit wouldn't rest until the truth was unearthed. Desperate to understand, I grabbed Tony by the arm and pulled him aside. "You need to tell us what you know. If you don't, this won't stop." Tony's eyes were wild with fear, but he nodded. "Okay, I'll tell you everything." Part 3, Whispers Across the Veil. We gathered around the fireplace, the flickering light casting eerie, dancing shadows on our faces. Tony took a deep breath, his voice trembling as he began. "When I was younger," he said, "I lived in this area. I had a friend, Lisa. She was kind, always helping others. One night, she confided in me about someone she trusted who hurt her. She was scared, didn't know what to do." Tony's eyes filled with regret. I didn't believe her, thought she was being dramatic. A few weeks later, she disappeared. Everyone assumed she ran away, but I always had this nagging feeling that something terrible happened. He paused, looking around at us. "I never told anyone because I thought it was my fault, if I had believed her." The room was silent, the weight of Tony's guilt hanging in the air. Jess's eyes softened, but there was no time for comfort. The room grew colder, and the Ouija board began to move on its own. The planchette spelled out a new message with deliberate slowness. TRUTH. Rachel shivered. "We need to help her." "But how?" I asked, frustration mingling with fear. "By acknowledging the truth," Tony said, his voice steadying. "We need to perform a ritual to give her peace. She needs to know she wasn't forgotten." Rachel nodded. "I remember reading about a ritual that could work. We need personal items, something that belonged to her, and something of Tony's to show repentance." We scrambled to collect what we needed. Tony still had an old bracelet Lisa had given him, a simple charm bracelet. It would have to do. We found a secluded clearing outside the cabin, the moon casting an ethereal glow through the trees. Rachel led the ritual, guided by the knowledge she had gathered. We formed a circle, the items placed in the center. As Rachel chanted softly, the wind picked up, swirling leaves around us. The air vibrated with palpable tension. "Lisa," Rachel called out, "we acknowledge your pain and the betrayal that led to your death. We offer these items as a sign of our repentance and remembrance. Rest in peace." For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a cold gust of wind rushed through the clearing, extinguishing our candles. The temperature plummeted, and a silhouette appeared in the mist, a woman's figure barely visible, her eyes filled with sorrow and longing. "Tony," she whispered, her voice echoing through the clearing. "I trusted you." Tony's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. "I'm sorry, Lisa. I'm so sorry." The figure reached out, her ghostly hand brushing Tony's cheek. "Rest now," she said, her voice softening. The wind stilled, and the figure began to dissipate, her presence fading into the night. We stood there in stunned silence, the realization of what we had witnessed sinking in. The oppressive weight that had hung around us lifted, leaving a profound sense of relief and sorrow. The next morning, we packed up and left the cabin. The events of the past few days etched into our memories. Relationships had shifted, the bonds between us tested and strengthened by the trauma we shared. Back in the city, I tried to resume my life, but things never returned to normal. The encounters with Lisa's spirit left an indelible mark. Nights were the hardest, shadows in the corners of my vision, whispering voices just beyond hearing. One evening, weeks after we returned, I found an old book in my apartment, one I had no memory of acquiring. I opened it, and there, on the inside cover, were the words, Bewarettth. A chill ran down my spine. Despite our efforts, the spirit's message lingered, a constant reminder of the night we had crossed the boundary between our world and the supernatural. I realized then that some truths are never truly put to rest, and the past can haunt us in ways we can never fully understand.
It felt like just another game, an adrenaline-fueled thrill, a harmless dabble in the supernatural. But as the cold candlelight flickered in Jake's basement that stormy evening, the whispers from the Ouija board began to grow louder, promising an unsettling night ahead. 10 years ago, I was just 17, chasing shadows with my friends in Jake Summers' old basement. It was the beginning of summer, and a thunderstorm raged outside, making the night perfect for spooky adventures. Jake, the ringleader of our little group, pulled out his aunt's old Ouija board, his face lit with excitement. "Ready to do this?" Jake asked, his voice carrying a mix of thrill and apprehension. Nina Rodriguez, with her long black hair and flowy dress billowing as she moved, gave a nervous chuckle. "As ready as we'll ever be," she replied, her dark eyes reflecting the candlelight. Paul Fletcher, the skeptic among us, rolled his eyes but joined us at the table anyway. He was tall and athletic, his frame looming over the delicate board. I, Emma Thompson, felt a thrill of fear and curiosity, my fingers tingling as I placed them on the planchette. The basement was a shadowy cave, lit only by the circle of candles Jake had placed around the table. Every flicker of their flames cast eerie shadows that danced on the walls. Rain hammered against the small, dirt-smeared window, and distant thunder rumbled, setting the perfect stage for our dabbling in the unknown. Jake started with the typical question, his voice hushed. "Is anyone there?" We waited, breaths held, but the planchette remained motionless. Smirking, Paul was about to break the silence when the planchette jerked under our fingertips, moving slowly to yes. A cold shiver ran down my spine. Nina's eyes widened, her voice barely above a whisper. "Who are you?" The planchette moved again, more steadily this time, spelling out a name that sent a shiver down our collective spines. Amarthiel. Amarthiel? Jake repeated, his voice betraying a hint of nervousness. "What do you want?" The planchette slid faster now, almost impatiently. "YOU." The air grew colder, our breaths turning to visible puffs of mist. Fear and excitement mingled in the thick, cold air. We exchanged glances, unsure of what to do next. The game had suddenly turned very real. "Should we keep going?" I asked, hearing the tremor in my own voice. "Yeah," Jake said, his determination masking his trepidation. "Let's see what it wants." "When will you leave us alone?" Paul asked, his skepticism starting to waver. The planchette didn't hesitate, spelling out another chilling phrase. WILLNEERLEAVE. That was when the candles flickered, their lights dancing violently before all went out, plunging us into darkness. We scrambled to our feet, bumping into each other, panic rising. "Jake, do something!" Nina cried out, her voice trembling. Jake found a flashlight and clicked it on, the beam cutting through the darkness to reveal our terrified faces. We were no longer naive teenagers seeking a thrill. We were playthings in the hands of a sinister force. We hastily performed a closing ritual, not really knowing what we were doing, but desperate to end the session. The board remained silent, the planchette still. We left Jake's basement that night, our hearts pounding with fear and adrenaline, convincing ourselves that it was just a game. But deep down, we knew something had changed. The spirit we contacted had left a mark on us, a haunting promise that we couldn't shake off. Years passed, and our little group moved on with life, the memories of that night slowly fading, until now. 10 years later, the whispers started again, and the shadows seemed to grow longer, every echo of the past coming back to haunt us. One night, alone in my apartment, I heard it clearly. A soft, almost familiar whisper. Y-O-U-A-R-E-M-I-N-E. My heart raced as I grabbed the phone, dialing Jake's number. He answered almost immediately, his voice filled with the same dread I felt. "Emma, it's happening again. We need to gather." With that, the stage was set for the final act of our pact with Amarthiel. This time, it felt like there would be no escape. As the night deepened, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Shadows moved in my peripheral vision, and a cold, suffocating presence seemed to linger just out of reach. Sleep was out of the question, and the night stretched on endlessly, filled with the sound of my own rapid heartbeat. The following day, I met up with Jake. His once vibrant blue eyes looked hollow, dark circles highlighting his exhaustion. "We have to bring Nina and Paul into this," he said, his voice resolute. Nina was the worst off. She had been in and out of psychiatric care, tormented by visions she refused to describe. When we visited her, her frail form seemed even more fragile. Her eyes darted around the room as if she could see the spirit lingering just outside our view. "It's still here," she murmured, clutching my hand so tightly that her nails dug into my skin. It never left. Paul, who had tried to forget that night with stubborn denial, was reluctantly drawn back into the fold. Despite his initial skepticism, the relentless insomnia he suffered had drained the color from his life. "I thought it was just a game," he muttered, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "I thought we were just being stupid kids." But the truth was undeniable now. The pact we made 10 years ago had bound us together in a way we never understood, and Amarthiel was coming to collect. That evening, with a sense of grim resignation, we gathered once more in Jake's basement. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy, the air almost electric with anticipation. It felt as if the storm from our past had returned, the howling wind and hammering rain echoing our rising dread. We placed the old Ouija board on the table, our fingers trembling as they touched the dusty planchette. The candles flickered ominously, casting twisted shadows that seemed to reach out towards us. Taking a deep breath, I asked the question that had haunted us for years. "Is anyone there?" The planchette moved immediately, forcefully, spelling out the response that froze my blood. Y-E-S. The air in the basement grew colder, the shadows lengthening and contorting as if they were alive. Our breaths became visible again, and the reality of our situation hit us like a freight train. We were no longer just playing with the supernatural. We were confronting a nightmare that had been waiting for a decade. "What do you want?" Jake asked, his voice steady but his eyes betraying his fear. The planchette moved so quickly it was hard to keep up. Y-O-U. And with that, the true horror of our situation became clear. This was no longer a game. It was a reckoning. The spirit we had summoned was here to claim what we had unknowingly promised. The candles flickered violently before snuffing out, plunging the room into an oppressive darkness. In the silence, we heard Nina start to sob, her fragile mental state unraveling further under the pressure. We scrambled for the flashlight, and when Jake finally managed to click it on, the beam cut through the darkness to reveal our terrified faces. The pact had come back to haunt us, and this time, we couldn't run away. The spirit had been patient, it had waited, and now it was time to collect. The real terror was just beginning. We knew we had to talk to Nina, as her torment had always seemed the most severe. The next day, Jake, Paul, and I drove to the psychiatric facility where Nina had been staying. The facility was bleak, its stark white walls and sterile halls amplifying the sense of despair. When we entered Nina's room, the sight of her frail form was heartbreaking. Her once lustrous black hair was now lifeless and tangled, her olive skin pale against the white sheets. She looked up at us with dark, haunted eyes, her hands trembling. "You came back," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I knew you would." "Nina, we need to know what you've been seeing," I said softly, sitting on the edge of her bed. "We need your help to understand what's happening." She held my hand tightly, her grip surprisingly strong for someone so weak. "It's always there," she murmured, "watching, whispering. It won't leave us alone." Jake leaned in, his voice gentle but urgent. "Nina, what did it say? What did Amarthiel tell you?" She closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. "He wants us. He wants our souls for the pact. We have to go back to the basement. It's the only way." Her words sent a shiver down my spine. The basement. The place where it all began, and the place where it would all end. We had no choice. We had to confront Amarthiel and face the consequences of our actions. We brought Nina back to Jake's house, supporting her frail form as we descended into the basement. The air was colder than ever, an icy chill that seeped into our bones. The Ouija board was still on the table, the planchette waiting, almost as if it knew we would return. As we gathered around the table, Nina's eyes darted nervously around the room. "He's here," she whispered. "I can feel him." The planchette began to move on its own, spelling out a word that made my blood run cold. P-A-C-T. "What does that mean?" Paul asked, his voice shaking. "What is this pact?" The planchette continued to move, spelling out another chilling message. B-I-N-D. Nina started to tremble, her eyes rolling back as she screamed, "No, no, please leave us alone." Jake and I held her down, trying to keep her calm, but the temperature in the room dropped even further. Our breaths were visible, and the shadows in the corners seemed to grow, creeping closer. "We need to know what he wants," Jake shouted, his voice barely audible over Nina's screams. The planchette moved with frightening speed, spelling out a final message. Y-O-U-R-T-I-E-I-S-U-P. Suddenly, the room went silent, the candles snuffed out, and we were plunged into darkness once more. Jake's flashlight cut through the gloom, but the beam flickered uncertainly, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Nina stopped screaming, her body going limp in our arms. "He's here," she whispered, her voice a faint echo. "He's come to collect." A cold wind swept through the basement, and the sense of dread became almost suffocating. The shadows seemed to pulse and writhe as if they had a life of their own. I felt something brush against my skin, a touch as cold as death. We were not alone in the basement. Amarthiel was with us, and he was ready to claim what he believed was his. Jake tightened his grip on the flashlight, his knuckles white. "What do we do, Emma? How do we stop this?" "We can't run," I replied, my voice steady despite the fear clawing at my heart. "We have to face him. We need to know the truth about the pact." We placed our hands back on the planchette, our fingers trembling. The Ouija board began to move again, spelling out a message that would seal our fate. G-I-V-E-U-P and Y-O-U-W-I-L-L-I-V-E. We exchanged a look of horror. Amarthiel was offering us a chance to end this nightmare, but the price was too high. Our lives were bound to the pact, and surrendering meant losing everything we had ever known. "I won't give up," Jake said defiantly, his voice rising above the whispers that filled the room. "We'll find a way to break the pact." But as the planchette moved one final time, spelling out a word that sent a shiver down our spines, I realized with growing terror that there might be no way out. D-E-A-T-H. The shadows surged forward, enveloping us in a suffocating darkness. Nina's screams echoed in my ears as the world around me seemed to blur and distort. The last thing I saw was the planchette, moving on its own, mocking us with a sinister clarity. We were trapped, bound by a promise we never fully understood. And now, the spirit we had summoned 10 years ago was ready to collect its due. The oppressive darkness was suffocating, and I struggled to maintain my grip on reality. The air was so thick with cold that I could barely breathe. Nina's screams had subsided into haunting echoes, leaving the basement eerily silent. Jake's flashlight flickered and then died, plunging us into absolute darkness. "We need to find the candles," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper, filled with determination and fear. I fumbled blindly in the dark, my hands trembling as I searched for a match. My fingers brushed against the rough texture of the matchbox, and I quickly struck a match, the small flame casting an ephemeral circle of light around us. We managed to light the candles, their flickering flames barely holding back the darkness. Nina remained motionless, her eyes vacant as we huddled around the table. Paul, usually so composed, was visibly shaking. "What do we do now?" he whispered, his voice cracking. I picked up the voice recorder, my fingers shaking, and spoke into it in a trembling voice. "We're here in Jake's basement, trying to confront the spirit of Amarthiel. We've just received a message that our time is up. If anyone listens to this, know that we tried to break the pact, but the spirit is powerful. We can't seem to escape it." As I set down the recorder, a sudden bone-chilling wind blew through the basement, extinguishing the candles once more. We were plunged back into darkness, but this time an icy hand gripped my wrist. I gasped, feeling the cold seep into my bones. "He's here," Nina whispered, her voice echoing in the darkness. "He's going to take us." Jake's voice cut through the fear. "We need to stand together. We can't let him take us one by one." Just as he finished speaking, the darkness seemed to come alive. Shadows crept along the walls, extending ethereal tendrils that wrapped around Jake's leg. He struggled, trying to kick them off, but they held firm. "I won't let him take me," he shouted, desperation coloring his voice. In a moment of panic, Paul ran towards the basement stairs. But as he reached the steps, something yanked him back into the shadows. His scream was abruptly cut off, leaving only a chilling silence. With Jake fighting the shadows and Paul taken, I knew I was next. The air grew colder, and I could feel the malevolent presence closing in. I reached out, grabbing hold of Jake's hand. "We have to do this together," I yelled, trying to keep my voice steady. Jake nodded, his face set in a grim determination. "Emma, whatever happens, don't give up." We both placed our free hands back on the planchette, the one link we had to the spirit. The board moved once more, slowly, deliberately, spelling out a final message, SOULSMIN. The darkness surged forward, wrapping around us like a cloak. Jake's hand was ripped from mine, and his fading scream reverberated through the basement. I felt myself being pulled into the cold void, my grip on reality slipping. In the final moments, I managed to grab the voice recorder and spoke into it with my last ounce of strength. "I'm Emma Thompson. We tried to break free, but Amarthiel is too strong. This is not a game. If you find this recording, please don't make the same mistake." As my consciousness faded, I felt the icy grip tighten around me. The last thing I saw was the flickering light of the recorder, then nothing but darkness. I finished my tale, staring into the empty basement, realizing I was entirely alone. The weight of what had happened pressed down on me, the silence more deafening than any scream. I could feel the cold breath of the spirit on my neck, but I refused to give in to the fear. For now, I had to leave this record as a warning. With shaking hands, I set the voice recorder on the table and whispered, "This is Emma Thompson's final warning. He's still here, and he's coming for you." I stood slowly, feeling the presence looming over me. Step by step, I made my way up the basement stairs, each creak underfoot echoing like a death knell. As I reached the top, I turned back one last time. The basement was a void of darkness, and I knew in my heart that I would never truly escape. But maybe, just maybe, someone could learn from our folly and avoid the fate that awaited us. As I closed the door behind me, I heard the final chilling whisper of Amarthiel, Orenext. Terrified but resolved, I left the house, knowing that my story was no longer just a memory. It was a dire warning.
Part 1. Whispers across the veil. Some doors once opened can never be closed. Those were the words echoing in my mind as we circled around the table, fingers barely touching the planchette. The evening had started off innocent enough, a much-anticipated reunion of college friends. We gathered at Liz's remote cabin, seeking to relive old memories and laugh about the good times. Liz, always the spiritual one, had brought out her prized possession, a Ouija board. It was something she claimed had been passed down through generations, brimming with stories of ghostly encounters. As the eternal skeptic, I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Spirits, ghosts, all figments of overactive imaginations. But Liz insisted, and being the loyal friend, I agreed to play along. The cabin, dimly lit by flickering candles, created an aura that was both cozy and eerie. Liz positioned the board in the center of an old wooden table as we took our seats. Me on one side, Liz directly across, and Scott to my right, with two other friends completing the circle. Nervous giggles and whispered jests filled the air as Liz closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "Is anyone there?" Liz asked in a soft, almost reverent tone. For a while, nothing happened. I grinned, about to make a sarcastic comment, when I felt it, slight resistance under our fingers. The planchette moved, ever so slowly but deliberately. My heart skipped a beat as we watched it glide across the board. Yes, a collective hush fell over the room. My eyes darted around the table, trying to catch someone in the act, but everyone seemed just as bewildered. Liz's voice wavered slightly as she asked, "Who are we speaking to?" The planchette shifted beneath our fingertips once more, drawing out each letter with deliberate force. Anton. Liz's face blanched. "That was my grandfather's name," she whispered, her voice tight with something that could only be described as fear. The atmosphere grew heavier, the air thick with a tense anticipation. "Anton, are you my grandfather?" Liz questioned, her fingers trembling. The planchette zipped across the board so forcefully it nearly tipped over. No. A chill crept down my spine. Whoever, or whatever, was communicating with us. It wasn't her grandfather. We should have stopped then, but curiosity and fear compelled us to continue. "What do you want?" Scott asked, his voice barely steady. The planchette moved once again, spelling out its chilling message. SOULS. Panic set our nerves alight. "We need to stop this," Liz muttered, her voice urgent, trembling. We attempted to close the session, but the planchette wouldn't move to the corner. It was as though an invisible force was holding it down, refusing to let go. After what felt like an eternity, the planchette finally released, and the room plunged into an oppressive silence. We scattered from the table, breaths shaky, hearts pounding. The night didn't end with the session. The spirits, or whatever we had contacted, weren't satisfied. Each of us left with a lingering dread, and in the weeks that followed, that dread only grew. Strange occurrences began to unfold, subtle at first, like shadows flitting at the edge of my vision or whispers that seemed to emanate from empty corners. But soon, the hauntings became undeniable. Objects in my apartment moved on their own, doors creaked open in the dead of night, and the whispering grew louder, more insistent. One night, as I lay in my bed, teetering on the edge of sleep, I felt it. A cold breath against my ear, followed by a voice that seemed to reverberate within my very soul. YOUBELONGTTOUSNOW. I sat up with a start, drenched in sweat, heart racing. The room was empty, but I knew then that the spirit had followed me home. Part 2. Whispers Across the Veil. The following week was a blur of restless nights and inexplicable occurrences. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, and the whispers became more frequent, more intense. It felt like the spirit was toying with me, savoring my growing fear. One night, as I was sitting in my living room trying to distract myself with some work, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoing through my apartment. My heart pounded as I stood up, the shadows on the walls seeming to stretch and warp in the dim light. I clenched my fists, moving cautiously towards the hallway. Suddenly, a picture frame flew off the wall, crashing to the floor. The whispered voices filled the space around me, suffocating in their intensity. YOUCANNOTESCAPE. I froze, the cold chill of terror rooting me to the spot. It felt like invisible eyes were boring into my very soul. The next day, I received a frantic call from Scott. He was agitated, his voice trembling over the phone. "Marcus, something's happening," he said. "My tools, they're moving on their own. It's like someone's here with me, trying to hurt me." I drove to his workshop, unease growing with each passing mile. As I arrived, I saw the disarray, the tools scattered across the floor, drawers pulled open, evidence of a struggle. Scott looked pale, his eyes wide with fear. "It started small," he explained, rubbing his temples as if the act could erase what he'd witnessed. "First, tools went missing, then they flew off the walls. Yesterday, a wrench came at me, missed by inches." We stood there in silence for a moment, the weight of our mutual torment hanging heavy in the air. I knew then that whatever entity we had contacted wasn't just playing games, it meant to harm us. Back at Liz's cabin, I found her sitting on the porch, her normally bright eyes dulled with exhaustion. "It's Anton," she said as I sat down next to her. "I've been having these dreams, nightmares about him. He wants something from us, some connection to my family's past." I placed a hand on her shoulder, but she flinched away. "We need to figure this out before someone gets seriously hurt." In the following days, we became more paranoid and isolated. The hauntings had driven wedges between us, and trust was becoming scarce. We'd start at every creak of a floorboard, every unexpected chill in the air. Scott and I had arguments that would come out of nowhere, spurred by the unseen force that seemed to take pleasure in our suffering. One particularly dreadful night, I was alone in my apartment, the silence almost deafening. I could feel the malevolent presence growing stronger, the air thick with anticipation. From the corner of my eye, I saw a shadow, dark, void-like, more than just a trick of the light. As I turned to face it, the room seemed to tilt, a dark whisper echoing in my mind. Leave. The command was clear, the threat unmistakable. My breath ragged, I grabbed my coat and keys and fled the apartment. But where to go? The spirits had made it clear there was no escape, no sanctuary from their relentless haunting. Part 3. Whispers Across the Veil. Desperation drove us to consult with a spiritual advisor, someone who could help us confront the spirit tormenting our lives. We met at Liz's cabin one last time, gathered in a small circle with a myriad of candles flickering in the dim room. The advisor, an elderly woman with decades of such encounters under her belt, prepared a small altar, whispering incantations under her breath. "It's important to remember," she said gravely, "we're dealing with a spirit that thrives on fear. Do not give it more power." Liz, pale and visibly shaking, guided us through the ritual. The old woman chanted in a language none of us understood, sprinkling salt and herbs around the room. The air felt as if it were growing thicker, suffocating. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, and the candles flickered violently. An oppressive darkness fell over us. A low growl echoed, building into a deafening roar. Objects began to fly across the room, and the shadows seemed to swell, merging into a single ominous mass. Liz's voice broke the chaos, strong and resolute. "Anton, we sever this tie. Leave us in peace." The spirit responded, not with words, but with a force so powerful it toppled the table, sending candles rolling. Liz was thrust backward, hitting the wall with a sickening thud. Scott and I rushed to her side, but she waved us back, her eyes filled with an eerie determination. "This is my family's burden to bear," she said, her voice trembling. "I have to end this." With a deep breath, she stepped forward, raising her hand to the shadow. "Leave now." The shadow seemed to hesitate, and for a moment it felt like Liz's sheer will might triumph. But then it struck back with a ferocity that sent us both sprawling, the old woman's chants drowned in a cacophony of supernatural fury. In the chaos, Liz's eyes locked with mine. There was a plea there, a desperate acknowledgement of what she was about to do. She stepped into the center of the room, closing her eyes and chanting quietly. The shadow surged toward her, then froze. She whispered a final word, and suddenly a brilliant light erupted from where she stood, purging the darkness. The shadow warped, shrieked, and finally dissipated into nothingness. The room fell eerily silent, the air noticeably lighter. Liz crumpled to the floor, the energy drained from her body. Scott and I ran to her side, but it was too late. Her eyes fluttered closed, and she let out a final, shuddering breath. She had sacrificed herself to break the spirit's hold, an act of bravery that cost her life. Weeks passed, and though the terror seemed to have abated, the scars it left on us were permanent. Scott and I met occasionally, both haunted by our own lingering fears and guilt. My apartment felt quieter, but no less unsettling. The whispers were gone, but the memory of them remained, a constant reminder of the horror we'd endured. Every night, as I lay in bed, I could still hear the faintest echo of that terrible night. Candles flicker in the corner of my eye, and shadows seem a little darker than they should be. The fear never truly left. It just settled deeper inside me, a permanent fixture of my psyche. And sometimes in the dead of night I still hear a faint whisper, almost tender but unbearably chilling. "You belong to us forever." The nightmare continues, subtle but unending. The spirit was cast out, but its mark remains indelible. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed. It was a night I will never forget. Remember the night you mocked the spirits? It's a question etched into my mind, a reminder of our foolishness. The spirits were still listening, they were waiting, and now they've come for us, one by one. It's strange how clear my memories are from that night, considering the fear and chaos that followed. Emily had called me and Marco over to her grandmother's house, the old mansion known for its mysterious aura. When we arrived, she led us up a creaky staircase to the attic, where she'd discovered something intriguing amidst the dust-covered relics, an old Ouija board. "Check this out," Emily said excitedly, her blue eyes sparkling under the dim light of a single bulb hanging from the low ceiling. "Seriously?" I replied, rolling my eyes. "You really believe in this stuff?" Emily shrugged, her auburn curls bouncing slightly. "It's just for fun, Jamie. Come on, don't be such a skeptic." Marco, always up for something new, clapped me on the back. "Relax, man. Let's just see what happens," he said, his dimpled smile not hiding his nervous energy. We gathered around the board, a dusty relic with faded letters and numbers. An uneasy silence filled the attic as we placed our fingers on the planchette. The room's damp, musty air seemed to close in on us. "If there are any spirits here, make your presence known," Emily said, her voice trembling slightly. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the planchette began to move. I watched, my skepticism fighting against the chill creeping up my spine. It moved slowly at first, spelling out a series of letters that made no sense. We exchanged nervous glances, and then it stopped on the letter E. "Okay, who's messing with us?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "It wasn't me," Marco said, his wide eyes betraying his fear. The planchette moved again, spelling more letters. Eliasishere. A cold shiver ran down my spine as the oppressive silence returned. "That's not funny," I muttered. I didn't know why, but deep down I felt that I had to defy it. "Prove you're here," I demanded, my voice a bit shakier than I intended. The response was almost immediate. A loud crash echoed from the dark corner of the attic. We jumped, hearts pounding, eyes straining to see through the shadows. The single bulb flickered ominously. "What was that?" Emily whispered, clutching Marco's arm. None of us dared to move. The silence felt like it was pressing in on us from all sides, as if the attic itself was holding its breath. A faint whispering sound started to permeate the room, growing louder and more agitated. We decided then that it was best to put the board away. As we hurried to leave the attic, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. Emily, Marco, and I exchanged forced laughs, trying to shake off the fear as we descended the creaky stairs. But none of us mentioned what the board had spelled out. A few days later, small things started to happen. It began with minor, easily dismissible events. The creaking of floorboards in our homes, cold drafts on otherwise warm days, familiar smells from the past suddenly filling a room. One evening, Emily called us over again. We sat in her backyard, the chilled autumn air crisp with the scent of fallen leaves. She looked visibly shaken. "Guys, remember what the board said?" "The name?" she asked, her voice unsteady. Marco and I nodded. "I've been having these dreams," Emily continued. "In them, there's a man I've never seen before. He stands in the shadows and just watches." I tried to rationalize it. "It's just your mind playing tricks. We've been on edge since that night." But as the days passed, the occurrences became more frequent and harder to ignore. Came home one evening to find every light in my house flickering. Marco's usually strong and cheerful demeanor had begun to crack. He started avoiding his basement altogether, convinced he could hear someone whispering his name from below. "I swear I saw something move in my room last night," Marco confided during one of our meetings. "I know it sounds crazy, but it was there, Jamie. I know it was." Despite my initial skepticism, the evidence was mounting. One night as I lay in bed, I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my room. They were slow and deliberate, growing louder as they approached my door. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tensed. The footsteps stopped right outside my door, and then, nothing. The silence was deafening, and I felt a chill seep into my bones. I had to investigate. As I approached the doorknob began to turn. Half in terror and half in a desperate need to know, I yanked the door open. There was no one there. My breath came in shallow gasps, and I backed away slowly, my mind racing to rationalize what I just experienced. The spirit's presence was undeniable now. It was no longer just a series of coincidences. It was real, and it was with us. The name Elias echoed in my thoughts, a dark reminder of what we had unleashed. It wasn't long before we found out just how much danger we were in. A deep, pervasive chill settled into my bones following that night. It was as if the very air around us had changed, charged with an uncomfortable heaviness that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Emily called us over again. Her eyes were tired, underscored with dark circles, and her normally vibrant demeanor had dulled. We gathered in her attic once more, unable to shake the compulsion to confront what we had released. "We need to find out what it wants," she said, her voice breaking. A sense of dread washed over me, but I concurred. We set up the board under the flickering light once more. "Spirit, what do you want from us?" Emily asked, almost pleading. The planchette moved immediately. "WARNINGBLOOOD WILLBESHED. Marco's face went pale. Emily trembled and clung to the table. "The full moon," she muttered, her voice barely audible. "It's tomorrow night." Desperation clawed at me. "We should stop. This is getting too real," I said, my voice cracking with fear. But it was too late. The next night, a full moon lit the sky, casting eerie shadows in Emily's attic. She couldn't sleep and kept hearing noises. Her younger brother, curious and unaware, had ventured into the attic. When morning came, he didn't. We found her brother's lifeless body in the attic, his eyes wide open but vacant, as though something had sucked the life out of him. There were no signs of struggle, no visible injuries. He simply ceased to be. The police arrived, flashing lights and curious neighbors, but they found no answers. The family was shattered, and Emily was inconsolable. We were haunted not just by the memories of what happened, but by our role in the horror unfolding around us. The once tight-knit bond among us began to fray. Emily withdrew, consumed by grief and guilt, while Marco became paranoid, convinced that something malevolent was following him. As for me, my once firm disbelief in the supernatural crumbled beneath the weight of the undeniable. Supernatural occurrences escalated. Objects in our homes moved on their own, doors slammed without reason, and cold spots materialized in otherwise warm rooms. Each night I heard whispers, soft, hissing voices that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. They repeated the same phrase, driving me to the brink of madness. REMMBERTHEPACT. One night, a particularly cold draft woke me from a restless sleep. As I sat up, I saw a figure standing in the corner of my room, shrouded in darkness. My heart pounded in my chest like a drum. I blinked and the figure was gone. The air was thick with the same oppressive weight I had felt before. Marco, too, was suffering. He started missing classes, and his carefree demeanor vanished. When I visited him, his room was in disarray, and he looked gaunt and haunted. "It won't leave me alone," he whispered, his voice trembling. "I hear it calling my name at night. It's getting closer, Jamie. I don't know what to do." A cold knot twisted in my stomach. We were beyond simple explanations or rational solutions. There was a profound, terrifying truth we had to face. And it became undeniable the night Marco went missing. He had been in his dorm room. His roommate heard strange noises and called the campus police. They found the room empty, with claw marks on the walls, as though Marco had tried to resist being taken. Despair settled over me. Emily began experiencing horrific visions at night, shadowy figures reaching out to her, whispering threats and promises of doom. We couldn't run from it. We couldn't hide. Our only chance, I realized, was to confront the spirit and understand the pact. We were bound to it, and it was claiming what we had unknowingly promised, our souls. I had to find a way to break the hold it had on us before it was too late. With a sinking heart and a mind teetering on the edge of sanity, I prepared to face the malevolent force that had turned our lives into a living nightmare. One particularly cold night, I decided to dig deeper into the name Elias and the pact we had foolishly made. The town library became my refuge. Its dusty records and ancient books were a well of knowledge. Through hours of tireless research, I pieced together a harrowing story. Elias had been a malevolent spirit, summoned long ago by desperate townsfolk seeking to foretell their future. They made a pact with him, offering their souls for glimpses of what lay ahead. Elias kept his promises, but he twisted their fates in the darkest ways, claiming their lives one by one. My heart pounded as the truth sank in. We had repeated the mistakes of the past, bound to a spirit that thrived on fear and death. I had to warn Emily, but when I reached out, she didn't answer. I rushed to her house, adrenaline coursing through my veins. Emily's front door was ajar. The house was eerily silent as I made my way upstairs to her room. I found her sitting on her bed, eyes empty and fixed on the corner where a shadow loomed ominously. "Emily, snap out of it," I shouted, shaking her. She blinked, snapping back to reality, her eyes widening with terror. "It's here," she whispered. "It won't leave me alone." I grabbed her hand, desperation in my voice. "We have to end this, Emily. We need to confront it and break the pact." The room grew colder, and a low, guttural whisper filled the air. "REMBERTEPACT." The shadow in the corner began to take shape, morphing into a visage that was both human and monstrous. It was Elias, the spirit we had summoned, now fully manifest and hungering for our souls. "Why do you haunt us?" I demanded, my voice shaking. "What do you want?" The spirit's eyes glowed with malevolent glee, and it answered in a voice that resonated with ancient evil. "YOURSOULS." I glanced at Emily, her face pale and filled with despair. But there was something else. Determination. Together we faced the entity, standing our ground. "We reject you," Emily said, her voice surprisingly strong. "We will not give in to your terror." A fierce wind swept through the room, and the spirit roared in anger. The temperature dropped further, and it felt as though the very air was being sucked out of the room. The shadows grew longer, pressing in on us from all sides. I held up the Ouija board, now our only connection to this nightmare. "You have no power here. The pact is broken." My voice echoed, and for a moment the spirit hesitated. The room seemed to hold its breath, and I could feel the tension in the air. With a final, defiant roar, the spirit lunged at us, but a blinding light burst forth from the Ouija board, enveloping the room. The spirit screamed, a sound that reverberated with centuries of anguish before it was pulled back into the board, which shattered into pieces. The oppressive weight lifted immediately, and the cold dissipated. Emily and I collapsed onto the floor, exhausted but relieved. The nightmare was finally over. In the weeks that followed, life slowly returned to normal. The haunting ceased, and the oppressive fear that had hung over us like a dark cloud was gone. Emily and I remained close, bound by the harrowing experience we had survived together. Marco's whereabouts remained a mystery, a somber reminder of the price we had paid. His loss weighed heavily on us, but we found solace in the fact that the spirit of Elias was no longer lurking in the shadows, waiting to claim our souls. In the end, we learned a valuable lesson. Some doors once opened cannot easily be closed. Our curiosity had unleashed a darkness we were ill-prepared to face, and it was only through sheer will and determination that we survived. Now, as I sit by the flickering fire and recount this tale, I hope it serves as a warning. Be careful what you seek, for the answers you find may not be worth the price you pay.
Knopf Part 1, The First Contact. Some doors should never be opened. It was a simple session to contact my sister Emma, or so we thought. Instead, we unleashed something sinister, something that feeds on our grief and fear. The night began with impending dread, though none of us dared to speak it aloud. Lucas's basement, dimly lit by an array of flickering candles, was thick with the tension of unspoken fears. We sat around an antique wooden Ouija board, an unsettling relic gifted to Lucas by his grandmother. In the muted light, it felt almost alive. Harper, determined and fighting through a veil of sorrow, was the first to speak. "Are you guys ready?" Her voice trembled slightly, a mixture of hope and trepidation. Lucas nodded, his athletic frame casting shadows against the basement walls. "Yeah, let's do this," he said, trying to sound confident. He glanced at Sarah, his girlfriend, whose wide, expressive dark brown eyes mirrored his concern. Jason, Sarah's brother and the skeptic among us, smirked. "You know, you're all acting like we're about to summon a demon or something. This is just a game." Ignoring Jason's sarcasm, Harper took a deep breath and gently placed her fingers on the planchette. One by one, the others followed, the cold wood a stark contrast to the warmth of their skin. "Emma, are you there?" Harper's voice broke the silence. filled with a desperate urgency. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the candles flickered as if an unseen breath had passed through the room. The planchette began to move, ever so slightly at first, then with a newfound speed. H-E-L-L, Harper's heart raced. "Emma, it's me, Harper. Are you okay?" The planchette moved again, this time more forcefully. The air seemed to grow colder, shadows lengthening on the walls. E-M-M-A. The planchette circled back to the middle of the board. Harper's eyes welled with tears, a mix of relief and sorrow. "Emma, it's really you. I miss you so much." Suddenly, the planchette jerked violently beneath their fingers. It moved with a life of its own, drawing erratic paths across the board. N-O-T-M-M. A chill ran down Harper's spine. The room seemed to hum with a menacing energy. Lucas's grip tightened on the planchette, and Sarah clutched her chest, her anxiety palpable. Jason's smirk faded, replaced with a look of bewildered confusion. "Who are you?" Harper's voice trembled, the fear creeping in. The board spelled another message, deliberate and slow. W-A-T-C-H-I-N-G. "What do you want from us?" Lucas demanded, his voice breaking through the growing tension. There was no immediate answer. Instead, the room grew colder still, the candles flickering more violently, as if threatened by an unseen gale. Shadows seemed to dance with malicious intent, whispering secrets in the language of dread. Harper stared at the board, a sinking feeling lodging itself in her gut. She felt as though they had crossed a line, one that shouldn't have been breached. Emma's fragile presence was replaced by something far darker, feeding on their collective fear and sorrow. The next few days were filled with an unsettling quiet. Harper found herself unable to sleep, each creak of her old house sounding like footsteps of an unseen watcher. She spent hours in Emma's room, searching for some clue, some reassurance that her sister was still at peace. One evening, while riffling through Emma's old desk drawers, she found a weathered, leather-bound journal. She opened it to reveal pages filled with Emma's neat handwriting, detailing her experiments with the occult and dark practices. Emma's words were an eerie echo of their recent encounter, warnings of a malevolent presence, accidentally summoned and now bound to Harper's grief. Harper felt a cold sweat form on her brow as she read, the sense of foreboding growing stronger. She needed to know more, needed to understand what they had awakened. She called Lucas, desperate for support. "Lucas, you need to come over. I found something." "Something Emma left behind," she said, her voice tinged with urgency. Lucas arrived within the hour, his concern etched on his face. Harper showed him the journal. "Emma knew," she said. "She knew about the spirit. We have to find a way to stop it." They spent hours poring over the journal. Emma had left intricate descriptions of rituals and protective measures, along with chilling accounts of her own experiences. As they read, the room around them seemed to darken, the air growing heavier with each passing minute. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the hallway. Lucas and Harper froze. The sound of footsteps, barely more than a whisper, approached Emma's room. The door creaked open slightly, revealing nothing but an unnervingly empty corridor. "We need to end this," Lucas said, his voice a determined whisper, "before it gets worse." In the coming days, Harper's determination grew. She knew they had to reunite the group and face the entity together, guided by Emma's journal. What they had summoned wouldn't leave them in peace, not until they found a way to banish it for good. The weight of what lay ahead was heavy, but Harper felt a spark of hope. She held on to Emma's journal like a lifeline, the pages a bridge between the sister she missed and the dark force they had to defeat. Little did she know, the worst was yet to come. Part 2. The rising tension. Days turned to weeks after that fateful night, but the entity's presence lingered like a dark cloud. Each of us dealt with it differently. Sarah had become a bundle of nerves, jumping at the slightest sound. One evening, she confided in me at her apartment. The normally cozy space felt oppressive, the air thick with an unseen weight. "I'm seeing things, Harper," she whispered, eyes darting around the room. Shadows that move, voices when no one's around. I placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "You're not losing your mind, Sarah. I've read Emma's journal. We need to get to the bottom of this together." Jason, on the other hand, dove into books and online forums, determined to find a rational explanation. Harper visited him one evening, His study was cluttered with papers, open laptops, and stacks of old tomes. The usually confident skeptic looked worn, his eyes bloodshot from sleepless nights. "There has to be a scientific reason for all this," Jason muttered, flipping through yet another old book. "Electromagnetic fields, psychological phenomena, something." "Jason, I know you want to understand this logically," Harper replied, showing him Emma's journal. "But we have to consider the possibility that this is real. We need your help with the rituals." Jason hesitated, taken aback by the sincerity and fear in Harper's eyes. "All right," he finally said. "I'll help, but I still think there's a logical explanation." As for Lucas, he remained a steady presence, doing his best to keep everyone's spirits up, but even he couldn't hide the strain forever. Harper caught him one night, staring at the scratches on his walls, messages etched by unseen hands. WATCHING. One particularly harrowing night, the group gathered at Harper's house. They sat in the living room, the air thick with a mix of fear and determination. They had decided to confront the entity head-on. Harper set up the room with protective symbols from Emma's journal. Candles were placed strategically in a circle, their flames flickering uncertainly. "All right, we need to all be fully committed to this," Harper said, her voice a mix of authority and fear. "This could get dangerous." Lucas, Sarah, and Jason nodded, their resolve hardening. They joined hands around the circle, their eyes locked in silent agreement. As they began the chant, guided by the words in the journal, the room's temperature dropped sharply. A cold wind circled them, unnoticed drafts stirring the flames till they shivered and cast dancing shadows on the walls. The air seemed to crackle with tension, every breath a struggle against the unseen pressure. Jason's skepticism wavered as the symbols on the floor began to glow faintly, a visual affirmation of the dark presence they were calling forth. Harper, fighting through rising panic, continued to chant, her voice growing stronger with each passing verse. Then it happened. The shadows coalesced in the center of the circle, forming a vaguely humanoid shape, its presence radiating palpable malice. The figure loomed, its features indistinct but undeniably terrifying. Harper's heart pounded in her chest, the entity's gaze, if it had eyes, burning into her soul. "We have to keep going," Lucas shouted over the howling wind, his grip on their hands tightening. The entity began to speak, its voice a guttural whisper that seemed to vibrate within their bones. "YOUCANOSTOPME. Don't listen to it," Harper yelled, her voice cutting through the maelstrom. "It's feeding on our fear. We have to stay strong." The entity's presence grew more oppressive, the pressure building to nearly unbearable levels. Objects in the room rattled violently, books flying off shelves, picture frames crashing to the floor. The floorboards creaked and groaned under the strain. Just when it seemed like the entity would break free of their circle, the chant reached its climax. Harper, Lucas, Sarah, and Jason poured the last of their strength into the final incantation, their voices merging into one defiant note. For a moment, everything paused. The air itself seemed to hold its breath. Then, with a final tortured wail, the entity dissipated, its form dissolving into a whirlwind of shadow that was swept away in an instant. The room fell into an eerie silence, the oppressive energy lifting as if a veil had been pulled back. They collapsed, breathless and exhausted, but momentarily victorious. Harper glanced around at her friends, each of them bearing the marks of their struggle. Sweat-drenched, eyes haunted, but determined. "It's not over," Harper whispered, the weight of Emma's journal heavy in her hand. "It will be back. We need to be ready." Jason, his scientific resolve broken, nodded reluctantly. "I don't know what that was, but I know it's not something we can face unprepared. We have to keep digging. We have to understand more." Harper tightened her grip on the journal, feeling a cold resolve settle over her. "We will. For Emma. For all of us." Their ordeal had only just begun, but with Emma's journal as their guide and their bond as their strength, they prepared for the battles yet to come. The entity had shown its true form, and now Harper and her friends knew what they were up against. The worst was indeed yet to come. Part 3. The Final Confrontation. The days following their confrontation with the entity were haunted by an uneasy calm. Harper, Lucas, Sarah, and Jason knew it was only a matter of time before the darkness returned. They spent their days together, poring over Emma's journal, preparing meticulously for the final ritual that would, they hoped, banish the entity for good. On the night of the full moon, the group gathered once more in Lucas's basement. The room, usually a mundane hangout spot, had been transformed. Symbols from Emma's journal adorned the walls and floor, glowing faintly in the dim candlelight. "We're doing this tonight," Harper announced, her voice steady but tinged with fear. "We need to perform the final banishing ritual." The group assembled in a tight circle, their faces resolute. Each held an object of personal significance to Emma, a cherished photograph, a piece of jewelry, a book she loved. Harper held the journal close, its pages filled with the weight of her sister's dire warnings and last words. Taking a deep breath, Harper began to chant the incantation, her voice clear and unwavering. Lucas, Sarah, and Jason joined in, their voices harmonizing with hers, creating a sound that seemed to reverberate through the very foundations of the house. The basement's temperature plummeted as a chilling wind swirled around them. The candle flames flickered and threatened to extinguish, illuminating their determined faces in staccato bursts. The symbols on the walls flared to life, casting eerie shadows. Without warning, the entity manifested in the circle's center, more formidable and terrifying than before. Its shadowy form writhed and twisted, a dark presence that seemed to consume the very light around it. Harper's heart pounded, the weight of her sister's warning pressing heavily on her mind. This time the entity did not stay silent. It spoke, its voice a discordant symphony of malice. "Youcanon. We have to stay focused," Lucas yelled, steeling his nerves against the oppressive presence. "Don't let it break the circle." The group continued the chant, their voices rising in unison against the entity's malevolent whispers. Objects began to levitate and spin around the room, crashing violently against the walls. The very ground beneath them seemed to tremble, as if resisting their efforts. Sarah screamed as a flying book narrowly missed her head, but she did not break her concentration. Jason, eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination, shouted the incantation louder, his skepticism shattered by the undeniable reality of the supernatural force they faced. Harper felt the entity pressing against her mind, its insidious voice whispering doubts and fears. Hands trembling, she tightened her grip on Emma's journal and shouted the final words of the ritual with every ounce of strength she could muster. At that moment, a blinding light erupted from the symbols on the floor. The entity writhed and howled, its form disintegrating in the radiant glow. Harper could feel the air seething with its rage and despair as it struggled against the banishment. With a final deafening wail, the entity exploded into a cloud of darkness that was swiftly drawn into the glowing symbols, vanishing as abruptly as it had appeared. The basement fell into an intense silence, the oppressive energy lifting as if a massive weight had been removed. Breathing heavily, Harper looked around at her friends. Lucas, Sarah, and Jason were equally exhausted but alive, their faces reflecting a blend of relief and disbelief. "It's over," Jason whispered, his voice hoarse and disbelieving. "It's really over." But Harper knew better. She could feel it in the air, a lingering shadow of the entity's presence. It wasn't entirely vanquished. It had merely retreated, biding its time. The following days were a blur of cautious optimism. Harper kept Emma's journal close, poring over the pages for any remaining clues. The entity had been driven back, but the finality she had hoped for remained elusive. One evening, she sat alone in her room, the journal open on her lap. The moonlight cast a pale glow through the window, illuminating her face. She could still hear the echoes of the entity's voice, a constant reminder that their battle was far from over. A gentle knock on the door pulled her from her thoughts. It was Lucas, his face etched with concern and resolve. "Harper, we did what we could, but you're right, it's not gone for good." Harper nodded, her eyes reflecting the determination she felt within. "I know, but we're stronger now. We faced it together, and we can do it again if we have to." Lucas smiled weakly and sat beside her. "We'll be ready, no matter what it takes." As they sat in the quiet room, Harper felt a strange sense of peace. The entity's shadow still loomed over them, a sinister reminder of the darkness they had unleashed. But with Emma's journal as their guide and their unwavering bond as their strength, they knew they were not alone. It was a small comfort, but a vital one. The entity might return, but so would they, more prepared, more determined. The worst was yet to come, but they faced the unknown together. As Harper closed the journal for the night, she whispered a silent promise to her sister and to herself. They would be ready. For whatever came next, they would be ready.
It began on a night drenched in rain, with shadows longer and darker than seemed possible, when my disbelief was shattered in the flicker of candlelight. The storm outside was relentless, a cacophony of rain pelting against the windows and wind howling through the trees. Claire's house, with its old wooden beams and creaky floors, seemed to groan with every gust, as if protesting our presence. It was the perfect setting for what should have been a harmless game, only it turned out to be anything but. "Come on, James," Claire teased, her hazel eyes glinting in the candlelight. "Don't tell me you're scared?" I rolled my eyes, leaning back in the worn-out armchair. Scared? Hardly. Just don't see the point in talking to furniture. Mike and Danielle chuckled, but there was an edge of unease in their laughter, just as there was a shiver in my spine that I refused to acknowledge. Claire, ever the enthusiast of the bizarre, had promised us a night we wouldn't forget. She wasn't kidding. The Ouija board sat in the middle of the coffee table, surrounded by flickering candles that cast dancing shadows around the room. Claire, with her long curls tied back and her fingers adorned with rings and crystals, took her spot on one side of the board. "Just humor me, okay?" she said, her voice losing its teasing tone and taking on a note of sincerity. "If nothing happens, you can all say, 'I told you so,' in the morning." Mike, ever the thrill-seeker, with his scruffy blonde hair and green eyes, was the first to place his fingers on the planchette. Danielle followed, her petite frame shivering slightly despite the warmth of the room. I remained obstinate until Claire's pleading eyes finally wore me down. With a sigh, I joined them, placing my fingertips lightly on the heart-shaped piece of wood. "Is there anyone here who wishes to speak with us?" Claire intoned, her voice steady. For a moment, nothing happened, and I was prepared to give her hell for convincing me to join this ridiculous seance. But then, the air in the room seemed to chill. It wasn't a sharp drop, just a subtle shift, enough to raise goosebumps on my arms. And then the planchette moved. Mike's playful grin faded, replaced by a furrowed brow. Danielle's breath hitched. Claire's eyes widened with a mixture of fear and excitement. "No way," Mike murmured. "Who's messing around?" "Not me," Danielle whispered, her voice barely audible. The planchette moved again, spelling out a name, Evelyn. Silence fell heavy in the room, our eyes locked in a mixture of disbelief and apprehension. "Who are you?" Claire asked, her voice trembling. The planchette moved once more, faster this time, as if the entity couldn't wait to communicate. Death. My heart pounded in my chest, adrenaline flooding my system. This had to be a joke, Claire's idea of a prank to get a rise out of us. But the look of genuine fear on her face told me otherwise. "Stop it, Claire," I demanded, pulling my fingers back. "This isn't funny." "I'm not doing this, James," she insisted, her eyes wide and sincere. It was then that the first sign appeared. Hours after we ended the session, I found myself lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to shake off the lingering unease. My apartment was usually my sanctuary, a place of rationality and order, but that night it felt different. The air was heavy, the darkness oppressive. A whisper broke through the silence, chilling me to the bone. "James!" I sat up abruptly, my heart racing, sweat beading on my forehead. Straining to hear, I glanced around the room, but saw nothing but shadows. Convincing myself it was just my mind playing tricks, I lay back down, but the unease gnawed at me. It wasn't until I flipped on the light that I saw it. Etched into the wall above my bed in jagged, uneven scratches were the words, YOURDBTISDUE. I stumbled back, my breath catching in my throat. My mind raced, searching for a logical explanation. An intruder, a prank, anything to make sense of what I was seeing. But deep down I knew this was no ordinary message. The next morning, sleep-deprived and rattled, I confronted Claire. "This is your doing, isn't it?" I accused, my voice sharper than intended. She shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. "James, I swear I would never." Before she could finish, an icy breeze swept through the room, blowing out the candles and plunging us into darkness. I heard it again, The same chilling whisper, this time unmistakable. James, your debt is due. Every rational thought I had clung to began to unravel. This was no prank, no mere coincidence. Evelyn was real, and she had chosen me. As the storm outside raged on, the echoes of her words haunted me, each whisper driving a deeper fracture into my disbelief. The days that followed were a blur of terror and urgency. Evelyn's presence was everywhere, her whispers echoing in the most mundane moments, while making coffee in the middle of a shower, right as I drift into sleep. The cold touch of the supernatural clung to me, pulling me deeper into a waking nightmare. The first to break was Danielle. She called me one night, her voice trembling. "James, it's happening to me too," she whispered, the fear audible even through the phone line. "I see her in the mirrors. Everywhere I go, there she is." I visited her, finding her apartment in disarray. Mirrors were covered with cloths, and Danielle's usually composed demeanor was cracked, fear evident in her wide eyes and trembling hands. She pointed to one of the few uncovered mirrors. "She's there," Danielle whispered. But all I saw was my own reflection staring back at me, haggard and worn. Mike wasn't faring any better. He had taken to staying up late, trying to catch any glimpse of Evelyn's presence. The last time we were all together at Claire's house, the tension was palpable. Claire looked exhausted but determined, Mike was jittery, and Danielle was visibly shaken. "We need to confront this," Claire said, her voice barely above a whisper. "We need to understand what she wants." With reluctance, we agreed to another session. The room was suffused with a heavy, oppressive silence, as if the very air weighed us down. The candles flickered violently, casting grotesque shadows on the walls. "Evelyn," Claire called out, her voice firm despite the visible fear. "Why are you here?" The planchette moved, slowly at first, then with a speed that left us breathless. "Release. What do you mean?" Claire pressed, her knuckles white from gripping the edge of the board. The reply came even quicker this time. "Death." The candles blew out simultaneously, plunging us into darkness. I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck, a whisper so close it made the hairs on my skin stand on end. "Your debt is due." Panic surged through me. Scrambling back, I tried to make sense of the situation, but it was Mike who lost control. He stood abruptly, knocking over a candle and igniting a small, frantic fire on the carpet. Anger, fueled by fear, exploded out of him. "This has to end," he shouted, stamping out the fire with his foot. "We didn't sign up for this." His eyes darted around, wild and frenzied. Before any of us could stop him, he grabbed the Ouija board and hurled it across the room. It splintered, pieces scattering across the floor. But instead of bringing relief, a howl of wind tore through the house, more powerful than anything the storm had conjured. Claire screamed as the planchette flew across the room and embedded itself in the wall, leaving a jagged hole. The temperature dropped further, our breaths visible in the freezing air. A figure started to form in the shadows, a woman, her eyes like black voids, her mouth stretching into a grotesque grin. "James! Release me," the ghostly apparition whispered, each word dripping with malevolence. There was no denying it now. She was here, and she was stronger than ever. The next day, a sense of helplessness cloaked me. Claire remained resolute despite the previous night's terror, her obsession now bordering on reckless. She believed another session could offer clarity, even redemption. Mike was defiant, convinced that understanding Evelyn's motive would grant us power over her. Danielle, however, had distanced herself, her fear pushing her into isolation. That night, alone in my apartment, I could feel Evelyn's presence more acutely than ever before. Mirrors reflected more than reality. Glimpses of shadowy figures, half-seen movements that vanished when I turned. It wasn't long before Claire called, her voice urgent. "James, I think I've figured something out. Meet me at my place." Desperation forced our reunion. I arrived to find Claire surrounded by books, her eyes wild with a mix of fear and excitement. Mike paced nervously, casting glances at the dark corners of the room. "She wants to be released," Claire said, her voice cracking. "Maybe we can find out how." We all gathered around the makeshift altar Claire had constructed. The final session began, and the air grew thick with tension. Evelyn's presence was palpable, a cold grip on our souls. "Evelyn," Claire called out, her voice trembling, "tell us how to release you." The planchette moved almost violently. "Why, oh you, me." I whispered, panic rising. Why me? Suddenly, an overwhelming force knocked me back, pinning me against the wall. Evelyn's whisper surrounded me, a cacophony of voices converging into one. Your debt is due. Release me. Her ghastly form took shape once more, inching closer, the room filled with her malevolent energy. My vision blurred, the world spinning as I struggled against the invisible force. But Claire wasn't ready to give up. James, stay with us, she shouted. We'll figure this out. Mike joined in, desperately trying to pull me free from the wall's vice-like grip. Their faces were masks of determination and terror, but my grip on reality was slipping. Evelyn's presence consumed me, dragging me into an abyss of darkness. Then, everything went black. I woke up alone, the darkness of my apartment oppressive and suffocating. My head pounded, and my vision was blurred from the night's terror. The faint sound of whispers filled the room, and I could feel her, Evelyn, ever present, her cold touch on my skin like ice. The mirrors in my apartment reflected not just the room, but twisted images, echoes of the past and future melding before my eyes. Hazy visions of Evelyn's life, her death, and the torment she promised to bring upon me unfolded in spectral clarity. Desperation clawed at my sanity, the sense of helplessness overwhelming. I looked around frantically, speaking to the shadows. What do you want from me? For a moment, silence. Then the scratching started, words etching themselves across my walls in a terrible mimicry of her voice. Forever. My heart thudded with a relentless dread. She intended to make me her prisoner forever, a conduit for her suffering and malice. In a daze, I stumbled to my bookshelf, pulling volumes of myths and folklore, desperate for any semblance of an explanation, a way out. The whispers grew louder, indistinguishable words morphing into one coherent demand: release me. The line between sanity and madness blurred as I tried to piece together a solution. Every reflection, every shadow seemed to pulse with her presence. There was no escaping her. Not in the waking world, not in dreams. The final confrontation came unexpectedly. Exhausted, I collapsed on my couch, the whispers a constant torment. Darkness seemed to envelop me, pulling me into a realm where time lost meaning. There, amidst the void, Evelyn appeared, her form shifting between sorrow and rage, a specter of relentless despair. You took everything from me, she whispered, her voice infiltrating my very thoughts. Now you will give it back. I understood then. My life was the toll, my existence the bridge for her vengeance. Evelyn's grip tightened, her spectral hands cold as death encircling my throat. There was no escape, no redemption. It was the weight of inevitability, pulling me into an abyss with no return. In that surreal, yawning darkness, the realization dawned on me painfully clear. My fate was sealed. My existence would be the price for meddling with forces far beyond understanding, forever haunted by the whispering echoes of a spirit demanding release. In the end, there was no dramatic resolution, no heroic salvation. The apparitions of those days merged into a singular, eternal torment. Her whispers never ceased, growing louder with each passing moment, each syllable a reminder that I was hers, forever bound across the veil. Evelyn's laughter echoed in the hollow chambers of my mind, sealing my fate in a darkness where only her voice remained, a ceaseless reminder of the debt that could never be settled. James! And so the days blend into nights, my mind trapped in a perpetual loop of torment. The weight of her presence forever pressing down, my reality twisted by the constant refrain of her call. I am no longer just James. I am the prisoner of the whispers across the veil. It started as a joke, an innocent attempt to debunk ghosts and spirits, but by the time we realized the gravity of our actions, it was too late. Lydia had arrived, and she wasn't leaving. The musty attic of my grandmother's house hadn't seen daylight in decades. Dust motes danced in the slivers of sunlight that filtered through the cracked windows. My friends and I had decided to explore the attic out of sheer boredom. After all, there wasn't much else to do in this sleepy town. Amid the cobwebs and forgotten relics of the past, we unearthed an old Ouija board, hidden beneath piles of yellowed newspapers and vintage clothes. "Hey, check this out!" Mark's voice echoed through the attic, breaking the silence. His eyes gleamed with a mixture of excitement and mischief as he waved the board in front of us. Emily, slightly more cautious, hesitated. Are you sure that's a good idea? I mean, those things are supposed to be spooky, right? I shrugged, more amused than concerned. Come on, Emily. It's just a piece of wood. What's the worst that could happen? We set up in the living room, dimming the lights and lighting a few candles for effect. The flickering flames cast long shadows on the walls, adding an eerie touch to our makeshift seance. I, Chris, was determined to prove that this was all nonsense, just another superstition meant to scare the gullible. Everyone ready? I asked, positioning my hands on the planchette. Mark and Emily followed suit, their fingers lightly resting on the wooden piece. For a moment, we sat there in silence, the air thick with anticipation. I decided to break the ice. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak with us? I enunciated each word clearly, suppressing a smirk. At first, nothing happened. I could feel the skepticism in the room, almost like a tangible presence. It seemed the board would do little more than collect dust once again. But then, the planchette began to move, slowly at first, almost hesitant. Tss, tss. Emily gasped, her fingers trembling. That's your name, Chris. I raised an eyebrow, still unconvinced. Lucky guess, but the planchette didn't stop there. It continued, spelling out words that chilled us to the bone. Ouijaboard. We exchanged uneasy glances. It was growing harder to dismiss this as mere coincidence. Who are you? Mark asked, his voice shaky now. The planchette once again began its deliberate journey across the board. Lydia. The name seemed to hang in the air, heavy and oppressive. Lydia. A name that had no significance to us at the time, but would soon change our lives forever. Later that night, as we tried to shake off the disturbing experience, I retreated to my room in weary disbelief. It was just a game, I told myself. But the dreams that followed were anything but playful. In the dream, a woman with sad eyes and outstretched hands called for me. Forgotten rooms and bloody walls haunted my sleep, and her voice, Lydia's voice, was as clear as day. The next morning, dark circles under my eyes, I tried to piece together what had happened. My rational mind sought explanations, but the fear gnawed at my sanity. At breakfast, Emily looked equally haggard. Did any of you dream about her? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. I nodded. Yes, it felt so real. Mark's usual bravado was gone, replaced by a pale, haunted look. Me too. She kept saying she was betrayed. It was like I was there with her. Despite the growing dread, I couldn't let go of my need for answers. We decided to use the board again, this time with more caution and a desire not just for thrills, but understanding. We lit the candles and settled back into our ominous gathering spot. Why are you here, Lydia? Emily asked, her voice betraying the fear she tried to mask. The planchette moved more quickly now, as though Lydia had been waiting for us. The words came faster than we could keep up, filling us with a terror that was almost palpable. This was no longer a game. Later that night, as I reluctantly climbed into bed, exhausted, but too wired to sleep, I tried to rationalize the day's events. My analytical mind wanted to solve the puzzle, but the unsettling whisper in my head, Lydia's voice, warned that some mysteries are better left unsolved. It wasn't long before I was caught in a vicious cycle of nightmares and half-wakeful musings, walking the thin line between reality and the supernatural. The nightmare clung to me like a second skin, even in the daylight. The following day, I found myself at the local library, our town's repository of history. Its archaic scent of aging paper and wood provided a temporary comfort. I was on a mission to uncover Lydia's past, hoping that understanding her story might give us some control over our situation. Poring over old records and newspaper clippings, I unearthed fragments of a tragic tale. Lydia had lived in our town over a century ago. She was a young woman wrongly accused of a crime she didn't commit. The articles hinted at her wrongful death, a public execution that had torn families apart and left a scar on the town's history. My breath hitched when I found a mention of my great-grandfather, implicated in the events leading to Lydia's demise. The strings of fate binding us to Lydia became more evident, yet deeply disturbing. Displaying my findings, I reconvened with Mark and Emily later that evening. The expressions on their faces swung between horror and disbelief as I relayed the grim narrative. We need to figure this out, to free her, I concluded, the weight of our actions heavy on my shoulders. Desperation led us back to the Ouija board, hoping to communicate more solemnly with Lydia. In the dim candlelight, we asked her what we could do to atone for our ancestors' sins. The planchette moved swiftly, as if Lydia had been waiting all along. Uff. Mark's hands trembled. What does she mean? How can we free her? A chilling gust of wind extinguished the candles, plunging us into darkness. Our breaths quickened, eyes wide as we struggled to relight the wicks. When light returned, we found a series of objects, ancient coins, a rusted key, and a torn piece of parchment scattered around us, items that seemed to have materialized out of nowhere. Shaken but resolute, we took these items, realizing they might be part of a ritual Lydia needed us to complete. Despite our newfound fear, we pressed onwards. We had to finish what we had started. The events escalated. Each one of us began experiencing terrifying occurrences that couldn't be ignored. Mark was the first to encounter the malevolent escalation. Alone at home, he heard murmurs that grew louder, a cacophony of despairing voices echoing through his empty halls. Shadows flickered and elongated unnaturally, stretching fingers that seemed to grasp at him. The boiling fear was nearly too much to bear, and in a moment of sheer terror, Mark crashed through the living room, knocking over furniture until he found himself cornered. Mark called me, his voice a strained whisper filled with fear. "Chris, she's here. Lydia's here. I can't be alone. Please, get over here." I rushed over with Emily, feeling dread creep through my veins. When we arrived, we found Mark with a deep gash on his arm, likely a result of his desperate attempts to flee from the phantoms that haunted him. The sight of Mark's injury quelled any remaining skepticism within us. We now understood the extent of Lydia's torment and our place at the heart of it. We decided to attempt the ritual that very night. We returned to the old house, assembling everything we believed Lydia had left us for. Mark's bloodied bandage was a stark reminder of our perilous journey as we prepared the ceremony in the garden, hoping to evoke a sense of sanctity. We performed the incantations we had found, our voices shaking but unified in resolution. As we placed the final object, a rusty key, into the center of our makeshift altar, a powerful wind surged. The flames of our candles danced wildly, casting erratic shadows that felt almost alive. We completed the final words of the ritual, expecting the oppressive weight to lift, but instead, everything intensified. A deafening silence followed the gust, and for a moment it felt as if the world itself had paused. Then they came, the whispers. Not just Lydia's anymore, but countless others. Their spectral voices filled the air with sorrow and rage. It was clear our ritual had failed. Instead of freeing Lydia, we had only drawn more spirits into our reality. My heart pounded as I realized that what we had unleashed was far beyond our understanding or control. Racing back to the living room, the urgency of the situation washed over us. Emily's eyes glistened with tears. Mark clutched his arm, and I was engulfed in a tempest of guilt and fear. We huddled together, seeking comfort as the spirit's whispers grew denser, flowing into an overwhelming chorus that seemed intent on driving us mad. The oppressive weight of our failure left us grasping at straws. Desperation drove us to perform another ritual, one I had uncovered in an old text buried deep within the local library's archives. The instructions were vague but hinted at something more powerful than anything we had attempted before. It spoke of a final desperate attempt to break the chains binding Lydia and the other spirits. We gathered in an abandoned churchyard on the outskirts of town, its ruins illuminated by flashes of lightning from the approaching storm. Rain began to fall in heavy sheets, arriving as if the heavens themselves were aware of what we were about to do. The ancient trees surrounding the church swung like specters in the wind, adding to the eerie atmosphere. The ritual's intensity pierced our composure as we placed the Ouija board on a stone altar and arrayed the ancient items around it. We lit candles, their flames struggling to stay alive in the downpour. Feelings of fear and determination churned within us as we chanted the incantations. Lydia, hear us. We seek to free you. We offer this sacrifice in good faith. The storm raged as our voices echoed through the abandoned churchyard, almost swallowed by the wind. Emily placed her palm over the planchette, her fingers trembling. Mark followed, despite the blood soaking his makeshift bandage. I joined last, praying that this final act would bring peace. As we completed the chant, a piercing shriek filled the air, cutting through the storm. Shadows coalesced into human shapes, and we found ourselves surrounded by translucent figures. Men, women, children, all with expressions of torment and despair. Lydia was among them, her eyes locking onto mine with a pleading intensity. Suddenly she spoke, her ethereal voice clear and resonant amidst the chaos. The pact demands a soul, a life willingly given to balance the scales. My eyes widened in terror as her words sunk in. The ritual required a true sacrifice, an actual life for life. For a moment, everything became eerily still. From the corner of my eye, I saw Emily and Mark grapple with the horrifying realization. Emily's tears mingled with the rain on her face as she turned to me, her expression reflecting the same dread. The weight of what had to be done became unmistakably clear. Before any of us could react, a blinding flash of lightning struck the altar, engulfing everything in brilliant white light. When it subsided, the ghosts, Lydia included, seemed even more tangible, their presence suffocating. As the spirit's wails grew deafening, reaching a fever pitch, we knew we had no other options. We staggered backwards, our hope dissolved into despair. There was no reasoning with Lydia now. The pact demanded its due, and we were powerless to change its terms. Defeated, we fled the churchyard, the weight of the spectral eyes following us into the storm. When we reached the safe confines of the house, something inside me shattered. The constant whispers, the creeping shadows, they had become permanent fixtures in our lives. Days turned into weeks. The hauntings evolved but never ceased. We were no longer just a group of friends bound by an experience. We were marked, shadowed by the consequences of an ancient sin. Lydia's face haunted my dreams, while her whispers surged in every dark corner of my waking hours. Emily, once a beacon of hope, withdrew into herself, her artistic talents now tainted with the darkness we had invited. Mark grew increasingly paranoid, his injuries healing but his mind splintering under the relentless stress. One night, as I lay awake listening to the incessant whispers, I felt reality slip further from my grasp. There was no escape. We had become permanent conduits for the aggrieved spirits, a living testament to the horror we had unleashed. My skepticism had been replaced by an unending nightmare, and I grasped the grim truth. Some mysteries are indeed better left unsolved. The finality of our fate settled deep within me. Lydia and the others would never find peace, and neither would we. Our curiosity had opened a door to another realm, and it refused to close, leaving us forever entangled in a spectral loop of sorrow and despair. In the dead of night, the whispers began again, chilling my spine and murmuring the unspeakable truths I had fought to forget. We made a pact, a foolish game with dire consequences, and now Nahamoth demands his due. It all started on a typical teenage sleepover in our friend Emily's dimly lit basement. We were a bunch of curious and excited teenagers, eager to explore the mysteries of the unknown. Emily, always the brave one, suggested we try the Ouija board she'd found in her grandmother's attic. At first, we laughed it off, but our intrigue got the better of us. The basement was cool and musty, filled with old boxes and forgotten relics of the past. Candles cast eerie shadows on the walls, flickering and dancing as we arranged ourselves around the board. I could feel the tension in the air as we held our breath, waiting for something, anything to happen. Emily placed the planchette in the center of the board, and we all put our fingers lightly on it. I remember her voice, steady and curious, asking if there was anyone there who wanted to speak with us. "Is there anyone here who wishes to speak with us?" Emily's voice died down to a whisper, eyes darting around the group. The planchette moved. We all froze, staring at it with wide eyes. E.S. Emily felt a chill run down her spine, but pressed on. "What's your name?" she asked, trying to keep her voice steady. "Nahemoth. None of us knew what it meant. We shrugged, thinking it was just a prank, a trick of our minds, but the air turned heavy and a dark presence seemed to wrap around us. "What do you want from us?" Thomas asked, his voice tinged with skepticism but an underlying note of fear. The planchette stayed still for a moment, then moved slowly, almost reluctantly. T. We laughed nervously, Prairie, misunderstanding the gravity of the situation. "How about a pact?" Emily suggested, grinning wide as if to downplay her own nervousness. "We must trust each other, no matter what." We each placed our hands over the planchette, making a pact to stick together, to trust each other, and this mysterious spirit. It felt stupid and silly at the time, a harmless game among friends. Years passed and we drifted apart, the memory of that night fading into the background, until the whispers began. The shadows flitting at the edge of my vision, the cold spots that would appear out of nowhere. One night my phone rang, cutting through the silence of my apartment. It was Emily. Her voice was frantic, filled with an urgency that sent chills down my spine. "There's someone in my room, Sarah," she whispered, voice cracking. I saw. The line went dead. Panic surged through me as I dialed her number again and again, but there was no answer. The next morning, I drove to Emily's house, heart pounding in my chest. Her boyfriend answered the door, his face pale and eyes wide with terror. "She's gone," he said, barely able to meet my gaze. "Disappeared without a trace." The police found no clues, no signs of a struggle. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. The rest of the group tried to brush it off, but the unease grew stronger. Thomas was next. He'd started hearing voices, whispering his name when no one was around. One evening, I visited Thomas. His room had turned into a chaotic mess of scattered occult books and hastily written notes. He looked at me, eyes wild with fear. "It's happening," he muttered. "Nahimoth. We're in danger, Sarah." Nahimoth, the name from that night, the pact. It all came flooding back. A few days later, Thomas too vanished without a trace, leaving behind cryptic messages scrawled on his walls. "It wants our trust. It's taking us." I was left alone, haunted by guilt and terror. The whispers grew louder, the shadows darker. My only thought was how to break free, to end this nightmare once and for all. I dove into the world of occult practices, desperate for answers, chasing ghosts and phantoms in a desperate hope of salvation. But the entity tightened its grip, its presence more oppressive with each passing day, driving me to the brink of madness. And now, as I sit here, the air growing unbearably cold, I realize the truth. I was never meant to survive. The pact, the damnable pact, cannot be broken. It lives on through the echoes of the damned, and I am its final torment. Then came the night I visited Thomas. I couldn't stand the mounting isolation and fear that clung to me like a second skin. Thomas's house was dark and foreboding, and his room was an even more disconcerting sight. Books on the occult, ancient tomes mixed with hastily scribbled notes, covered every surface. The air was thick with a festering anxiety, and Thomas's eyes were wild, reflecting a desperation that mirrored my own. "It's happening," he whispered, pacing around the room. "Nahimoth. We're in danger, Sarah." "Thomas, what are you talking about?" I tried to keep my voice steady, but fear made it tremble. "Nahimoth, the pact," he exclaimed, gesturing frantically towards the notes on his wall. "We made a promise, we gave our trust, and it demands what we offered." I looked at the scattered notes, trying to piece together the horror they contained. "Thomas, we need to find a way to stop this. There must be something we can do." "I've been trying," he said, voice growing more frantic. "Rituals, incantations, anything to break the bond. But it's stronger than us. It's feeding off our fear." Thomas's desperation hit me like a punch in the guts. I knew he was right. The pact was consuming us. We hugged, a silent promise to keep fighting, until Thomas disappeared too. Days later, I returned to his empty, eerily quiet house. The walls of his room were covered in cryptic warnings. "Tear us, it wants our trust. It's taking us." I shuddered, feeling the weight of imminent doom. The nights that followed were filled with terror. I would wake up shivering, my room feeling like an icebox despite the warm season. Whispers grew louder, more menacing. "Esara," they called out, each syllable stretching time, each sound chilling my bones. I decided to seek help. I consulted books, sought guidance from self-proclaimed experts, performed cleansing rituals. One evening, I found myself in a secluded clearing in the woods, surrounded by protective symbols and candles. A ritual of banishment, my last hope. The night was pitch black, the forest silent save for the rustling leaves. With a trembling voice, I chanted ancient words, pleading for protection, for release from this relentless torment. "Abi soel vidi me," I pronounced, my voice echoing in the still air. "Firem pete vivera ti justo." For a moment, the air seemed to hold its breath. It was as if the forest itself paused, waiting for something to happen. But then an icy wind blew out the candles, plunging me into darkness. A mocking whisper followed, caressing my ear. Ne'emoth, it hissed, sending shivers down my spine. The presence was stronger now, oppressive and inescapable. I knew then that my efforts were in vain. The pact was unbreakable. Desperate and defeated, I returned home, my hope extinguished like the candles in the forest. The whispers taunted me through the silence of my apartment. Shadows danced mockingly at the edges of my vision. I was ensnared, a prisoner of the very game I had thought was harmless. But giving up wasn't in me, not yet. I dove deeper into research, scouring libraries, desperate for any clue that could end my suffering. One evening, surrounded by dusty books in the occult section of the local library, I found a reference to Nehemoth, an old, malevolent entity that thrived on trust and fear. With each new revelation, the weight of our pact grew heavier. The entity wasn't merely haunting us, it was devouring our essence, growing stronger with each act of trust it consumed. Lightheaded and desperate, I clung to my consciousness, piecing together the last fragments of hope. My heart raced as I realized the true depth of our folly. The pact we thought was harmless had bound us to Nehemoth for eternity, an agreement that could not be undone. I returned home, feeling the walls of fate closing in around me, a silent specter awaiting its final conquest. The whispers and shadows were unrelenting. I could no longer distinguish between dream and reality. Desperation led me back to the library, and there, buried deep within the pages of an ancient tome, I found it. A detailed account of Nehemoth. The entity had existed for centuries, weaving through the lives of those foolish enough to summon it. My heart pounded as I absorbed the words, realizing the extent of our damnation. Nehemoth demanded trust. Our trust had fueled its power, and our fear had strengthened its hold. Understanding the true nature of the pact, I knew there was no easy escape. But I couldn't give up. I had to confront it directly, even if it meant facing the very essence of terror. I returned to my apartment, now a nexus of darkness, where Nehemoth seemed to dwell within the very walls. Determination steeled my resolve as I prepared for the final confrontation. The air grew thick and cold, and shadows lengthened unnaturally as I called out. Nehemoth, I whispered, my voice trembling with fear and defiance. The temperature plummeted, and the shadows coalesced into a form, vague yet terrifying. It loomed over me, a mass of darkness and malevolence. The air thrummed with an oppressive energy, and I felt my skin prickle with icy dread. "What do you want from us?" I demanded, my voice barely above a whisper. The reply came slow, a voice that felt ancient and cold. "Why or T-Rust?" I shivered as the realization sank in. Trust was both its sustenance and its strength, the very core of the pact. Our trust had bound us, our fear had fed it. I had to sever this connection, to face Nehemoth without fear, without trust. Drawing a deep breath, I spoke again, words weighted with finality. "We gave you our trust once. Now, I take it back." For a moment, the room seemed to hold its breath. Nehemoth's form wavered, as if it were losing substance. I sensed its confusion, its anger, but the darkness around me surged, thick and impenetrable. Nehemoth's whisper grew louder, enveloping me. "T-O-L-8," it hissed. Cold dread washed over me as I began to understand. I couldn't undo what was already done. Memories of Emily and Thomas flooded my mind, their faces twisted with fear, their last moments tethered to this malevolent force. The pact was more than a promise. It was a binding contract, one that Nehemoth would ensure was fulfilled to the very end. I sank to my knees, the weight of the revelation too much to bear. My breath came in ragged gasps, each one filled with the realization of my impending fate. Nehemoth loomed closer, its presence an overwhelming darkness. In my last moment of clarity, I whispered a final warning into the void. "If you hear the name Nehemoth, don't respond, don't play, run." With that, the darkness enveloped me completely. Nehemoth's cold, ancient power seeped into my very being, a weight pulling me into the depths of despair and inescapable fate. The last thing I heard was the echo of my own voice in the chilling stillness. Nehemoth. And then silence. And Part 1. The Beginning. Even in death, she tried to warn me, but it was too late. The spirit we unleashed didn't just want revenge. It had a score to settle with my family. The rain hammered against the windows, a relentless storm outside echoing the turmoil inside me. It had only been 3 weeks since my mother's sudden death, and my heart was still grappling with the void she left behind. My friends Claire and Kevin had come over, their presence a small comfort in my grief-stricken home. Claire, ever the enthusiast of the supernatural, had brought her Ouija board. "We could try to contact your mom, Sarah," she suggested, her eyes shimmering with a mix of excitement and empathy. Kevin shifted uncomfortably next to her, his usual skepticism etched on his face. "I'm not sure if it's a good idea," Kevin muttered, glancing at me with concern. "These things are usually just parlor tricks." But a part of me, the part desperate for a final word with my mother, convinced me to give it a try. We gathered in the living room, the candles Claire had lit casting long, flickering shadows across the walls. "All right, let's begin," Claire said, placing the Ouija board on the coffee table. We sat around it, our fingers poised lightly on the planchette. The storm outside seemed to grow louder, the wind howling as if it knew the dark path we were about to take. "Is anyone there?" Claire asked aloud, her voice steady. For a few moments, there was nothing but the sound of the storm. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, counting each second in the silence. Then, slowly, the planchette began to move. My breath caught as it drifted across the board, stopping on HELLO. Kevin's jaw tightened, but he didn't pull away. "Who are we speaking to?" Claire asked, her voice a mix of curiosity and caution. The planchette moved again, spelling out the name I so desperately wanted to see. M-O-M. Tears filled my eyes. Claire continued, now with a tone that bordered on disbelief. "Is it really you?" E-E-S. It felt as though a dam had broken inside me. "Mom, I miss you so much," I whispered, my voice trembling. The planchette moved once more. S-O-R-R-Y. A chill seeped into the room, cutting through the warmth of the candles. "Why are you sorry?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. There was a long pause, our collective breath held in the silence, before the planchette moved again. G-E-T-O-U-T. A shiver ran down my spine. The atmosphere in the room shifted, becoming dense and oppressive. Then the planchette started to move more erratically, as if disturbed by an unseen force. C-L-A-R-E. It spelled her name before darting to the word no. "What's happening?" Claire's face had turned ghostly pale. She tried to lift her fingers off the planchette, but they felt glued in place. Kevin looked at me, fear now shadowing his previously skeptical eyes. And then it spelled out a name that none of us recognized. D-A-N-I-E-L. "Daniel?" I echoed, the name sending a spike of unease through me. We stared at each other, the room suddenly feeling much colder. Without warning, a cold wind whipped through the room, snuffing out half the candles. The remaining flames flickered violently, casting monstrous shapes on the walls. The atmosphere was thick with something malevolent, something that felt wrong. G-E-T-O-U-T. The board repeated, insistently. My hands trembled as I tried to speak, tried to question further, but the feeling of dread had settled into my bones, making every inch of skin prickle with fear. There was no mistaking it. We had contacted something dark, something that did not belong in our world. "We need to stop this," Kevin said urgently, his voice rising with panic. But the planchette seemed to have a mind of its own now, sliding frantically across the board. D-A-N-G-E-R. The air grew colder still, and the oppressive feeling intensified as though the walls themselves were closing in. And as the final letter spelled out our doom, the last of the candles went, plunging us into darkness. Part 2. The unsettling escalation. The house was eerily quiet, save for the now distant sound of the storm outside. None of us dared to speak for a moment, each contemplating the darkness that seemed to have wrapped itself around us. Kevin finally moved, fumbling for a lighter to reignite the candles. The small flames brought meager comfort as they cast a dim glow across the room. "We should stop," Claire said shakily, pulling her hands from the Ouija board. The look in her eyes was no longer one of curiosity, but of real, gnawing fear. Before we could collect ourselves, an icy draft swept through the room, making us shiver. We exchanged nervous glances, each of us trying to make sense of what had happened. Suddenly, I heard a faint whisper, almost too soft to catch. It was like the wind was speaking, words brushing past my ears just beyond comprehension. "What was that?" Kevin asked, his eyes darting around the room anxiously. "Did you hear it?" I nodded, my heart pounding even harder. Claire was visibly shaking, her eyes wide. "It's just the wind," I tried to reassure them, though doubt clouded my words. It has to be. But the whispers only grew louder, more distinct, until they formed broken words. S-O-R-R-Y. I froze. The apology from the Ouija board echoed through the room, as if the spirit was all around us, watching, waiting. Then Kevin yelled, "Look!" His voice was a mixture of fear and fascination. A swirling breath of cold air collected in the center of the room, forming into misty shapes right before our eyes. In the midst of this chaos, a sudden realization hit me. "We need to know what Daniel wants," I half whispered, half pleaded. "We need to understand." Claire, looking petrified but determined, nodded. "Maybe this is why your mom said sorry," she suggested. Maybe she knew something about Daniel. Driven by a newfound resolve, I led the others up to the attic, the oldest and most neglected part of the house. Dusty boxes and old furniture covered in white sheets filled the dim space. We rummaged through family records, old photos, and newspaper clippings, looking for any mention of Daniel. After what felt like an eternity, Kevin held up a yellowed newspaper. "Here," he exclaimed. "Daniel Torrance, a local man, died under mysterious circumstances in the woods near here. Officials never solved the case." My stomach tightened as I read further. The date of Daniel's death was strikingly close to the year my parents had moved into this house. "Do you think your dad—" Claire started, her voice trailing off. The implication was too dreadful to voice. As soon as she spoke, a loud crash resonated from downstairs. Heartbeats quickened, our fear palpable as we descended to investigate. As we stepped back into the living room, we saw remnants of our seance strewn about, candles knocked over, flickering weakly, and the Ouija board in pieces. Suddenly, objects began to fly across the room. Picture frames shattered against walls, books hurled from shelves. The air buzzed with a chaotic energy. A vase crashed into the wall just inches from Kevin's head, and he ducked, eyes wide with terror. "It's getting worse," Claire cried out, crouching to avoid a glass shard. "We have to stop it! We need to finish this once and for all." "But how?" I yelled over the din. The planchette flew across the room, narrowly missing me. CHECKATGARDEN. We darted out into the cold night, the storm's fury wrapping around us as we bolted to the garden. In the freezing darkness, we stumbled upon an old, half-buried wooden box under a rotting trellis. Digging it up with frantic hands, we unearthed faded letters and an old journal, my father's journal. The entries detailed his involvement in an incident that led to Daniel's death, confirming our worst fears. My chest tightened with grief and betrayal. "This is what Daniel wanted us to find," I murmured. A violent wind picked up once more, rattling the trees and howling through the garden, driving us back inside. Back in the living room, the poltergeist activity reached a terrifying crescendo. Books flew off shelves, glass shattered, and the very walls seemed to tremble with rage. "Daniel!" I screamed, clutching the journal. "We know the truth now. Please stop." The room fell eerily silent, the only sound now the howl of the wind outside. The oppressive weight lifted slightly, but the atmosphere remained charged, like the quiet after a storm. Though Daniel's immediate wrath had subsided, the whispers and cold spots lingered, leaving an unshakable sense of an unseen presence. The horror wasn't over. It had just taken a different, more insidious form. Part 3. The harrowing revelation and lingering haunt. My hands trembled as I clutched my father's journal, each line sealing the truth that our family had tried so hard to bury. There was no denying it now. Daniel had died because of my father's actions. The spirit's messages of sorry and betrayed now held a weight that crushed my soul. "We have to confront him," I said, turning to Claire and Kevin. They both nodded, understanding the gravity of what we had to do. The storm had not lessened. If anything, its ferocity seemed to match the turmoil in my heart. We found my father in the study, staring bleakly at the rain-splattered window. He turned as we entered, and his eyes, hollow and weary, met mine. "Dad," I began, my voice trembling but resolute, "we know about Daniel." He flinched as if struck, his face paling as his gaze fell on the journal in my hands. "Sarah, No more lies," I interrupted, tears streaming down my face. "You have to tell us the truth." His shoulders sagged, and he sank into his chair. "It was an accident," he started, his voice thick with remorse. "Daniel and I were friends. We went out into the woods that night, and Things got out of hand. I didn't mean for him to get hurt, but he fell. And by the time I found help, it was too late. And you covered it up, I said, my voice barely a whisper. You let everyone believe it was a mystery. He nodded, tears filling his eyes. Your mother knew. She wanted to go to the police, but I begged her not to. It haunted her until the day she died. Before I could process his confession, the room temperature dropped precipitously. The lights flickered and went out, leaving us bathed in the dim glow of candlelight. The oppressive feeling returned, stronger than ever. The Ouija board pieces on the table began to tremble, then whirled into the air and assembled themselves with terrifying speed. The planchette moved on its own, spelling out a single chilling word, Betrayed. I could feel the spirit's anger pulsing through the very air. Books flew from the shelves and windows rattled violently. Claire and Kevin stepped closer to me, their faces etched with fear. What do you want? I screamed over the cacophony. What will make this stop? The planchette moved again with deliberate, furious force. Tellthetruth. My father trembled, clearly receiving the message. I'll go to the police, he said, his voice breaking. I'll confess everything. Just please let my family go. The room fell silent, as if the house itself was holding its breath. The ghostly presence seemed to consider his words. Finally, the planchette moved one last time. Justice. The temperature in the room slowly began to rise, and the oppressive pressure lifted. The lights flickered back on, and the immediate supernatural presence seemed to dissipate, leaving an eerie calm in its wake. But know this, I said, stepping forward with the journal in hand, addressing the presence I could still feel. We will honor you, Daniel. We will make things right. With my father's confession, the haunting aggressions ceased, but the house remained a place of unrest. The eerie whispers persisted, soft now, but constant. Cold spots appeared without warning, and every so often I would feel a gentle but chilling touch on my shoulder. The nightmare was not truly over. It had simply shifted to a lingering, unnerving reminder of the past. Each night was a new struggle with the shadows that flickered at the edge of my vision and the whispers that filled the silence. Living in the house where Daniel once sought justice felt like walking a fine line between two worlds. The spirits were calmer, resigned perhaps, but always present. A reminder that some wrongs can never be fully righted, and some spirits never fully rest. The Forgotten Pact, S.A.M. The whisper, barely louder than a breath, slithered through the quiet of my apartment. I froze, my fingers tightening around the edge of the kitchen counter. I glanced around, searching for the source, but found nothing. The dim glow from the living room's lamp gave the illusion of safety, yet every shadow seemed to pulse with unseen light. S.M. I took a step back, my heart pounding against my ribcage like a sledgehammer. Lights flickered above, casting erratic, jittering silhouettes against the walls. This wasn't the first time the lights had acted up. It had been happening for weeks, small disturbances that felt too purposeful to be mere electrical issues. As if on cue, the temperature dropped. A chill crept through the air, sinking its icy claws into my skin. Goosebumps rose on my arms, and my breath formed faint clouds in front of me. It was the dead of summer, yet my apartment felt like a frozen tomb. Trembling, I grabbed my phone and dialed Emily. She picked up on the third ring, her voice shaky. Sam? What's wrong? Em, it's happening again, I whispered. The lights, the whispers, I can't explain it. I know, she replied, her voice barely a whisper. It's happening here too. Johnny keeps talking to someone named Sarah. He says she's his friend. A shiver of recognition ran down my spine. Sarah? You mean? Yes, Emily cut in, her voice urgent. I think it's time for us to talk. All of us. The next day, we met at a small, dimly lit cafe downtown. The cozy atmosphere did little to ease the tension knotting in my stomach. Emily looked pale and exhausted, her eyes darting around as if expecting danger at any moment. Tom arrived next, his broad frame occupying the booth with an air of protectiveness. Sarah was last, her ethereal presence filling the room with an almost palpable sense of dread. We sat in silence for a moment, each lost in our thoughts, before I finally broke the tension. So it's not just me, I said, glancing around the table. You're all experiencing it too. Emily nodded, her fingers trembling as she stirred her coffee. Yes, Johnny's been talking to that friend for weeks, and the other night my lights went out and I heard footsteps in the hallway. There was no one there. Tom clenched his jaw. Kathy saw a dark figure in our house last week. She thought it was a burglar, but when I checked, there was no one there. Just the shadow, lingering. Sarah remained silent, her haunted eyes staring into her untouched drink. After a moment, she spoke, her voice barely audible. I feel watched. Everywhere I go, it's like there's a presence, just out of sight. A heavy silence hung over our group. The air seemed to grow denser, heavier, with each shared word. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. Remember that Ouija board session in high school? I think it's connected. Emily's eyes widened. You mean the pact we made? Tom scowled. That was just a joke. We were kids, messing around. Were we? Sarah whispered, her gaze piercing. Or did we open a door we didn't know how to close? The decision to revisit the old house where it all began weighed heavily on us. The abandoned building stood like a tombstone of our youth, covered in ivy and decay. The walls seemed to seep an oppressive sadness, a tangible echo of the past. As we approached the entrance, a bone-chilling cold enveloped us. Tom pushed the door open with a creak that echoed through the empty halls. Dust motes danced in the weak sunlight filtering through broken windows. The house had not fared well over the years. It appeared as haunted as we felt. We made our way to the dilapidated living room, the very spot where we had once sat in a circle, fingers lightly touching the planchette of the Ouija board. The memories flooded back, laughter, feigned spookiness, the innocent thrill of the unknown. None of us had imagined the consequences. Emily set the Ouija board on the floor, and we reluctantly formed a circle around it. I could tell we were all thinking the same thing. What had we unleashed that night? Ready? Sarah whispered, her voice shaking. We nodded, placing our trembling hands on the planchette. The air grew colder, the whispers fainter yet undeniable, weaving through the silence like a chilling thread. Spirits, are you here with us? I asked, my voice cracking. For a moment nothing happened. We exchanged nervous glances, our breath visible in the frigid air. Then slowly, the planchette began to move, spelling out a single word, E-Z-R-A. Fear twisted in my gut. Ezra, a name from the past, now a looming shadow over our present. What do you want? Emily asked, her voice barely a whisper. Again, the planchette moved with deliberate slowness, each letter sending a spike of dread through us. B-L-O-O-D. Panic rippled through our circle. We pulled our hands back, breaking the connection, but the air remained thick with Ezra's presence. The room seemed to darken, shadows clawing at the edges of our vision. We need to end this, Tom said, his voice firm but edged with fear. Whatever it takes. Sarah looked at me, her eyes filled with a haunting understanding. We awakened something, Sam, and now we have to face the consequences. I nodded, my mind racing for a way out. Let's figure out what Ezra wants, why he's here. Maybe there's a way to fix this. As we left the house, a heavy weight settled over us. The Ouija board, the pact, the spirit we'd contacted. All of it was more than a game. The past had clawed its way back, demanding we pay the price for our naive curiosity. And deep down, I knew the worst was yet to come. The forgotten pact continued. Determined to find answers, we decided to reconvene at Sarah's place the following evening. Her house, with its warm lighting and spiritual decorations, offered a fragile sense of safety. Yet, as we gathered in her living room, the air grew thick with anticipation and fear. Sarah lit sage, the pungent smoke curling around us as if forming a protective barrier. She motioned for us to sit down and place the Ouija board on the coffee table. We each took a seat, the familiar sense of dread gnawing at our insides. We need to know what Ezra wants beyond just blood, Sarah said, her voice steady but low. Maybe there's a way to reason with him, to understand his connection to us. Reluctantly, we placed our hands on the planchette once more. Ezra, I called out, my throat dry. Why are you here? What do you want from us? The planchette moved instantly, as if Ezra had been waiting for the question. It spelled out H-E-L-P-M-E. Tom frowned. Help you how? What do you need? Again, the planchette skittered across the board. F-R-E-E-D-O-M. A chill ran down my spine. He's trapped, I whispered. Bound to the board by something, or by someone. Sarah's eyes darkened with realization. The night we used the board, did we bind him here? Is he connected to us because of the pact? The planchette moved once more, this time faster, more urgent. S-A-C-R-I-F-E-C-E. Emily gasped, pulling her hands away from the board. No, we can't. There has to be another way. The room grew colder. Shadows seemed to stretch and pulse around us, the oppressive presence of Ezra closing in. The planchette moved again. L-O-D. Panic surged through me. We have to find out more. Why is he bound? What can we do to release him without a sacrifice? Sarah nodded. We need to research. Old records, paranormal experts, anything that can provide answers. Over the next few days, we dove into research, contacting anyone who might have insights into Ezra's past. We discovered an old newspaper archive detailing the gruesome death of a man named Ezra Myers over a century ago in the very town we grew up in. The article mentioned his interest in the occult and hinted at a ritual gone wrong. Armed with this new information, we met again at the abandoned house, hoping to piece together the mystery. The place felt even more oppressive than before, the shadows darker, the air colder. We set up the Ouija board, the weight of our apprehension almost tangible. Ezra, I began, we know about your past, your death. Were you trying to perform a ritual before you died? The planchette moved immediately. Y-E-S. Sam swallowed hard. Did it involve the Ouija board? Is that why you're bound to it? A pause. Then Y-E-S. Sarah leaned in, her voice thick with emotion. If we help you complete the ritual, will you leave us alone? Will that free you? The planchette didn't hesitate. Y-E-S. Tom clenched his fists, trying to maintain control. What do we have to do to complete it? The planchette started spelling again, but before it could finish, the temperature plummeted. Frost formed on the windows, and our breath fogged the air. An overwhelming force seemed to press down on us, as if the house itself were alive with Ezra's presence. The lights flickered and the shadows seemed to move of their own accord. The planchette continued slowly, each letter dragging out S-A-C-R-I-F-I-C-E-B-L-O-O-D. Emily screamed, backing away, her eyes wide with terror. No, we can't do this. We have to. A sudden force knocked her to the floor, and she cried out in pain. Tom rushed to her side, his face pale. I stood, my heart pounding. We don't have a choice. If we don't, Ezra's going to keep tormenting us, or worse, he'll... The words hung in the air, unspoken but understood. We had to find another way, but time was running out. Our bond to Ezra grew stronger, and his demands more insistent. The house around us seemed to breathe, its shadows clawing ever closer. We need to figure out the ritual, Sarah said, her voice resolute. There has to be more to it than just blood. Maybe there's something we're missing. Taking a deep breath, I nodded. Let's go through everything again. We'll find a way to do this. Together. The oppressive presence of Ezra seemed to momentarily soften, as if acknowledging our determination. But even as we prepared to delve deeper into the mystery, an ominous thought lingered at the back of my mind. What if the true price was more than we could bear? The end of Part 2, The Forgotten Pact, continued. The night was heavy with tension as we gathered once more in the old house, each of us armed with grim determination, hoping to end our torment. Sarah was pale but resolute, a silent strength in her eyes. Tom had a protective, almost desperate edge to his actions, while Emily's fear had sharpened into a fierce resolve. We've pieced together enough of the ritual, Sarah said, laying out candles in a circle around the Ouija board. There's something about using a personal item, something that ties us to him. I nodded, producing a small amulet I'd kept since high school, a keepsake from that fateful night. Each of us contributed an item, a tangible link to our past selves and the pact we had forged. As we began the ritual, the room's temperature plummeted once again. The oppressive presence of Ezra pressed in on us, shadows lengthening and whispering on the edge of our senses. Ezra, Sarah called out, her voice steady. We offer these items as a bridge between our worlds. We seek to complete what was started over a century ago. The candles flickered, their flames stretching unnaturally high. The planchette began to move, spelling out S-A-C-R-I-F-I-C-E. Sarah stood, placing her hand over her heart. If it's blood you need, take mine. Sarah, no, I shouted, reaching for her, but an unseen force pushed me back. Sarah took a step forward, her eyes filled with unwavering resolve. He wants a sacrifice. If it means freeing you all, then so be it. The tension in the air thickened, Sarah's figure illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Ezra's presence surged, and suddenly, her body went rigid. Blood trickled from her nose, and she collapsed in front of our horrified eyes. "Sarah!" Tom yelled, rushing to her side. He cradled her limp form, tears streaming down his face. "You can't do this! We need you!" Emily sobbed, the terror and sorrow overwhelming her. The ghostly whispers grew louder, and the shadows inched closer, almost as if reaching out to claim her. With trembling hands, I placed Sarah's keepsake on the board, the final piece of the ritual. The planchette moved once more, slower this time, almost reluctant. Freedom. As the final letter spelled out, the oppressive weight in the room suddenly lifted. The shadows receded, and the cold dissipated. Sarah's breathing steadied, though she remained unconscious in Tom's arms. A sense of peace washed over us, fleeting but palpable. We had done it. We had freed Ezra. But the triumph was short-lived. As we began to gather our things, a new form of dread settled over me. The whispers had stopped, but in their place, a gnawing silence filled the air. We had freed Ezra from the board, but in doing so, had we bound him to ourselves more tightly than ever before? In the following days, the hauntings did not cease. Shadows continued to creep through our homes, whispers persisted, growing louder and more insistent. Sarah, though recovering physically, seemed forever marked by the experience, haunted by visions and spectral voices. Realization dawned upon me like a slow, creeping chill. Ezra was no longer bound to the Ouija board. He was bound to us, linked by our sacrifice and the ritual we had performed. Our attempt to free him had only traded one prison for another. I sit here now, penning this account as a desperate warning. My friends and I are marked, haunted vessels for a rageful spirit. The whispers, the shadows, the torments, they follow us, an inescapable presence woven into our lives. If you ever come across a Ouija board, heed my warning. Some pacts should never be made, and some doors should never be opened. For once a spirit is bound to you, there is no escaping the darkness it brings. As the shadows lengthen around me and the whispers grow louder, I can only hope this message reaches you in time. Beware the spirits you summon, for they may never let you go. Echoes of the damned. It was just a Ouija board. That was the thought running through my mind as the wooden planchette moved beneath our fingers, lit only by the flickering flames of a dozen cheap candles scattered around the attic. The orange light cast dancing shadows on the cobweb-lined walls, giving the dusty old room an eerie sense of life. Halloween night, a time for scares and whispers, and the thin veil between worlds. I looked around at my friends, taking in their reactions. Aaron, with his ever-present smirk, was clearly avoiding showing any sign of nervousness, while Lisa kept glancing over her shoulder as if expecting someone or something to be there. "Do you really think we'll talk to a ghost?" Lisa asked, her voice a mixture of curiosity and fear. Aaron snorted. "It's a piece of wood, a game. Relax, Lisa." I wanted to believe him. I really did. But the chill in the air and the growing tension in my gut told a different story. Still, I clenched my jaw and focused on the board. "Let's just get this over with," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Who wants to ask the first question?" Lisa hesitated, then took a deep breath. "Is anyone here with us?" For a few agonizing moments, nothing happened. The planchette sat in the center of the board, mocking us with its stillness. Then slowly, it began to move. M-Y-B. Lisa read out loud, pulling her hand away as if it had been burned. "Is this for real?" she whispered. Aaron's smirk faded slightly. "Okay, that was creepy. Who's joking around?" But nobody answered. The air grew colder, and I felt a prickle of fear crawl up my spine. I forced a laugh, trying to dispel the growing dread. "All right, let's keep going. Ask something else." Lisa nodded reluctantly. "What's your name?" The planchette quivered, then glided smoothly around the board. "E.M." She swallowed hard. "Emily, what do you want?" The planchette moved more rapidly this time. E. All humor vanished from our faces. The flickering candlelight seemed to dim, and the shadows on the walls grew longer, more menacing. "Help you?" Aaron scoffed, but I could hear the tremor in his voice. Suddenly, the room's temperature plummeted. Our breaths became visible puffs of mist, and the air was filled with a chorus of faint whispers, speaking a language I couldn't understand. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my breath hitching. Lisa's eyes widened in terror. "I want to stop. I want to stop now." We tried to end the session, moving the planchette to goodbye, but it wouldn't budge from the center. Panic set in. Aaron pushed away from the table, but the planchette continued to move, faster and faster. Why? We were paralyzed with fear. Shadows on the walls seemed to contort into grotesque shapes, threatening to pull us into their dark embrace. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, surrounding us. In the days that followed, we did our best to return to normalcy, to laugh off the strange happenings as mere figments of our overactive imaginations. It was just a game, wasn't it? But the hauntings began almost immediately. Ethan's room became an epicenter of unnatural chills and unseen eyes watching from the darkness. Whispers echoed in the night, shifting shadows that seemed to carry a sinister intelligence. I started waking up at odd hours, always around 3:15 a.m., with an icy chill in the room, no matter how many blankets I piled on. One night I heard it, the same unintelligible whispers from the seance, as though someone was standing at the foot of my bed, speaking directly into my ear. I sat bolt upright, heart pounding in my chest, my breath visible in the freezing air. The shadows in the corner seemed to move, stretching and writhing like living beings. I fumbled for the lamp on my nightstand, knocking over a glass of water in my panic. The light flicked on, and the shadows vanished, leaving only the dripping of the spilled water echoing in the silent room. Sleep became an elusive stranger. Every creak of the house, every flicker of the lights made my heart race. I tried to rationalize it, stress, leftover fear from the seance, maybe even some prank from Aaron. But deep down, I knew. I knew we had called something we couldn't send back. And then the diary came into our lives. It happened one day when Lisa and I were cleaning out the attic, trying to reclaim some sense of normalcy. She found it hidden beneath a loose floorboard, bound in worn leather and covered in dust. There was an aura to it, a sense of foreboding that made my skin crawl. Lisa opened it carefully, her fingers trembling. "Look," she said, pointing to the first page. "It's a diary from someone who lived here before us." We began to read. The diary belonged to a young woman named Emily. She had lived in the house over a century ago, and her entries spoke of a malevolent force she had accidentally summoned with a Ouija board. She had tried to seal a pact to protect herself, but it had only trapped her in a cycle of suffering and despair. "I think this is the same Emily," Lisa whispered, her face pale. The diary spoke of the entity's growing strength, its insidious whispers and dark promises, and Emily's growing realization that she was eternally bound to it. And now, because of our seance, it was bound to us too. The only way to end the haunting was to destroy the object tying the entity to our world, the diary itself. Determined to end our torment, we resolved to burn the diary that night, but fate had other plans. Aaron's lack of belief was his downfall. Convinced it was all an elaborate prank or collective hysteria, he distanced himself from us, immersing himself in work and partying. The entity, however, seemed to sense his disbelief and targeted him mercilessly. I got the call late one night. Aaron had taken his own life, unable to bear the relentless hauntings. Even in death, he couldn't escape the whispers and shadows. The phone slipped from my grasp, and I fell to my knees, overwhelmed with guilt and grief. Aaron's loss was the final push. The entity was real, and it was coming for all of us. Echoes of the Damned, Part 2. The days following Aaron's death were a blur of grief and a gnawing sense of dread. Lisa and I were haunted not only by our friend's tragic end, but by the increasing intensity of the supernatural occurrences that plagued us. Shadows moved with a sentience that defied explanation. Whispers spoke our names, and the icy chill in the air became a constant companion. It was during one of those haunted evenings, as Lisa and I sat in the dimly lit living room, that she suddenly shot up from her seat, eyes wide with a horrifying realization. "The diary," she said, her voice filled with urgency. "We haven't destroyed it yet." I nodded, the weight of Aaron's loss still heavy on my chest. "We have to end this." Armed with a determination born of desperation, we retrieved the cursed diary from its hiding place under the floorboards of the attic. Holding the ancient, leather-bound book felt like clutching a live coal. Lisa opened it to the first page, where Emily's script seemed to almost writhe on the paper. We need to find out where she last tried to confront the entity. Maybe that will give us a clue. We read deeper into the diary, scanning through page after page filled with Emily's pleas and warnings. Finally, we found what we were looking for: the location of the final seance she had conducted in an attempt to imprison the entity. The words attic and circle of salt stood out, explanations of the ritual and its dire consequences scribbled in the margins. "This is it," I whispered, placing the diary back on the table. "We need to do this tonight." The attic felt more oppressive than ever, the air thick and heavy, as if the house itself resisted our presence. We arranged a circle of salt according to Emily's instructions and placed the Ouija board and the diary at the center. Lisa lit the candles, their flickering flames casting ominous shadows around us. We sat down, shoulders touching for courage, and took a deep breath. "Emily," Lisa began, her voice trembling, "we need your help. Please tell us how to end this." The planchette moved slowly at first, as if waking from a long slumber. Then it picked up pace, spelling out with deliberate clarity, B-U-R-N. My hands shook as I looked at Lisa. "We need to burn the diary." At that moment, an icy wind blew through the attic, extinguishing the candles simultaneously. The temperature plummeted, and the shadows on the walls writhed and twisted, becoming darker, more solid. The entity was here. The whispers returned, louder now, almost deafening. They spoke in a cacophony of voices, each one layered upon the other. The planchette moved again, but this time there was no mistaking the force behind it. S. The attic's darkness pressed in on us from all sides. Shadows reached out with elongated, claw-like hands. Lisa screamed as one of the shadows wrapped around her wrist, yanking her toward the center of the salt circle. "Hold on!" I yelled, grabbing her other hand and pulling with all my strength. The entity's grip was cold and relentless, like death itself. "We have to burn it now!" Lisa cried, her voice a mix of terror and resolve. With a final, desperate tug, I freed her from the entity's grasp. I grabbed the diary, feeling its malevolent power pulse through my fingers, and raced down the attic stairs with Lisa at my heels. We burst out into the yard, the cold night air a stark contrast to the horrors inside. I struck a match, my hand trembling as the tiny flame danced in the darkness. For a moment, I hesitated, the dreadful weight of our actions hanging in the balance. "What are you waiting for?" Lisa shrieked, her eyes wide with urgency. I nodded, throwing the match onto the diary. As the flames engulfed the leather, a horrific wail filled the air, a scream that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The entity's form twisted and writhed in agony, its screams echoing across the night. The fire blazed higher, the heat intense and consuming. And then, just as suddenly, it was gone. The diary was nothing more than ash, and the oppressive weight lifted, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Breathless and shaken, Lisa and I stared at each other, the realization dawning that we might have finally ended the nightmare. We embraced, a mixture of relief and sorrow washing over us. But as we stood there, catching our breath, a chill ran down my spine. The whispers had stopped, but something far more foreboding lingered in the back of my mind. The pact, Emily's last words echoed, still hauntingly clear. "Ethan, do you think it's really over?" Lisa asked, her voice barely a whisper. I think so," I replied, trying to convince myself as much as her. But deep down, I knew the truth. The shadows may have receded for now, but the darkness we had invited into our lives had left its mark, a mark that couldn't be erased so easily. Echoes of the Damned, Part 3. We watched as the last embers of the diary cooled and turned to ash. The oppressive weight that had clung so fiercely to our lives seemed to lift, leaving us in an eerie, almost frightening calm. The following days were surreal. We cleaned up the attic, hoping to never see another Ouija board again. The whispers ceased, the shadows no longer moved on their own, and the frigid chills that had become a normal part of our existence finally faded. The silence that followed felt almost suffocating. Without the constant terror, we were left alone with our grief and the haunting memories of what we had endured. Yet the sense of relief was undeniable. For the first time in years, Ethan felt a semblance of peace. Lisa and I decided to part ways, both needing time and space to heal from our shared nightmare. She moved to another city, hoping the distance would help her forget the horrors we had faced. I remained in the house, irrationally believing that facing the memories head-on would exorcise the last remnants of the entity's grip on our lives. About a week passed without incident. The house was quiet, no more whispers or shadowy figures. Then, one evening, I found a letter slipped under my door. The moment I saw the parchment and old yellowed paper with frayed edges, my heart sank. I knew it wasn't just any letter. With trembling hands, I unfolded the paper. The writing was familiar, a long-lost echo from that cursed seance. TPAC Cecile. Ichi's coming for YO next. I felt the air grow cold around me, the familiar chill sending shivers down my spine. My heart pounded in my chest as the realization hit me like a physical blow. We may have destroyed the diary, but the pact, the dark bond we had unknowingly forged that night, was far from broken. The whisper returned, faint at first, but growing louder and more insistent. The shadows in the room began to move again, slowly at first, then faster, twisting and writhing as they had before. Frantically, I grabbed my phone and called Lisa, barely able to keep my voice steady as I recounted what had happened. Her voice was tinged with fear and resignation. "I knew it wasn't truly over, Ethan," she said softly. "We need to find a way to end this once and for all." I hung up, feeling the cold grip of fear tighten around me. I knew what was coming. He was coming for me. The malevolent entity we had summoned wasn't merely a spirit that could be banished by fire or forgotten through distance. It was a living nightmare, feeding on our fear, bound to us through our reckless dabbling in the unknown. There was no escaping it. The shadows grew darker, more defined, and the cold seeped deeper into my bones. I could hear Aaron's voice calling out from the shadows, a twisted mockery of his life. The entity was here, inescapable and all-consuming. My phone buzzed with a message from Lisa. "I'm coming back. We'll face it together." I held on to that glimmer of hope, the promise of not facing this horror alone. But as the seconds ticked by and the shadows closed in, I knew my time was running out. The room grew deathly cold, and the whispers turned into a cacophonous roar. In the darkness, the shape began to form, a figure of unimaginable terror, eyes like burning coals, reaching out with skeletal, claw-like hands. The truth of Emily's pact became chillingly clear. We had opened a door that could never be closed, bound ourselves to an evil that fed on our souls. And he was coming for me. The last thing I saw as the entity closed in was the flicker of candlelight and the echo of Aaron's tragic end. My scream joined the cacophony of whispers, a final plea drowned out by the ravenous dark. As I felt the cold grip close around my soul, a final, terrible thought struck me. We hadn't sealed the pact by accident. We had fulfilled it, and now there was nothing left but the darkness. The Last Message, Part 1. Even in the dead of night, the whisper of Sam's name sends a chill through my heart. I thought his death was the end of my torment, until we invited something far worse into our lives. It began on the 1-year anniversary of Sam's death. The weight of his absence had grown unbearable, pressing down on my chest like a vice. Sam wasn't just a friend, he was my brother in all but blood. Tom, Lisa, Sarah, and I had gathered in Sarah's dimly lit basement, a place that once echoed with our laughter and now felt like a crypt filled with unspoken grief. "Are we really doing this?" Tom asked, his skeptical gaze shifting between the worn Ouija board and me. His voice was laced with doubt, but he knew how much this meant to me. "It's just for closure, Tom," I replied, my voice trembling as I set the planchette in the center of the board. "I need to talk to him one last time." Lisa lit the candles, their flickering flames casting eerie shadows on the basement walls. Sarah drew the curtains, blocking out the world beyond. The room grew colder, the air thick with anticipation. We joined hands, the planchette beneath our fingertips. "Is there anyone here who wishes to speak with us?" I whispered, my heart pounding in my chest. We waited, our breath held in silent unison. At first, nothing happened. The seconds stretched into what felt like hours, my hope beginning to wane. Then a slight tremble ran through the planchette. It moved slowly, uncertainly, as if testing its boundaries. "THERE." My breath caught in my throat. "Who are you?" Lisa's voice was barely above a whisper, her eyes wide with anticipation. S. The planchette slid decisively to the letter, then stopped. Sam, is it you? My voice cracked, the words more of a plea than a question. Y-E-S. Tears blurred my vision. I could feel Tom's skeptical gaze boring into me, but at that moment, I didn't care. I was talking to Sam, or at least I wanted to believe I was. I miss you, man, I choked out, my emotions raw and exposed. Are you okay? The planchette hesitated, then spelled out a chilling reply. N-O. A cold shiver ran down my spine. The air in the room seemed to grow denser, heavier. What do you mean? Sarah's voice trembled as she voiced the question that was on all our minds. The messages that followed were fractured, disjointed phrases about darkness, pain, and unfulfilled vengeance. The more it revealed, the more it became evident that this wasn't Sam, but something horrifyingly different. IAMFREE. The basement door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and the candles extinguished simultaneously, plunging us into darkness. A paralyzing cold enveloped the room, the air heavy with a malevolent presence. Our whispers turned to panicked shrieks as the reality of our situation crashed down on us. Goodbye, Sarah screamed as we pushed the planchette to goodbye, breaking the connection. The air lightened, but the sense of dread lingered. In the following weeks, things grew worse. Each of us experienced relentless nightmares of the same dark figure. Objects moved on their own, whispers echoing our deepest fears, and secrets filled our homes. We tried to dismiss it as a collective delusion, but the horror was inescapable. The basement, once a sanctuary of shared memories, had become a gateway to something far more sinister. And as the weeks turned into months, we began to understand the horrifying consequences of our actions. The malevolent spirit we had unleashed was not bound by the board, it was bound to us. I spent my nights in torment, an endless cycle of regret and fear. This is my warning. Never play with the veil between worlds. Some doors once opened can never be closed. The Last Message, Part 2. The terror that followed us was unlike anything we had ever imagined. Each night brought new horrors, each more personal and insidious than the last. It was as if the spirit had latched onto our darkest fears, using them to tear us apart from the inside. At first, I noticed small things. Objects would shift slightly from where I had left them. My phone would ring in the middle of the night, the caller ID displaying Sam's name. Sleep increasingly became a battlefield, the darkness filled with whispers that echoed my guilt. Each morning, I woke drenched in cold sweat, the dread of another night looming over me. Tom, who had been the most skeptical, was the first to experience a blatant manifestation. One evening, as he sat alone in his apartment, the lights flickered violently before plunging him into darkness. He fumbled for his phone, its feeble screen casting an eerie glow. As he dialed my number, he saw it, silhouetted against the hallway light, a shadow standing deathly still. And then it moved, a slow, deliberate advance towards him. Tom's voice trembled as he recounted the experience the next day. It knew things about me, Ethan, things no one else could know. It spoke in Sam's voice, but twisted, mocking. Lisa's experience was more subtle, but no less terrifying. She often woke in the middle of the night to the feeling of being watched. Her artwork began to change too. Drawings she didn't remember making appeared on her sketch pads, dark and menacing images of twisted faces and shadowy figures. The most disturbing of all was a recurring symbol she couldn't identify, but she felt a primal fear whenever she saw it. But Sarah's experience was the breaking point. One night, she woke to find herself unable to move, a heavy weight pressing down on her chest. In the dim light, she saw it, an indistinct shadow with burning eyes, leaning closer, whispering poison into her ears. It whispered about the accident, taunting her with details only Sam could have known, twisting the knife deeper into her already wounded psyche. We couldn't ignore it anymore. The spirit was not bound by the board. Frantic and desperate, we decided to meet again, this time armed with research. I had spent countless hours digging through archives, old news reports, and hidden corners of the internet. The history of the Ouija board we had used was drenched in dark tales, each more horrifying than the last. One particular story stood out, a spirit trapped within, escaping only through the grief of those who inadvertently summoned it. We gathered once more in Sarah's basement, now a graveyard of broken memories. Lisa had drawn protective symbols she learned from obscure texts. Tom brought a Bible, holding on to a once-dismissed faith. We lit the candles, their flames casting ghostly shadows, and placed the Ouija board before us. "This has to work," I said, more to myself than to the others. Our hands hovered over the planchette, our resolve wavering, but our desperation driving us forward. "We need to send it back." As we began, the cold settled around us, an all-too-familiar presence making itself known. The planchette moved almost immediately, a sinister confidence in its movement. WELCOME. "Who are you?" Tom demanded, his voice steady despite the fear etched in his eyes. The response was swift, precise. "IAMSAM. "No," I said through gritted teeth. "You're not Sam. What are you?" The planchette paused, then moved slowly, deliberately, spelling out its chilling truth. EVL. The candles flickered violently, the air growing impossibly colder. A shadow began to form at the edge of our circle, taking shape, coalescing into something almost human. Its eyes burned with a malevolent light, a twisted parody of my friend's image. The tension in the room was palpable, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. "Stay strong," Lisa urged, her voice nearly cracking under the strain. "We need to send it back. Everyone, focus!" In unison, we forced the planchette towards goodbye, but the spirit resisted, its presence growing stronger. The basement filled with a roar, a cacophony of screams and whispers that disoriented us. The planchette spelled one final message, each letter a hammer blow to our resolve. IREE. The shadow lunged, and the candles flickered out, plunging us into a suffocating darkness. The last thing I heard was the sound of my own scream, echoing in the void. The last message, Part 3. In the deafening silence that followed, I fought to control my breath. The darkness was complete, swallowing any trace of light. My heart pounded like a drum inside my chest, the echoes of our scream hanging in the air. Slowly, the candles reignited, their weak flames revealing the aftermath of our struggle. The basement was in disarray, objects tossed aside like playthings, and the Ouija board lay upside down, its letters glaring at us accusingly. The spirit was gone, but its presence lingered, a malevolent whisper in the back of our minds. We sat in stunned silence for what felt like an eternity, our bodies trembling. Sarah was the first to break the silence, her voice a fragile whisper. "What have we done?" "We have to fix this," Tom said, his resolve wavering but unbroken. "We can't let it stay free." It was Lisa who noticed it first, the faint, almost imperceptible series of scratches on the wall, forming a grotesque symbol we had never seen before. "We need help," she said, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. Professional help. But professional help wasn't an option. We had crossed a boundary beyond the understanding of any expert. The spirit was free, and we were left to face the consequences of our actions alone. The days that followed were a blur of paranoia and fear. Each night, the nightmares worsened. Dark figures haunted our periphery, whispers of damnation seeping into our very souls. Tom was the first to break. One morning I found him on my doorstep, eyes hollow and his clothes disheveled. "It won't stop," he whispered, almost delirious. "I see it everywhere, Ethan. I hear it calling my name, twisting Sam's voice." I tried to comfort him, but the truth was I felt the same. The spirit's reach was relentless, its grip tightening with each passing day. There was no escape from the haunting, and we lived in a constant state of dread. Lisa became more reclusive, burying herself in ancient texts and obscure rituals, her desperate attempts to banish the spirit ending in futile frustration. The symbol had appeared in her artwork, an unrelenting mark on her every creation. But it was Sarah's disappearance that marked the beginning of the end. She had mentioned feeling watched, the weight on her chest returning each night. One morning she simply wasn't there. Her apartment was a chaos of overturned furniture and broken glass, but there was no sign of her. The messages scrawled on her walls in what looked like burnt charcoal read, IAMHERE. A cold, crushing realization dawned on us. We had failed to contain the spirit, and now it was exacting its price. The nights grew longer, our terror more palpable. The final act of our ordeal came one dark, stormy night. Lisa and I had taken refuge in my apartment, the air thick with the scent of burning sage and the low hum of ancient chants. We had hoped to hold the spirit at bay, naively thinking we could reclaim some semblance of normalcy. The lights flickered and the temperature dropped sharply. We knew what was coming. Lisa held my hand, her grip tight. "We face it together," she said, her voice firm but laced with fear. The shadow materialized, darker than the deepest night, its eyes burning with an unholy light. It moved towards us, the air around it crackling with malevolent energy. There was no escape, no refuge from the evil we had unleashed. In a final, desperate attempt, we reached for the Ouija board, our fingers trembling as we guided the planchette to goodbye. But the spirit's strength was overwhelming. The last thing we saw was the message it spelled out, each letter dripping with finality. Y-O-U-A-R-E-M-I-N-E. And then, darkness. I awoke hours later, alone. Lisa was gone, vanished into the void like Sarah before her. The apartment was eerily silent, the air heavy with the loss of my friends. The spirit had won. Now I live with the constant fear that it will come for me next. The whispers never cease. The shadows never retreat. I know that this malevolent force is forever tethered to my soul. This is my warning. Never play with the veil between worlds. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed.
Number Part 1. Echoes of the Forgotten Pact. Every night, the same nightmare, a cold, dark room, the faint glow of the Ouija board, and whispered words of a pact we were too naive to comprehend. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, the echo of laughter and screams still ringing in my ears, knowing deep down that the spirit was never truly gone. The autumn air hung heavy in my bedroom, wrapping me in a chilling embrace. I sat upright, heart pounding, breath that came in short, sharp bursts. The nightmare had returned, more vivid than ever. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision as if mocking me with their presence, teasing the edge of my sanity. It had been years since that playful college night with the Ouija board, a night that now seemed cloaked in a dark haze. Back then, I was a different person, skeptical, carefree, and dismissive of anything otherworldly. But time had a way of reshaping beliefs, especially when night after night an unseen force whispered hauntingly personal messages into your ear. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake off the remnants of sleep. The room felt foreign, as though an unseen presence had shifted everything slightly out of place while I slept. I glanced at the clock. 2:22 a.m. Typical. I pushed back the covers and moved toward the kitchen, seeking the solace of a lukewarm glass of water. The wooden floors creaked beneath my footsteps, a rhythmic accompaniment to my racing thoughts. The kitchen seemed normal at first glance, the soft hum of the refrigerator a comforting constant. But then I noticed the knife. It lay on the counter, gleaming under the dim kitchen light, distinctly out of place. My pulse quickened. I was certain I had left it in the drawer. As I reached out to put the knife away, the lights flickered. A rush of cold air prickled my skin. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Suddenly, the knife slid an inch towards me. I jerked my hand back, heart thumping painfully in my chest. Eyes wide, I scanned the room, my breath coming in shallow gasps. "Calm down, Sarah," I whispered to myself, trying to regain some semblance of control. But a part of me, the part molded by countless nights of terror, knew that calm was a luxury I could no longer afford. That was when my phone buzzed. I jumped, my nerves already taut as a bowstring. Hesitantly, I approached the counter and picked it up, my hands shaking. The screen showed a message from Mark, a name I hadn't seen in years. "Sarah, we need to talk. It's important, about the board. Call me." A familiar dread washed over me, so I wasn't the only one being haunted by the past. My mind raced as I dialed his number, the ringing almost deafening in the silent kitchen. He picked up on the second ring. "Sarah," his voice crackled through the speaker, weighted with urgency. "Are you okay?" "Mark, what the hell is going on?" I asked, struggling to keep my voice steady. "You're not going to believe me," he said, "but it's starting again. I think it never stopped." My blood ran cold. The shadows in my room had returned to my life, and they were spreading like an insidious plague. Before I could respond, the sound of shuffling feet caught my ear. Startled, I glanced at the doorway, but saw nothing. My hand tightened around the phone. Mark's voice continued, drawing me back. "We need to find Emily. Meet me at the old cafe tomorrow. We need to figure this out." I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. "Okay, I'll be there." Hanging up, I stared at the phone, trying to digest the flood of emotions and the looming sense of dread. I grabbed the knife and shoved it back into the drawer, resolving to push away the gnawing fear that had taken root in my chest. My unease clung to me as I ascended the stairs while making my way back to my bedroom. The list of the mundane tasks ahead couldn't mask it, the creeping coldness, the eerie familiarity of this dread. I crawled into bed, knowing sleep wouldn't come easily, if at all. Mark's voice echoed in my mind, along with the sinister whispers that seemed to permeate the very air of my existence. Morning came with a reluctant sense of normalcy. Routine was my sanctuary. Yet, as I dressed and braced myself for the day ahead, the unsettling events of the previous night lingered, a dark cloud over my thoughts. As I sipped my coffee, an insistent knock at the door shattered my tenuous calm. I nearly jumped out of my skin, the remnants of adrenaline flaring up once more. I approached cautiously and peered through the peephole. It was Mark, looking disheveled and agitated. With a deep breath, I opened the door. "Hey," he said, his voice heavy with unspoken fears. "Come in," I replied, stepping aside to let him enter. We settled in the living room, and I noticed the dark circles under his eyes. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. "What's happening, Mark? What's going on?" I asked, unable to hide the quiver in my voice. He leaned forward, running a hand through his short-cropped hair. It's back, Sarah. The spirit. It's been haunting all of us. This can't be a coincidence. Terry's dead. Hung himself 6 days ago." His voice broke, and his eyes glistened with tears he fought to hold back. My heart sank. "Terry? Gone?" "I thought I was losing my mind," I said quietly. "But these things, they're real then?" I could barely bring myself to meet his gaze. Mark nodded. "We have to find Emily. She's been having terrifying visions, nightmares that are more like memories, that might be the key to understanding it all." "Do you think she'll be willing to help?" I asked, remembering Emily's fragile nature, her constant battle with anxiety. "We have to try," he insisted. "We can't face this alone." As we prepared to leave and find Emily, a shadow flickered just outside the window, disappearing the moment we turned to look. I shivered, my mind teetering on the edge of panic and resolve. Whatever this was, it was coming for us, and hiding from it was no longer an option. On part 2, Echoes of the Forgotten Pact. Mark and I didn't waste any time. We drove to the local cafe we used to frequent during our college days. The place was nestled on a quiet street, its warm lights and familiar decor once serving as a sanctuary from the world outside. Today, it felt like a thin veil against the looming darkness. We found Emily sitting in a corner booth, her hands wrapped around a steaming mug, looking smaller and more fragile than I remembered. Her hair was longer now, cascading down her shoulders in dark waves. She glanced up, her eyes widening with a mix of relief and terror as she saw us approach. "Emily, it's good to see you," I said, sliding into the booth opposite her. She gave a weak smile. "You too, Sarah. Mark." Mark sat down next to me, his presence a reassuring strength. "Em, we're all in this together. We're here to figure it out." Her eyes welled with tears as she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've been so scared. It's like the spirit's with me all the time. The dreams, the paintings. I don't know what to do." "Show us," Mark urged gently. Emily hesitated, but then pulled a sketchbook from her bag. She flipped open the pages, revealing disturbing images of shadowy figures, twisted faces, and the Ouija board. Each drawing seemed to pulse with a haunting energy, as if the spirit had guided her hand. "It's been guiding you," I murmured, unable to tear my eyes away from the illustrations. Emily nodded. "I think it's trying to tell us something, but I don't understand what." "Do you have anything that might shed light on the spirit's history?" Mark asked, leaning in closer. She hesitated before she pulled out an old letter, its paper worn and yellowed with age. "I found this among my grandmother's belongings. It mentions a pact, something our ancestors were involved in. It's in another language, though." Mark and I exchanged glances. This letter could be the key, but we needed someone who could decode it. We decided to visit Mark's apartment, where he had accumulated a collection of research materials over the past few weeks. Books, letters, and articles that might help us. As we gathered our things, an unsettling feeling settled over me, a sensation of being watched. The cafe's warm ambience suddenly felt cold and foreboding. I glanced around but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. We left the cafe together, Mark leading the way with determined strides. Emily clutched her sketchbook to her chest as if it were a protective talisman. My thoughts were a maelstrom of fear and urgent questions. What had we unleashed? And more importantly, how could we stop it? Arriving at Mark's apartment, we were greeted by the sight of cluttered surfaces covered in documents and books. It was clear he had been obsessively trying to piece together the puzzle. His living space turned into a chaotic library of horror research. "Make yourselves comfortable," Mark said, gesturing at the couch. Emily and I sat down, while Mark rummaged through a pile of papers. He emerged with a triumphant look, holding a book that appeared to be a translation guide. "I found this guide that might help us translate Emily's letter," he explained, flipping through the pages. The minutes ticked by as we pored over the letter, cross-referencing the old language with the translation guide. Gradually, a chilling narrative unfolded. The story of a vengeful spirit bound by a pact made generations ago. It spoke of betrayal and sacrifice, echoing the themes that had haunted our dreams and visions. "We're dealing with something ancient and vengeful," Mark said gravely. Suddenly, Emily gasped, clutching her head. Her eyes widened in terror, and she started to shake. "It's here! It's here!" Before we could react, the temperature in the room plummeted, our breaths visible in the sudden chill. A shadowy figure materialized in the corner of the room, its form twisting and contorting as if struggling to maintain a shape in the earthly realm. The lights flickered, and a low, guttural growl emanated from the figure. Emily screamed, her voice raw and filled with fear. Mark and I sprang into action, trying to pull her away from the malevolent presence, but it felt as if an invisible force was holding her in place. "Emily, get out of there!" I yelled, my own voice shaking with terror. With a surge of adrenaline, Mark lunged forward, breaking the invisible grip and pulling Emily away from the entity. The spirit snarled, its cry piercing the air and causing the lights to burst, plunging us into darkness. We stumbled out of the apartment, our breaths ragged with fear and exertion. Once outside, we didn't stop running until we reached the safety of the streetlights. Emily was trembling, her voice barely a whisper. "It's getting stronger." I held her close, fearing for all our lives. Whatever this spirit was, it was more powerful than we had ever imagined, and it wasn't going to let us go easily. Part 3. Echoes of the Forgotten Pact. In the hours that followed, a plan formed out of sheer desperation. We needed answers, and the only place left to search was the house of the friend who had initiated the Ouija session, Robert. It was his family history that was tied to the spirit, and his betrayal had led us here. It was time to confront him and find the final pieces of the puzzle. We drove through the night, the silence between us heavy and laden with fear. Mark's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white. Emily sat in the back, her eyes wide and haunted, clutching her sketchbook as a lifeline. We pulled up to Robert's ancestral home, a grand but forlorn mansion that seemed to breathe its own history of secrets and lies. Robert met us at the door, his face gaunt and eyes hollow as if the weight of his guilt had drained the life out of him. Without a word, he led us inside. The house exuded a chilling aura, and the air felt thick with a menacing presence. We gathered in the living room, the flicker of candlelight casting eerie shadows on the walls. Robert's voice was trembling as he began to speak. "When I suggested the Ouija board that night, I didn't realize what I was fully doing. I thought it was just a game, a way to share my family's dark history. I didn't know it would lead to this." "The spirit," Emily whispered. "Tell us about it." Robert swallowed hard, his eyes darting around the room as if expecting the spirit to manifest at any moment. "The spirit was bound to my family generations ago through a blood pact. It demands a life for life to break free, but when I tried to pass the curse onto someone else, I failed to control it. It needs more than just a sacrifice. It needs our suffering." Mark's eyes flashed with anger. "You knew about this all along, and you still went through with it? Terry is dead because of you." Robert paled and trembled. "I was desperate. I thought I could trick it, but now it's too powerful." The tension in the room was palpable, and the shadows seemed to close in, suffocating us. Suddenly, the room grew icy cold, and a series of loud bangs jolted us. The spirit's presence was unmistakable, an ominous force filling the room. The candles flickered violently, and one by one they were snuffed out by an unseen hand. In the darkness, a deep, resonating voice echoed through the room, chilling us to the bone. The pact must be fulfilled, suffering must be endured. The spirit materialized, a swirling mass of dark energy with eyes glowing like embers. It loomed over us, emanating hatred and malice. Emily screamed, and I could feel the terror threatening to overwhelm me. But in that moment of sheer panic, I realized something. Our fear was its power. "Stop!" I shouted, my voice steady despite the quaking of my body. "We made a mistake, but we won't be your pawns anymore." The spirit's bleak eyes fixed on me, and it surged forward. Mark stepped protectively in front of Emily, and Robert fell to his knees, sobbing. Desperation clawed at my mind. There had to be another way to end this. The spirit laughed, a bone-chilling sound. "You cannot escape." Without warning, Robert leapt to his feet, his face twisted in anguish. "No, if it's suffering you want, take me." He grabbed a nearby ceremonial dagger. "Rob, no," Mark shouted, trying to intervene, but it was too late. With a swift motion, Robert slashed the dagger across his arm, drawing deep crimson lines. Blood pooled on the floor, and the spirit seemed to feed off his agony, its form growing more solid. "Please, end this," Robert begged, his voice broken. The spirit paused, considering. One life is not enough. The pact is not complete. Desperation turned to hopelessness. The spirit's power was beyond our control, and Robert's sacrifice only fueled its hunger. It demanded more, a lifetime of suffering and fear for each of us. The realization struck me like a blow. We were its prisoners. The spirit began to dissipate, but its echoing voice lingered. "I will be with you always until the pact is fulfilled." The room fell into a heavy silence, the weight of our doomed fate pressing on us. Robert collapsed, his life draining away, leaving behind a haunting reminder of what we had unleashed. As we carried Robert's body to a somber resting place, the full weight of our situation settled over us. The spirit would never fully release us. It thrived on our fear and pain, bound by the ancient curse that ran deeper than we had ever understood. We left the house, each step heavy with the dread of our eternal torment. Mark, Emily, and I made a silent pact of our own, to keep fighting, to seek any way we could to break the cycle, but always knowing the shadow of the spirit loomed just beyond reach. As we drove away, the sun rose, casting a hollow light on the haunted landscape. I glanced in the rearview mirror, seeing not just our reflection, but the lingering presence of the malevolent force that would follow us for the rest of our days.
I thought it was just a game. The night we placed our fingers on that Ouija board, I never imagined it would open a gate to something so vile, so hungry to break through into our world. The wind howled outside Sarah's old Victorian house, its creaks and groans almost a third participant in our ghost stories. The dim light from candles scattered around the room flickered against the walls, casting eerie shadows that danced ominously on the aged wallpaper. We huddled around the coffee table, its mahogany surface nearly as ancient as the house itself. The centerpiece was the battered Ouija board Sarah found in her grandmother's attic, its letters barely visible, the once glossy planchette now a dull relic of the past. Sarah's eyes sparkled with excitement, a stark contrast to Jason's furrowed brow and my own skeptical curiosity. She placed the board in the middle of the table with an almost reverent care, as if she believed its power. "Come on, Ethan, don't be such a spoil-sport," she teased, her voice a mix of mischief and encouragement. I shrugged, trying to mask my growing unease. All right, but if anything weird happens, I'm blaming you." Jason chuckled nervously. "Yeah, Sarah, this was your idea after all." We placed our fingers on the planchette. It was ice cold against my skin, sending a shiver down my spine. Sarah began the ritual, her voice a soft murmur barely audible over the wind. "Spirits of the past, we seek your presence. We wish to communicate. Give us a sign." For a long moment, nothing happened. The candle flames flickered in the draft, but the air felt thicker, as if holding its breath. Just as I was about to make a joke, the planchette moved. It was subtle at first, barely a twitch, but it quickly gained momentum. Elias. The name sent a chill down my spine. No one spoke. I glanced at Sarah, Her hands trembled slightly, her face pale. Jason's eyes were wide, disbelief etched across his features. "Is this some kind of trick?" I asked, but my voice lacked conviction. Deep down, I knew none of us were capable of moving the planchette like that. Sarah shook her head slowly. "No, I don't think so." We asked more questions, but the answers only grew more cryptic and disturbing. Elias seemed to know things about us, secrets from our past, fears we never voiced. The air grew colder, and shadows seemed to move just beyond the edge of the candlelight. "Let's stop," Jason said, his voice shaky. "This isn't funny anymore." Sarah hesitated, her fingers still on the planchette. I could see the conflict in her eyes, a mixture of curiosity and dread. "Maybe we unlocked something. We can't just..." Suddenly a loud thud echoed from the hallway, cutting her off mid-sentence. We all froze, silence gripping us in a chokehold. The thud came again, closer this time, as if something heavy was being dragged. Jason was the first to break the silence. "We should check that out, make sure it's not, an intruder." We agreed, if only to break the oppressive atmosphere. We stood, the floorboards creaking under our weight, and edged cautiously toward the hallway. Every step felt like walking through molasses. The air grew heavier, the shadows darker. The sound led us to the staircase leading to the attic. Sarah hesitated, looking back at me and Jason. It came from up there. Jason swallowed hard, his face a mask of reluctant bravery. "All right, let's get this over with." The wooden steps groaned as we ascended, each creak a testament to the house's age. The flickering light from a single hanging bulb barely penetrated the darkness, casting an uneven glow that made the shadows seem alive. When we reached the attic door, it stood ajar, the edges darkened as if touched by soot. With a quiet nod, Sarah pushed it open, revealing the room beyond. Dust hung in the air, caught in the beam of our flashlight. Old furniture, covered in white sheets, loomed like forgotten specters, their shapes distorted and menacing. There, in the middle of the room, an old trunk stood open, its contents strewn about haphazardly. Papers, photographs, and trinkets from a bygone era lay scattered across the floor. At the edge of the chaos, an open diary caught my eye, the name Elias prominently scrawled across the yellowed pages. Sarah picked it up, her hands trembling. "This must be my grandmother's," she whispered, flipping through the worn pages. Before we could make sense of it, the attic door slammed shut behind us with a deafening bang. We spun around, hearts racing, but saw nothing. A cold breeze brushed against our necks, carrying the faint, hollow whisper of a word we couldn't quite catch. Elias. We were no longer just playing a game. The darkness we had invited was real, and it had intentions of its own. Sarah's fingers traced the name in the diary, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and curiosity. This must be the spirit we contacted. But why is he here now? Jason stepped closer, glancing over her shoulder at the faded handwriting. Maybe it's some kind of warning or a record of what happened before. I felt a growing sense of dread as Sarah continued reading aloud. The entries recounted how her grandmother and her friends had once summoned Elias during a seance, only to realize too late the malevolent nature of the spirit. They had made a blood pact to seal him away, a pact that seemed fragile and disturbingly easier to break. "We need to leave," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "We should get out of this house right now." Sarah clutched the diary to her chest as if it were a lifeline. "No, we need to understand what we're dealing with. Maybe there's a way to stop it." A low creak echoed through the attic, and we all spun around. For a split second, I could swear I saw a shadowy figure at the door, its form barely distinguishable from the darkness. The temperature dropped, and the whispering returned, growing louder and more insistent. "Elias! Elias!" Jason grabbed my arm, pulling me towards the stairs. "Ethan's right. We can't stay here." But Sarah was rooted to the spot, her eyes glazed over as she stared into the shadows. "Elias, what do you want?" she called out, her voice shaky but steadied by an intense need to know. The whispering stopped, replaced by a deep, resonant voice that seemed to echo from the walls themselves. "Release." Without waiting for further clarification, we hustled Sarah out of the attic and down the stairs, but the house seemed determined to fight back. Wood splintered, lights flickered, and the walls groaned under an unseen pressure. It felt as though the very structure of the house was shifting, turning against us. Back in the living room, Sarah fell to her knees, clutching her head as if trying to block out a persistent noise. "He's in my head," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. "He won't stop talking." "We need to destroy the board," I said, looking at Jason for support. "We have to find a way to sever the connection." Jason nodded, his face pale but resolute. "But how? If burning it doesn't work, we might just make things worse." Sarah suddenly grabbed my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. "In the diary, there's a ritual. We need to perform it. It's the only way to seal him back." We scrambled to find the entry she spoke of. The ritual was intricate, involving the symbols on the board and a few personal items tied to those who had originally summoned Elias. "Blood of the pact makers," Sarah read aloud. "We need something that belonged to my grandmother and her friends." I racked my brain, realizing the difficulty of the task. We knew almost nothing about the original group, except for a few photographs. A sudden idea struck me. "Sarah, does your grandmother have a keepsake box or something? Old letters, maybe?" "Yes," she said, her voice filled with a desperate hope, "in her bedroom." We moved quickly, the house seeming to resist our every step. When we reached the bedroom, the atmosphere was stifling. An old cedar box sat on the dresser, covered in dust and memories forgotten. Inside we found letters, photographs, and, crucially, a blood-stained handkerchief wrapped around a lock of hair. The sight of it made my stomach churn. "It's enough," Sarah said determinedly. "We have what we need." Back in the living room, we set up the components of the ritual, our hands shaking, the weight of the moment pressing down on us. As Sarah recited the incantation from the diary, the air grew electric, the room pulsating with an ethereal light that seemed to emanate from the board itself. Suddenly, Sarah's voice dropped an octave, blending with the deep, resonant tones of the spirit we had awakened. "Blood for blood, spirit for spirit," she chanted, her eyes rolling back. "You shall not pass beyond this veil." The planchette on the Ouija board moved violently, as if an invisible hand were slamming it down, the letters spelling out furious, scattered words. The walls seemed to pulse with each word, tightening the air around us. Jason reached out to steady Sarah, fear painting his face as he tried to pull her back. "Sarah, stop! You're losing yourself!" But it was too late. The room imploded with supernatural force, propelling us backward and scattering the items we had so carefully arranged. Sarah collapsed, her body limp and motionless, as the board exploded into pieces, an unearthly scream reverberating through the house. For a moment, everything went black. When I awoke, the house was silent. The oppressive air had lifted, but the sense of dread remained. I crawled over to Sarah, relieved to find a pulse, but disconcerted by her unconscious state. Jason helped me lift her onto the couch, his face etched with worry. "Did it work?" he asked, barely able to keep his voice steady. "I don't know," I replied, looking at the shattered remnants of the Ouija board. "But I don't think this is over." The house was still again, but the silence felt temporary, a brief respite before the storm to come. Hours passed, the silence of the house growing thicker, more oppressive. Sarah finally stirred, her eyes fluttering open. When she spoke, her voice was a hoarse whisper, filled with confusion and fear. "What happened?" "You performed the ritual," I explained, trying to keep my tone calm and reassuring. "We think it worked, but we need to be sure." Sarah nodded weakly, sitting up with Jason's help. "We should check the attic," she suggested. "If Elias is truly sealed, there shouldn't be any more disturbances." Reluctantly, we agreed. The journey back up the stairs felt longer, each step echoing with our trepidation. When we reached the attic, it was eerily still. The chaotic mess from our earlier scramble remained, but the air had a different quality now, no longer charged with an unseen presence. Sarah took a deep breath and stepped inside, her eyes scanning the room for any signs of Elias. I followed closely, my heart pounding in my chest. Just as I was about to voice my cautious relief, a sudden searing pain shot through my head. I doubled over, clutching my temples as a familiar voice echoed in my mind. "Elias! Elias!" Sarah screamed, and I looked up just in time to see her being lifted off the ground by an invisible force, her body convulsing as if struck by an electric current. Jason and I rushed forward, but an unseen barrier threw us back against the walls, the cold hard wood knocking the wind out of us. "No," I shouted, struggling to my feet. "Let her go!" The attic vibrated with an unnatural energy. the shadows deepening and twisting into grotesque forms. Elias's voice filled the room, a chilling chorus of anguish and malice. You cannot seal what is already part of you. Jason clawed his way towards Sarah, his face contorted with determination and fear. We have to break the link, he shouted. It's the only way. Desperate and with no other option, I grabbed the fragments of the Ouija board, hoping to dispel the spirit's hold. Sarah, fight him! I yelled. You're stronger than this. Her eyes met mine, and for a moment clarity broke through the pain. With a final defiant scream, Sarah forced out the words of the ritual once more, her voice mingling with Elias's in a cacophony of torment. The attic exploded with light, blinding and overwhelming, as a spectral wind howled through the room. The barrier lifted, and Jason and I rushed to Sarah's side just as she collapsed to the floor, her body limp and lifeless. Panic surged through me as I checked for a pulse, a fleeting moment of hope dashed by the cold stillness of her skin. No, please, Jason sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Not like this. The house sighed, the oppressive weight lifting from the air. The shadows receded, and for the first time since that night had begun, there was an eerie calm. We sat in the wreckage, the realization of our loss sinking in with crushing finality. Days turned into weeks, and life moved on, but nothing felt the same. The tragedy of that night haunted me, a constant reminder of the darkness we had unleashed. I tried to bury the memories, convincing myself it was over, but deep down, I knew it was only the beginning. One cold, moonlit night, as I sat alone in my apartment, a familiar chill seeped into the room. The shadows danced with a life of their own, and the echo of Elias's voice whispered from the corners of my mind. Release, Elias. I looked into the darkened mirror, my reflection staring back with eyes that weren't entirely my own. The haunting presence, once confined to a decrepit attic, had now followed me, a reminder that some doors, once opened, can never be closed. And so I live on, forever haunted by the night we thought it was just a game, knowing that Elias will always be there, waiting, whispering, and ready to find a new vessel. He's lying, the whisper crawled into my ear, slithering through the silence of my locked bedroom. The same chilling voice that had haunted our Ouija board session now hounded my thoughts. One of my closest friends was not who they seemed, and I feared the storm outside was the least of my dangers. The night it all began was steeped in an eerie stillness. Heavy clouds veiled the moon, and thunder rumbled in the distance, promising a tempest. Inside my cozy living room, dimly lit by flickering candles, the tension among us was palpable. Jessica, with her trademark ponytail and confident smile, opened the dusty wooden box she found in her grandmother's attic. Inside lay the ancient Ouija board, its edges worn and symbols faded. "I can't believe you actually brought this," I said, trying to mask my unease with a chuckle. "What? Thought we could use a little thrill," Jessica replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Andrew, nervously tapping his foot, looked at the board with a mix of excitement and dread. Mark, ever the protector, grinned and gave me a reassuring pat on the back. "Don't worry, Sam. It's just a game." We positioned ourselves around the coffee table, fingers lightly resting on the planchette. Despite our casual banter, an undercurrent of trepidation flowed beneath our words. As we began, the room grew colder, the candles flickering as if in protest. "Is anyone there?" Jessica asked, her voice steady. For a moment, nothing happened. Then slowly the planchette began to move. My heart pounded in my chest as Andrew's eyes widened in astonishment. It glided across the board, spelling out Hello. "Who are you?" Mark asked, leaning in, his casual demeanor faltering. "El," the board replied. "A little girl?" I muttered, goosebumps rising on my arms. We continued to ask questions, and Lily's responses seemed innocuous at first, simple greetings and vague descriptions of her life. But then, her messages turned cryptic, darker. "What do you want?" Andrew asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Betryal." Before we could react, the candles flickered violently, and the planchette flew across the board, as if an unseen force yanked it. Panic erupted. Mark accused Jessica of pushing the planchette, while Andrew stammered that he didn't feel well. We ended the session abruptly, shoving the board back into its box. The unspoken agreement was clear. We would never speak of this night again. But the unsettling atmosphere lingered, the word Lily spelled out echoing in my mind. Over the next few days, Andrew's condition worsened. Dark circles framed his eyes, and he appeared more anxious with each passing day. One night, as the storm outside raged, he called me with trembling urgency in his voice. "I can't sleep, Sam. The dreams, I'm trapped in a dark void, and I can hear her laughter, that eerie, malicious laugh." His voice broke, and I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. I tried to reassure him, but his fear was infectious. The whisper in my room that night was the final straw, a chilling reminder of the malevolent presence we had awakened. "He's lying," it had hissed, close to my ear. I whipped my head around, but I was alone, or so I thought. This was just the beginning of our descent into a nightmare we could not escape. Andrew's confession replayed in my mind as I lay in bed that night, the storm's howls mimicking the fear stirring within me. I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. Despite the locked door, despite the silence of my house, I heard it again, softer, more menacing. "He's lying." I jolted upright, eyes darting around the room, the whisper fading into the shadows. It was then I knew something was terribly wrong. Andrew's condition was just the beginning. This malicious force was rooted deeper than any of us could comprehend. The next days were a blur of paranoia and dread. Andrew's absence loomed over us like a specter. We searched for him tirelessly, called the authorities, but it was as if he had vanished into thin air. The entire time, Mark's behavior grew increasingly erratic. His charming, protective demeanor turned cold, almost hostile. One afternoon, while Jessica and I combed through the local library, desperate for any answers, I stumbled upon old newspaper clippings about the house's history. The stories spoke of disappearances, mysterious deaths, all linked to the use of a Ouija board. The more I read, the more a pattern of possession and betrayal emerged. "Sam, look at this." Jessica's voice startled me from my thoughts. She held up an old photograph of a family, their faces blurred, but the house unmistakably ours. "They look haunted." A shiver ran down my spine. "We need to talk to Mark," I muttered. Back at the house, Mark was pacing in the living room. The very sight of him set my nerves on edge. "What's going on?" he snapped as we entered. The hostility in his voice was unnerving. "Mark, we need to tell you something," Jessica began. But before she could continue, the lights flickered. The planchette from the Ouija board slid off the shelf and fell onto the floor with a thud, sending a chill through the room. "Mark," I said, my voice trembling, "we think this isn't just about Lily. There's a pattern of possession linked to this board, and you think I'm possessed?" He spat, eyes narrowing. "You think I'm the one lying?" The whispered words from my bedroom echoed in my mind, and fear twisted in my gut. I glanced at Jessica, who seemed equally unsettled. "We're just saying there's something wrong, and we need to fix this before it's too late," she said. Mark sneered. "You're paranoid, both of you." He stormed out, leaving us in tense silence. As night fell, I locked myself in my bedroom, the weight of unresolved fear pressing down on me. Sleep was elusive, every creak and whisper making my heart race. I knew I had to dig deeper, find more links to the past, and understand what we were up against. My gut told me that the answers lay in the past, tangled in the history I had just begun to uncover. And as much as I was afraid of what I might find, I knew I had no choice but to continue. The following day, I returned to the archives alone. The librarian gave me a sympathetic look as I requested more records. My hands shook as I pored over musty old files, piecing together the dark history of possessions, deceit, and betrayal linked to the Ouija board across generations. Hours passed and the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the library when I finally found it. A detailed account from decades ago describing a similar situation. Friends haunted, one being overtaken by a malevolent spirit, the outcome a tragic, violent end. My blood ran cold, realizing the pattern was unmistakable. There was no doubt now, Mark was a vessel of Lily's malevolent spirit. My mind raced with possibilities on how to confront this without becoming the next victim of this sinister cycle. When I returned home, darkness had fallen. The house was eerily quiet. I found Jessica in the kitchen, her eyes red from crying. "Mark hasn't come back," she whispered. "Jessica," I said, taking a deep breath, "we need to act now. The history, the records, Mark is the one. He's been possessed, and if we don't stop this... I trailed off, the implications too horrifying to voice. A noise from the living room made us both jump. Mark stood in the doorway, his expression cold and menacing. Finding more nonsense to pin this on me, he snarled. I stepped back, every instinct screaming danger, but I steeled myself. This was a confrontation we had to face, with no turning back. The climax of our nightmare had begun. Time seemed to slow as Mark's menacing presence filled the room. Every muscle in my body screamed to flee, but I knew there was no escape. Jessica and I exchanged a fearful glance, our unspoken agreement clear. We had to face whatever had taken hold of Mark. "You need to leave, Mark," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "This isn't you. We know about the possess." "Enough!" Mark roared, his voice an unnatural echo that chilled me to the bone. He advanced, eyes dark and unseeing. "You think you know everything, don't you? You think you can stop me?" Jessica stepped forward, her voice shaking but determined. "Mark, fight it. This isn't you. We can help you." But Mark's lips twisted into a malicious grin. "There is no Mark, only El-Iali." The name was drawn out slowly, each letter distinct and chilling. In a flash, he lunged at us. Jessica screamed as Mark's power, something beyond human strength, threw her across the room. I grabbed the nearest object, an old candlestick, and raised it defensively. "Lily," I shouted, "if you want to end this, come at me." Mark's body convulsed, and he let out a guttural laugh that wasn't his own. Gladly. The ensuing struggle was a blur of chaos and terror. Mark's possessed form was relentless. Every blow I landed seemed futile, the spirit inside him driving him with an otherworldly force. Finally, with a desperate swing, I managed to strike his head hard enough to daze him. Mark staggered, then crumpled to the floor, unconscious. I fell to my knees, panting, the candlestick clattering beside me. Jessica crawled to my side, her face pale and bruised, but her eyes filled with fierce determination. "We need to end this," she whispered. "Now." Together we dragged Mark's limp body to the basement, where the Ouija board still lay in its box. We set him down and lit a circle of candles, the flickering light casting haunting shadows on the walls. I opened the board and placed the planchette in the center. "Lily, you want a way back?" "Here it is," I called out, my voice echoing in the cold, damp air. The planchette moved immediately, spelling out M-I-N-E. Mark's body convulsed, and his eyes flew open, black as the void. "You think you can banish me?" The voice croaked. Jessica and I held our ground. "Lily, release him! Take me instead!" I shouted, the words tearing from my throat in desperation. Nothing happened for a moment. Then Mark laughed, the sound cruel and empty. Brave but foolish. Without warning, the candles blew out, plunging us into darkness. I felt a force slam into me, knocking me to the floor. The pain was sharp, but it brought clarity. I couldn't give in to fear. I had to protect my friends, no matter the cost. A sudden surge of strength coursed through me. I reached blindly through the dark, fingers closing around the planchette. "Lily, it ends now!" I roared, slamming the planchette down on the board. The room erupted into chaos. The air crackled with energy, and a horrendous scream filled the space. Mark's body convulsed violently, then went still. The oppressive presence lifted, leaving us gasping in the silence. The candles flickered back to life, weak but steady. Mark lay unconscious, but his face was peaceful, the malevolent spirit gone. Jessica embraced me, her sobs a mixture of relief and lingering fear. "Is it over?" she whispered. I nodded, though a part of me knew the scars would remain. We had expelled Lily's spirit, but the horrors of that night would haunt us forever. In the weeks that followed, Mark remained hospitalized, his memory of the events blissfully blank. Jessica and I visited him, our bond stronger, forged in the crucible of shared terror. But the whisper, the presence, I knew it lingered just beyond the veil. Late at night, alone in my home, I would hear the echoes. It wasn't over, not truly. The darkness we had touched would always be a part of us. The sinister truth bore down with a weight that I could not fully escape. Each day was a reminder, a whisper waiting for the right moment to seep through. And as I sat, penning this recount in the dim light, I heard it again. He's lying. The end is never truly the end. Sometimes the echoes of our past are not just memories, they are voices calling back from the dark. It was nearly midnight when my phone rang, jolting me out of a deep sleep. I groggily reached over to the nightstand, blinking at the unfamiliar number on the screen. Against my better judgment, I answered. Mike? A voice stammered, filled with a desperate urgency that instantly sent chills down my spine. It was Megan, one of my old high school friends. Her voice was almost unrecognizable, a mix of sobs and panicked breaths. Megan? What's wrong? I asked, sitting up and switching on the lamp. It's Jake and Sarah. They're both dead. She choked out, her words barely coherent through her sobs. My heart dropped. Jake and Sarah? Dead? The news hit me like a freight train. Memories of our teenage years flashed through my mind, centering on one night in particular, the night we played with the Ouija board. We used to laugh about it afterward, chalking it up to our wild imaginations. But here was Megan, unraveling on the other end of the line, and I couldn't ignore the gnawing feeling that something was horribly wrong. What happened? I demanded, a cold sweat forming on my brow. Accidents. Both of them. Jake died in a car crash last week, and Sarah just 2 days ago. The same way, she managed to say before breaking into more sobs. As the reality of her words sank in, the room felt suddenly colder. I couldn't shake the eerie connection to our past. I knew I had to go back, confront whatever it was we had summoned that night. Megan, we need to meet, I said firmly, already pulling on my jeans and a t-shirt. Our hometown hadn't changed much. The same small coffee shop where we used to hang out still stood on the corner a few blocks away from Sarah's place. I parked my car and walked in, scanning the room for Megan. She sat in the back, her once vibrant eyes now hollow and ringed with dark circles. I could see the haunted look that matched the one I had seen in the mirror that morning. Mike, she said quietly as I approached, her voice barely more than a whisper. Megan, I nodded, taking a seat across from her. The shop's warmth did little to thaw the chill inside me. They weren't just accidents, Mike, she began, her hands trembling as she reached for her coffee. I know it has something to do with that night. I let out a deep breath, the weight of her words sinking in. The Ouija board, I stated flatly. She nodded, tears welling up again. We have to go back to Sarah's house. We need to know. Against every logical fiber in my being, I agreed. That basement held too many memories, the kind that scratched at the back of my mind ever since her call. We left the coffee shop in silence, a heavy sense of foreboding hanging over us. Sarah's childhood home stood eerily quiet, as if it were a mausoleum. The driveway was overgrown with weeds, and the house had an air of abandonment, with its chipped paint and broken shutters. Megan had the key. Sarah's parents had entrusted it to her until they settled her affairs. We walked slowly through the house, every creak of the floorboards echoing through the vacant rooms. The basement door stood at the end of the hallway, closed but not locked. Megan paused, her hand on the doorknob, her breath shaky. Are you ready? She asked, glancing at me with fear-filled eyes. I nodded, though the truth was far from it. Yes, let's do this. The basement smelled of mold and dust. The darkness seemed almost alive, wrapping around us as we descended the creaky stairs. The old Ouija board sat on a small table in the center, just as we had left it years ago. We lit the candles we had brought, their flickering flames casting wavering shadows on the concrete walls. The board seemed to glow with an unnatural light, a silent promise of the terror we were about to unleash. Who do you want to contact first? Megan's voice trembled as she posed the question. Let's try Jake, I said, my voice steady but my hands shaking. We placed our fingers on the planchette, the small wooden pointer feeling cold and almost electric under our touch. Is anyone there? Megan asked, her voice quivering. Jake, are you with us? For a moment, nothing happened. Just when I was about to release the breath I had been holding, the planchette jerked to life. It moved with a frighteningly deliberate speed, spelling out YES. My heart pounded louder than ever as we continued, the basement's temperature seemingly dropping with each letter the planchette revealed. But the next message was the one that made my blood run cold. NOJAKE. Megan gasped, eyes wide with horror. The planchette moved again with a terrifying speed, letters flying beneath our fingers. EAREYOUREADY. The candles flickered wildly as a cold wind seemed to sweep through the basement. Our breaths turned visible in the freezing air. With growing dread, I realized that whatever was communicating with us had been waiting for this moment all along. "We need to stop," I said, my voice breaking. But before Megan could respond, the planchette darted across the board one last time, spelling out a chilling message. ITRICKED-YOU. A sense of dread settled over us as we backed away from the board, realizing the entity we had unleashed years ago had only just begun its torment. The air in the basement felt heavy, oppressive. I could see our breath in the frigid room, and my heart thudded painfully in my chest. Megan clutched my arm, her eyes wide with terror. "We have to leave," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the pounding of our hearts. I nodded, and we turned to ascend the creaky stairs. The house seemed to hum with an unseen energy, shadows stretching and contorting in the candlelight. We reached the top of the stairs and closed the basement door behind us, both of us breathing heavily as we tried to push back the sense of overwhelming dread. "We need to figure out what we're dealing with," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "There has to be more information out there, someone who knows how to stop this thing." Megan nodded, her expression resolute despite her obvious fear. "I know a place. There's an old occult bookstore downtown. If anyone knows about spirits and Ouija boards, it's the owner." The bookstore was a cramped, dimly lit place, with shelves overflowing with dusty, ancient tomes. The smell of incense and aged paper filled the air. The owner, an elderly man with piercing blue eyes and a long silver beard, looked up as we entered. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice gravelly but not unkind. Megan and I exchanged a glance before I stepped forward. "We need information about a spirit we contacted through a Ouija board. It's already claimed the lives of 2 of our friends." The man's eyes darkened, and he beckoned us to follow him to the back of the store. He led us to a small, cluttered office where he motioned for us to sit. "Tell me everything," he said, his gaze intense. We recounted the events of our teenage years and the recent horrors. The man listened without interruption, his face growing graver with each passing moment. "You've encountered a malevolent entity," he said finally, rubbing his temples. "These spirits are ancient, powerful, and extremely dangerous. They thrive on fear and misery. You must take great care." "How do we get rid of it?" Megan asked, desperation evident in her voice. The man sighed deeply. "There are ancient rituals that might help, but they are risky. Such entities do not leave willingly. You'll need to perform the ritual at the place where you first contacted the spirit." The warning settled over us like a dark cloud. With the instructions and a few essential items for the ritual in hand, we left the bookstore and drove back to Sarah's house. The sun had set by the time we arrived, casting long, ominous shadows over the property. As we stepped inside, the house felt even colder than before, the malevolent presence palpable. We made our way to the basement, candles flickering in our hands. The light cast eerie, dancing shadows on the walls, giving the illusion that the darkness was alive and watching us. We set up the items as instructed, creating a makeshift altar in the middle of the basement floor. I could hardly focus, every nerve in my body screaming at me to leave, but there was no turning back. Megan began to chant the incantation softly, her voice a fragile thread in the oppressive silence. Suddenly, the room seemed to vibrate, the shadows on the walls twisting and writhing. A low, guttural growl echoed through the space, sending shivers down my spine. Objects around us began to shake, and the candles flickered wildly, as if a gust of wind had swept through the room. "We have to keep going," I shouted over the chaos, trying to steady my trembling hands. Megan's chanting grew louder, more forceful, as the air around us seemed to thicken. The planchette on the Ouija board moved of its own accord, spelling out incoherent messages, and the temperature plummeted further. Abruptly, a loud crash echoed through the basement as an unseen force knocked over a shelf, scattering old tools and debris. Megan screamed, and I felt a rush of adrenaline, my mind a jumbled mix of fear and determination. I grabbed her hand, pulling her away from the falling objects. "We have to finish this," I yelled, clutching the ritual items tightly. Megan nodded, her face pale but resolute. Finally, as the last words of the incantation left her lips, there was a moment of intense stillness. The basement seemed to hold its breath, the oppressive atmosphere lifting slightly. But then, with a bone-chilling howl, the entity made its final stand. The candles extinguished themselves, plunging us into darkness, I fumbled for my flashlight, but before I could turn it on, an icy hand gripped my shoulder. I spun around, facing the malevolent spirit's glowing eyes. The overwhelming stench of decay filled the air, and I felt paralyzed with fear. "Megan, run!" I shouted, tearing myself from the spirit's grasp and pushing her towards the stairs. We stumbled through the darkness, the entity's enraged growls and howls echoing behind us. As we reached the top of the stairs, the basement door slammed shut, cutting off the spirit's advance. Panting and shaken, we bolted out of the house and into the night. The cold air a stark contrast to the warmth of our fear-driven flight. We didn't stop running until we reached the safety of my car, collapsing into the seats and gasping for breath. "It's not over," Megan whispered, her voice filled with dread. The realization struck me like a punch to the gut. The entity had retreated, but it wasn't vanished. We had only angered it further, and its cryptic messages and violent manifestations were far from over, and so the nightmare continued. The drive back to Megan's apartment was tense and silent, both of us weighed down by the impending dread. My mind raced, trying to come up with a new plan. The ritual had failed, and the entity was angrier than ever. As we stepped into her dimly lit living room, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The shadows seemed to twitch and reach out toward us. Megan looked exhausted, her eyes darting around the room. "We need to rest," I said, though the words felt hollow. Neither of us would find any real peace tonight. Megan nodded weakly, her face pale and drawn. "I'll try to sleep," she murmured, heading toward her bedroom. I settled on the couch, my mind too restless to consider sleep. I replayed the events over and over, searching for any clue we might have missed. As the hours crept by, the silence of the apartment grew heavier, more oppressive. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the stillness. I leapt up and rushed to Megan's room. Throwing the door open, she was thrashing on the bed, her eyes wide with terror but unseeing, pinned down by an invisible force. "Megan!" I yelled, grabbing her shoulders, trying to pull her free. Her face contorted in pain and fear as she clawed at the air, fighting something only she could see. Then, with a final, heart-wrenching scream, she went limp. The oppressive weight in the room lifted, leaving a suffocating silence. I shook her gently, praying she was just unconscious, but her body remained unresponsive, eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. I stumbled back, the room spinning around me. The entity's victory was almost palpable, its malevolent satisfaction filling the air. I realized with a sickening clarity that it had taken Megan as its vessel. Staggering out of the room, I tried to suppress the rising tide of despair. Panic clawed at the edges of my mind, but I couldn't afford to lose control. There had to be a way to end this. I grabbed the keys and drove aimlessly through the deserted streets, my mind a tangled mess of thoughts and fears. Eventually, I found myself outside the local library. Desperate for any solution, I broke in, heading straight for the occult section. Hours passed as I rifled through old, dusty texts, searching for anything that might help. Finally, I found a mention of an exorcism ritual meant to sever a spirit's connection to its vessel. It was dangerous and required the presence of both the vessel and the one who summoned the spirit. With a grim determination, I gathered the materials listed and headed back to Megan's apartment, the first light of dawn just touching the horizon. I found Megan in the living room, standing unnaturally still, her eyes fixed on me with an eerie calm. "Hello, Mike," she said, though the voice was not entirely hers. It echoed with the spirit's malevolence. "I'm going to end this," I said, setting up the items needed for the exorcism, my hands trembling but resolute. The entity laughed, a chilling sound that made my skin crawl. "You think you can banish me? Foolish." I began the incantation, my voice steady despite the fear gnawing at my insides. Megan's body convulsed, the entity fighting back with all its might. Objects in the room shook and shattered, the air buzzing with a sinister energy. As I continued chanting, Megan's screams mixed with the spirit's enraged howls. The temperature plummeted, and I could see my breath in the frosty air. Pain lanced through my head, a psychic attack from the entity, but I pushed through, repeating the incantation louder and stronger. A final, ear-piercing scream filled the apartment as the entity was forcibly expelled from Megan's body. She collapsed, unconscious but alive. The room fell silent, the oppressive weight lifted entirely. I slumped to the floor, exhaustion overwhelming me. The exorcism had worked, but at what cost? Megan was alive, but her mind had endured unimaginable torment. I reached out to touch her hand, offering what little comfort I could. Days passed. Megan regained consciousness, but was in a fragile state, her once vibrant spirit now a shadow. I stayed by her side, haunted by whispers and half-formed shadows at the edge of my vision. The entity was gone, but its final message echoed in my mind, a chilling reminder that some scars never heal. Youarenext. Every night, the whispers returned, pulling me into nightmares where reality and the supernatural blurred. I knew that the spirit had left an indelible mark on me. As I sat by Megan's bedside, I realized the true horror we had unleashed, the echo of our past, now an eternal reminder of the darkness that lingers just beyond the veil. I had always been a skeptic, someone who scoffed at supernatural stories and ghostly apparitions. That was until I encountered the Ouija board at a Halloween party in a decrepit old mansion outside our town. The night air was crisp as leaves crunched under our feet. As we approached the mansion, its silhouette loomed ominously against the darkening sky, windows like hollow eyes staring into nothingness. I walked alongside Chris, nervously adjusting the collar of my leather jacket. Sarah and Michael followed, their animated chatter a stark contrast to the sinister setting. "This place gives me the creeps," I muttered, eyeing the crumbling stone facade. Chris laughed, his sandy blonde hair catching the moonlight. "That's the point, Ethan. It's Halloween. What better place for a scare?" We entered the mansion, its vast, empty rooms filled with the scent of aged wood and mildew. Candles flickered in the corners, casting long shadows on the decaying walls. Sarah, a vision of bright colors and braided hair, laid out her backpack's contents, snacks, drinks, and a Ouija board. "I brought it for fun," she said with a mischievous grin. "I've always wanted to try one of these." I rolled my eyes. "You can't be serious. These things are just a load of crap." She shrugged, setting up the board. "Indulge me, Ethan. If nothing happens, you can say I told you so." Chris clapped his hands together. "All right, let's do this." We settled in a circle around the board, our fingertips barely touching the planchette. The light from the candles seemed to dim as we began, the room's temperature plummeting. Sarah initiated with a playful tone. "Is there any spirit here with us tonight?" At first, nothing happened, and I sighed, about to mock the whole charade. But then the planchette began to move, slowly at first, then with increasing speed. It spelled out a single word, "Damn it." The laughter died in our throats, replaced by uneasy silence. "Who's there?" Chris asked, his voice now tinged with apprehension. The planchette moved again. Eliza. Sarah's face turned pale. "Eliza was my great-great-grandmother," she whispered, her eyes wide. "She died in this mansion." A cold breeze swept through the room, and the flickering flames on the candles grew taller. The planchette moved with a furious pace, spelling out words like betrayal and murder. We exchanged nervous glances, and the jovial atmosphere was replaced with palpable fear. "This isn't funny, Sarah," I snapped, trying to mask my dread with anger. But Sarah wasn't laughing. Her eyes rolled back, and she began speaking in a voice none of us recognized, deep and filled with sorrow. "I was murdered, betrayed by those I trusted. My spirit cannot rest." We watched helplessly as Sarah convulsed, her body taken over by the tormented spirit. The candles blew out all at once, plunging us into darkness. An unearthly wail filled the room, a sound that seemed to come from the very walls. In the pitch blackness, I heard Sarah's voice, cold and distant. "You brought me back. You cannot leave." Scrambling to find a flashlight, my hands trembled. I shone the light towards where Sarah had been sitting. She was gone. The room was empty save for Chris, Michael, and me, our faces painted with terror. "We need to find her," Chris stammered, his earlier bravado vanished. We stumbled through the mansion's twisting hallways, our flashlights casting eerie shadows that danced on the peeling wallpaper. The house seemed to breathe around us, groaning and creaking as though aware of our presence. "I can't believe this is happening," I muttered, my heart pounding in my chest. "We should have listened to the stories. This place is cursed." Chris nodded, his face drawn tight with fear. "Just focus on finding Sarah. She couldn't have gone far." Room after room, we found no sign of her. Each corner we turned yielded only more darkness and decay. The whispers started low and barely audible. A name drifted through the silence. Eliza! Eliza! I shouldn't have brought the board, Sarah's voice suddenly echoed, her laughter now hollow and detached. She's here. She's everywhere. A cold metallic touch clasped around my wrist. When I turned my flashlight towards it, nothing was there. Yet the sensation lingered, sending chills down my spine. When we finally reached a large room filled with old portraits and dust-covered furniture, we paused to catch our breath. The sense of dread was suffocating. "Did you hear that?" Chris whispered, his eyes darting around. "There's something in here with us." Before I could respond, an unseen force slammed the door shut, trapping us inside. The room grew colder, and the whispers grew louder, now discernible and mocking. "All of you are trapped," the voice said through the darkness. "None shall leave." The realization hit me hard. We had awakened something malevolent, and it wasn't going to let us go without a fight. And as the weight of our actions settled upon us, the horrifying truth became clear. What started as a game had now become our worst nightmare. Chris banged on the door, desperation seeping into his voice. "We need to get out of here," he shouted, his fists bruising against the thick wood. But it was no use. The walls seemed to close in, the room shrinking with each passing second. A chill raced up my spine as I realized the supernatural force controlling the mansion was toying with us. "Calm down, Chris," I said, though my own voice trembled. "We need to think rationally." "Rational?" Chris whipped around to face me, his eyes wild with fear. Rational went out the window when Sarah started channeling a dead woman. We were interrupted by a soft, eerie humming. It came from nowhere and everywhere at once, filling the room with a haunting melody that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. "Sarah," I called out, my voice barely a whisper, but I already knew it wasn't her. The furniture in the room began to shift, scraping against the old wooden floor. An antique chandelier above our heads swayed, casting grotesque shadows that seemed almost alive. Then I saw her. A figure, bathed in a ghostly light, appeared in the far corner of the room. Eliza. Her eyes were hollow pits of darkness, her presence exuding a malevolent energy that made it hard to breathe. "She's here," Chris whispered, backing away slowly. "She's really here." The apparition moved closer, her feet never touching the ground. As she approached, the temperature dropped even further, our breaths becoming visible in the frigid air. She stopped just short of us, and her lips curled into a ghastly smile. "Betrayed? I was betrayed," she hissed, her voice like nails on a chalkboard. "And now you shall suffer as I have suffered." Suddenly Chris screamed, his face twisted in agony as unseen hands clawed at him, dragging him toward the wall. I lunged forward to grab him, but my hands passed through his skin as if he were made of mist. The wall seemed to pulsate and absorb him, leaving nothing behind but echoing screams. I stumbled back, my heart racing. "Chris!" But he was gone. The room's sinister silence returned, leaving me alone with the spirit. Eliza's gaze bore into me, a chilling promise of what was to come. "You cannot escape this fate," she whispered, fading away into the shadows. I bolted from the room, my mind a whirlwind of panic and dread. The mansion's hallways twisted and turned, each turn leading me deeper into a labyrinth of terror. I had to find Sarah. She was the only one who might know how to stop this. Finally, I stumbled upon a hidden library, the air thick with dust and the scent of ancient paper. Rows of old leather-bound books lined the walls, their spines cracked with age. An ornate writing desk stood in the middle of the room, covered in yellowed, brittle papers. My hand shook as I picked up the documents, old diaries and letters that told the mansion's dark history. Eliza had once been the lady of the house, a woman betrayed by those closest to her. The letters detailed a pact made with dark forces, an attempt to exact revenge that resulted in her own tragic death, and her spirit being bound to the Boff mansion. As I read, the room seemed to close in, the shadows deepening. The distant echoes of Eliza's tormented cries filled the space, making it hard to focus. I fumbled through the pages, knowing that somewhere within these records lay the key to ending this nightmare. By the time I found a reference to a possible way to appease her spirit, my hands were cold and heavy with dread. My eyes settled on a name, Sarah. She had to be part of this resolution, her presence essential to ending the curse. Suddenly, the door to the library slammed shut. I spun around to see the room darkening, a familiar presence oozing malevolence. The shadows shifted, and there she was, Sarah, or rather Eliza in her form, standing in the doorway. "You think you can stop me?" Eliza sneered, her voice an unnerving blend of her own and Sarah's. "You are all mine." Before I could react, she lunged at me with inhuman speed, her hands cold as ice clamping around my throat. My vision blurred, and the last thing I saw was her chilling smile, echoing the same malevolent promise. Nowhere to run, no escape, ever. My vision returned in waves, the world around me hazy and distorted. I was back in the basement, where it began, surrounded by the same eerie symbols. Sarah, no Eliza, stood before me, her eyes filled with a cold, merciless resolve. My hope faded as I came to terms with the dire reality of my situation. "You've tormented us long enough," I rasped, my throat bruised from Eliza's grip. "What do you want?" Sarah's, or Eliza's, face contorted with both sorrow and fury. She spoke in a voice laced with centuries of pain. "Justice, peace, to make them understand the betrayal that condemned me." "Let Sarah go," I pleaded. "She's innocent. She didn't betray you." "You all played the game," she hissed. "You opened the door. Now it must be shut with blood." Desperate, I racked my mind for anything in the diaries that could help. Eliza had been wronged by those she trusted. Perhaps appealing to her lost humanity could sway her. "I can help you find peace," I said, every word dripping with desperation. "But not like this. Hurting us doesn't change your fate. It only binds you deeper to your hate in this place." There was a flicker in her eyes, a moment of hesitation. But it vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by cold resolve. "Too late for that," she whispered. With a guttural scream, she advanced. But in that split second, I remembered a passage from the diaries about an old ritual meant to lay a spirit to rest. It required the participation of the possessed and a willing soul to plead forgiveness. I realized that the power to stop Eliza lay within Sarah herself. As Eliza lunged, I called out to Sarah. "Sarah, remember who you are. Fighter! You're stronger than this." For a moment, Sarah's eyes flickered, the desperate struggle for control visible in them. Eliza's hold wavered. Seizing the opportunity, I stepped forward, reaching out to my friend. "Sarah, listen to me. She's using your pain, but you can overcome it. We can help her together." Eliza shrieked, her grip on Sarah tightening. But Sarah's spirit was strong. Slowly, recognition returned to her eyes. "Ethan," she whispered, her voice strained. "Help me." Together, we began the ancient chant I had glimpsed in the diary. My voice wavered but grew stronger as Sarah joined in, the words foreign but powerful. The basement shook, symbols glowing brightly as the ritual took hold. Eliza's screams filled the air, deafening and desperate. But as the chant reached its crescendo, the light around us intensified, drowning out the dark presence. "Find peace, Eliza," Sarah and I cried out together. "Rest now and let go." With one final, piercing scream, Eliza's presence broke, a gust of cold air rushing through the basement. The symbols faded, and Sarah collapsed into my arms, her body shivering. "It's over," she whispered weakly. But as I held her, another realization dawned. The mansion might be purged of Eliza's vengeance, but the echoes of what happened would linger. The following days felt surreal. We found Chris and Michael outside, unharmed but shaken, their memories a jumbled blur. The mansion, now silent, stood as an eerie reminder of the night's events. Authorities dismissed our stories as hysteria and hallucinations brought on by the dilapidated environment, but we knew better. As days turned into weeks, the weight of the experience never left us. Each creak of an old floorboard, every flicker of a candle set our hearts racing. The shadows seemed to whisper, reminding us of the night we breached the veil between the living and the damned. Years later, as I sit in my apartment, those memories haunt me still. Sarah has moved away, seeking to rebuild a life free from the past's clutches. Chris and Michael drifted, forever altered by what they couldn't recall but couldn't forget either. But I remain, a solitary guardian of a truth too terrifying to embrace. Each night, when darkness falls and silence reigns, the whispers return. "You cannot leave," they say, carrying the weight of a promise unfulfilled. In the quiet moments, I still see Eliza's tormented gaze, her longing for justice and peace, a peace we could not entirely grant her. And in those moments, I realize that while the mansion holds the echoes of the damned, they now also reside within us. The night we tempted fate with a Ouija board forever bound us to its relentless shadows. We cannot leave, for some doors, once opened, cannot be shut. You think ghosts are real? Prove it. Those were the words that started it all, spoken by my friend James on a stormy night we'd come to see as thrillingly dangerous. As the rain battered the windows and lightning cracked through the sky, a feeling of foreboding took root in my gut. I should have known that night would test every boundary of my skepticism, but I laughed it off, shaking my head at James's eagerness. James, always the audacious one, thrived on the unexplained. His fascination with ghost stories and the occult often led us on strange adventures. That night, he had convinced me and Lara, our mutual grounding force, to gather at an old, creaky house on the town's edge, the perfect setting for a harmless Ouija board session. As we climbed its rickety steps, the house seemed to groan under the weight of its history, and my skepticism felt almost like an anchor, keeping me from being swept away by the eerie atmosphere. The house's interior was just as I had imagined, dimly lit by flickering candles James had arranged and filled with the musty smell of forgotten memories. Ensconced in the shadows, we settled around the makeshift table with the Ouija board in the center, the wooden planchette sitting still, waiting for contact. I wasn't nervous. Skepticism is a powerful shield against fear, but the thunderous claps outside and the house's groaning timbers made it hard to entirely dismiss the unsettling feeling that crept in. "Ready?" James asked, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Let's just get this over with," I replied, my voice steadier than I felt. Lara, true to form, gave him an exasperated look, though I could see a glint of reluctant curiosity in her eyes. We placed our fingers lightly on the planchette, James whispering a few words meant to invite any spirits present to communicate with us. My mind wandered, already concocting explanations for any movements as subconscious muscle twitches or coincidental answers. At first, nothing happened. We sat in the candlelit stillness, the only sounds coming from the storm outside. Then, slowly, the planchette began to move. James's eyes lit up, while Lara and I exchanged skeptical glances. "Who's here with us tonight?" James asked, his voice just above a whisper. The planchette hesitated before sliding to the letters E and V. "Ev, is that your name?" James probed, his excitement barely contained. Lara shifted uncomfortably, and I sighed. This all seemed too elementary, too theatrical. But then the planchette zoomed to spell event. "This is absurd," I muttered, trying to mask a sudden, inexplicable chill that crept up my spine. "What event?" Lara asked, her voice tinged with genuine curiosity now. "END," the board spelled out. Before I could scoff, the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath came out in visible puffs, and an eerie silence settled over us, thick and suffocating. Then came the whispers, faint and just beyond the reach of understanding, echoing through the ancient wood of the house. Lara's eyes widened, and even James looked taken aback. The shutters rattled violently against the wind, making the whispers seem more urgent, more desperate. "What do you want?" I asked, my skepticism now warring with a growing sense of dread. The planchette moved deliberately this time, spelling out ETERNITY. "We need more light," Lara said, her voice trembling. James fumbled to increase the candlelight, the tiny flames casting grotesque shadows that danced menacingly on the walls. The whispers grew louder, now infused with a palpable sense of urgency and anger. "Ethan, what is happening?" Lara's voice cracked, echoing my own jumbled thoughts. "It's just our minds playing tricks," I offered weakly, but the chill in the room and the growing sense of an unseen presence told another story. The storm outside seemed to rage harder, mirroring the unseen turmoil within the house. The whispers became a haunting symphony, circling us, each soft murmur a stroke of fear against our bravado. "What do we do now?" James asked, looking to me for once, the excitement replaced by uncertainty. "We keep going," I said, trying to hold on to the fraying edges of my skepticism. "Let's see what it wants." But deep down, I already feared that we might have reached out to something far beyond our understanding, a force that, once stirred, would not easily go back to sleep. As we prepared to ask another question, I couldn't shake the feeling that the night was about to get far darker than any of us had imagined. The planchette quivered under our fingers, then shot towards the letters with alarming speed. Y-O-U. You? You what? I asked, my voice wavering. The room felt different now, heavy with an oppressive energy that made it hard to breathe. S-I-N, the board spelled out. You sin? Lara repeated, confusion etched on her face. Or, we sin? The planchette moved again, this time even faster. B-L-O-O-D. A cold shiver ran down my spine. This is getting out of hand, James, I warned, but he was too absorbed to hear me. Whose blood? What do you mean? James asked, eyes wide. The room seemed to grow colder with each second, and I noticed Lara's hands trembling beside mine. The board spelled out a name this time, L-A-R-A. Lara flinched, pulling her hands away from the board as if it had burnt her. What does it want with me? She whispered, eyes wide with fear. I don't know, but we need to find out, I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. Why Lara? I asked the board. The answer came quickly, almost impatiently. F-A-M-I-L-Y. Lara stared at the board, her face pale. Family? What does my family have to do with this? I think it's trying to say that the blood sin is related to your family, James said, his voice now tinged with uncertainty. Suddenly, the candles flickered violently as a gust of cold wind swept through the room. Whispers became louder, more insistent, circling us like a sinister chant. My heart pounded in my chest as an invisible pressure began to squeeze the room, making it hard to even think. I need a break, Lara said, standing up abruptly. She backed away from the table, her eyes darting around as if she could see the source of the whispers. Lara, wait, I called, but she was already out of the room, the sound of her footsteps echoing through the old house. James and I exchanged worried glances. Should we stop? He asked, uncharacteristically hesitant. No, I said, feeling a stubbornness rise within me. We need answers. We can't just leave it like this. We continued without Lara, the air between us taut with tension. What do you want from Lara's family? James asked, his voice barely steady. The planchette moved deliberately this time. J-U-S-T-I-C-E. Justice for what? I asked, the word reverberating in my mind like a struck bell. The board was silent for a moment, then it spelled out, B-E-T-R-A-Y-A-L. Before we could probe further, we heard a loud crash from another room. James and I jumped to our feet, our adrenaline spiking as we rushed towards the sound. We found Lara standing in front of an old shattered mirror, her hands shaking. I saw something in the mirror, she stammered. A face. It wasn't mine. James placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. We need to figure out what's going on. Maybe the local library has something, records or history about the house and your family. Despite her reluctance, Lara agreed, and we found ourselves scouring through dusty records at the local library the next morning. The oppressive weight of the previous night clung to us, but we pushed forward, desperate for answers. Hours passed as we sifted through old newspapers and historical documents. Finally, we found it, an article detailing a gruesome event from over a century ago. A family, Lara's ancestors, had owned the house and been involved in a scandalous betrayal, leading to the death of a once trusted friend. The vengeful spirit seeking justice was none other than Elizabeth, a wronged family member who had been betrayed and left to die. As we read the details, everything fell into place. The spirit E was Elizabeth, seeking retribution for the betrayal inflicted upon her. The patterns of behavior, the whispers, the cold presence, it all made a horrific kind of sense now. Just as we began to digest this revelation, Lara received a text from James, who had gone back to his house to get some supplies. It was a single, chilling sentence. I think it's in my house. Racing back to James's place, we found him shaken and bruised. He described a series of inexplicable accidents, books flying off shelves, objects moving on their own, and an oppressive, invisible force pushing him down the stairs. James, are you okay? I asked, inspecting a nasty gash on his forehead. I don't know, Ethan. I think she's coming after us now, he said, eyes wide with fear. We need to end this, Lara said, her voice faltering but determined. We have to go back to the house tonight, I said. It's the only way to confront her and put this to rest. As we prepared for the final confrontation, no one spoke of the underlying fear that gnawed at us. The fear that we might be facing a force far beyond our ability to reason or control. The storm was raging when we arrived back at the old house, the wind howling through the trees like a chorus of lost souls. Lara clutched a flashlight tightly. its beam cutting through the inky darkness that seemed to bleed from every corner of the house. James carried a bundle of supplies, candles, matches, a notepad, and a few protective talismans he'd quickly acquired in his panicked search for safety. "This is it," I said, my voice firm despite the dread gnawing at my insides. "We confront her. We end this." We set up our seance in the same room, the familiarity now twisted with layers of fear and anxiety. The candles flickered to life once more, casting long, wavering shadows on the peeling wallpaper. The planchette was waiting, an ominous sentinel. "Elizabeth," I called out, "we're here to understand, to make things right." The temperature dropped instantly, and the whispers returned, louder and more insistent than before. The planchette began to move on its own, without our fingers guiding it. "WHY?" it spelled. "Because you deserve justice," Lara said, her voice shaking. "But we need to know how to give it to you." The air became charged, static building until it felt like the room might explode. The candles flickered wildly, and then, in a flash of brilliance, she was there. Elizabeth, or rather a swirling, transparent figure that we could only perceive as her, stood before us. "You betrayed me," she hissed, her voice echoing with centuries of rage. Her eyes fixed on Lara with a look of intense loathing. "It wasn't us," Lara cried out. "We are not our ancestors." Elizabeth's form wavered, almost as if considering Lara's plea. But the malevolent energy in the room spiked, and objects around us began to lift and spin in a chaotic dance of fury. "You must understand," I shouted over the din. "We are here to make amends. Tell us what you need." Elizabeth's figure solidified, eyes burning with a cold fire. "Suffering," she spat. "They must suffer as I suffered." "What do you mean?" James asked, desperation lining his voice. In a horrifying vision, Elizabeth showed us what had happened, the betrayal, the torture, the slow, agonizing death she endured. The air grew heavier, pressing down on us as though the house itself were suffocating us with its history. "We can't change the past," I said softly, stepping forward. "But we can honor your pain. We can make sure your story is never forgotten." Elizabeth's eyes bore into me, and for a moment I felt her agony, the deep, unrelenting betrayal. It was almost too much to bear, almost enough to break my spirit. "Swear it," she demanded. "Swear on your bloodline." I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of my words. "I swear, on my bloodline and my heritage, that your story will be told. We will ensure your memory lives on, that your suffering will not be in vain." There was a pause, a stillness that felt both eternal and fleeting. The oppressive energy lifted slightly, and Elizabeth's form seemed to waver, her anger dimming. "Your mark," she said finally. "Show it. Forever remember me." I braced myself, knowing this was not a simple request. Elizabeth extended a spectral hand, and an icy pain seared through my skin. I bit back a scream as a symbol. An intricate ancient mark appeared on my forearm, brilliant and glowing before fading to a deep, permanent scar. The room's temperature started to normalize, the floating objects settling back into their places. Elizabeth's form began to dissipate, the edges of her figure softening as she slowly faded from sight. "Thank you," Lara whispered, tears streaming down her face. Elizabeth's eyes seemed to soften just for a moment, before she finally vanished, leaving behind an echo of whispers that steadily faded into silence. We sat in the newfound quiet, the storm outside seeming less malevolent, more like a heavy rain that had washed away centuries of torment. "You did it," James said, his voice thick with emotion. "No," I said, looking at the mark on my arm, still tingling with an unearthly sensation. "We did it." As we gathered our things and prepared to leave the old house, a somber but lighter feeling settled over us. The house, once a place of endless suffering, seemed to have released its grip on the past, set free by our pledge to remember and honor Elizabeth's story. The ride back was silent, each of us lost in our thoughts. We had survived, but we were changed. The mark on my arm would forever be a reminder of the night we faced the darkness and made peace with a vengeful spirit. We returned to our lives, but none of us were ever the same again. James dove deeper into the occult, now with a respect for the power he had once only toyed with. Lara became an advocate for exploring family histories, helping others understand and unearth their pasts. And I, marked and eternally linked to Elizabeth, lived with the constant reminder of that stormy night, knowing that we had bridged the gap between past and present, and brought some semblance of justice to a restless soul. In the end, the real horror wasn't the haunting, but the depth of suffering that time had tried to bury. And as we learned, some stories refuse to be forgotten. Somnia, a name whispered in shadows, a pact made in jest. Not all games are meant to be played. I can't shake the feeling that writing this down might be my last tether to sanity. It all started 5 years ago, in the dimly lit basement of my friend Greg's house. It was one of those typical teenage get-togethers where we pushed boundaries and sought cheap thrills. We were 16, drunk on cheap beer, and daring each other to take it up a notch. That's when Claire, always the thrill seeker, pulled an old wooden box from her backpack. Greg, Claire, and I shared the restless energy of youth, looking for a thrill on a night that had grown too mundane. Claire opened the box with a dramatic flair, revealing an old Ouija board. The air thickened with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. None of us really believed in the supernatural, but the promise of scaring ourselves silly was too tempting to pass up. We gathered around the table, our faces eerily illuminated by the flickering basement light. The board had been Claire's grandmother's, a relic from another era. The letters faded and the planchette worn smooth by time. We arranged it in the center, our fingers grazing the edges of the planchette with a mix of nervous laughter and anticipation. What should we ask? Claire's voice cut through the semi-darkness, her usual boldness tinged with hesitation. Greg, never one to waste an opportunity for bravado, scoffed. Is there anyone here with us? He challenged the empty air. The planchette began to move, slowly circling the board. Nervous giggles turned into gasps as it settled on YES. We exchanged uneasy looks but continued. Greg, emboldened, asked another question. What's your name? Somnia, the board spelled out. We fell silent, goosebumps erupting on my arms. None of us recognized the name, but it felt wrong, unsettling, like an itch you can't scratch. Feeling a dark thrill, Greg leaned in closer. What do you want? The planchette hesitated, then spelled Time. What the hell does that mean? I asked, hoping someone would laugh it off. Instead, we just stared at each other, a collective shiver running down our spines. Let's make a pact with it, Greg suggested, half joking, half serious. It was the kind of dare that 5 minutes earlier would have gotten a laugh. In the eerie stillness of the basement, after witnessing the board's movements, it felt like stepping off a cliff. We placed our fingers on the planchette once more, in unison, our voices trembling as we said, "We offer you our time." The basement clock struck midnight just as we closed the session. A wave of relief washed over us, breaking the tension. We laughed it off, convincing ourselves it was just a prank or our collective imagination. 5 years later, life went on. School, college, relationships. The Ouija board night became a distant memory, a story to scare new friends with. But the dreams started, disturbing, vivid nightmares where Somnia whispered our names in dark corners of our minds, demanding the time we had pledged. We stopped talking about it, as if silence could make it disappear. That tenuous silence shattered when I received a panicked call from Claire. Greg was dead. I rushed to his house, my mind refusing to accept the reality of her words. When I arrived, the scene was a nightmare. Greg's body lay crumpled at the foot of the stairs, his face twisted in an expression of pure terror. The police were everywhere, but it was clear what had happened. Sleepwalking, they said. I stood beside Claire, the weight of the situation pressing on us. He hadn't been sleeping, she whispered, her voice cracking. Dark circles, always tired. He said Somnia wouldn't let him rest. A chill ran down my spine. The insane, impossible reality of our pact crashed down on me. We were tied to something beyond our understanding, and it had now claimed its first victim. Greg's death forced us to face the horrifying truth. We realized our only hope was to confront the source of our nightmares. In some desperate attempt to save ourselves, we gathered again in Greg's basement. The familiar, unsettling atmosphere reemerged, the Ouija board at the center of our fears. Let's try to end this, Claire said, her bravado replaced by raw, palpable fear. We placed our fingers on the planchette once more, our hearts pounding in unison. What do you want from us? I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. The planchette moved almost instantly. YOURTIM, it it spelled. Suddenly, the light bulb overhead shattered, plunging the room into an unnerving darkness. The air grew colder, and I felt something brush against my shoulder, like an icy hand. A whisper echoed in my ear, words that made my blood run cold. Somnia had come for us. We couldn't escape the time we had recklessly pledged, and it was collecting, minute by horrifying minute. Since that night, fear has become my constant companion. I can't sleep. I don't dare to. Somnia lingers in the shadows, in every creak of the floorboards and whisper of the night wind. Every fleeting moment of rest is plagued by horrific visions. The specter of Somnia creeps into my subconscious, turning dreams into a battleground of terror. I know the others feel it too. We've all been reduced to shadows of our former selves, haggard and worn from sleepless nights. It's as though Somnia is feeding on our exhaustion, growing stronger as we grow weaker. The group that once found solace in each other's company now finds only strained silence and fearful glances. Our friendship, once a source of strength, has become another casualty of our pact. A week after our terrifying encounter in Greg's basement, Claire calls us back together. Her voice is different now, tinged with the desperation of someone clinging to the last threads of hope. We gather at her apartment, hoping against hope that we can find a solution. Maybe we missed something, Claire suggests, her eyes sunken and red. We need to gather more information about Somnia, try to find a way to break the pact. We spend hours combing through old books, searching online forums, and even visiting a local occult shop. The shop owner, an elderly woman with piercing eyes, listens skeptically as we pour out our story. Finally, she sighs and gives us a name, an old grimoire that might hold the answers we seek. In our exhausted state, it feels like a lifeline. But hope soon turns to frustration, as every lead is a dead end. The more we search, the more we feel Somnia's grip tightening. Paranoia sets in, and our nerves fray. Every shadow looks like a threat, every creak in the night a harbinger of doom. Desperation drives us back to our old haunt. We gather once more in Greg's dark and dusty basement. The musty air clings to our clothes, adding to the weight of doom surrounding us. The Ouija board waits, a silent reminder of our folly. We join hands, our fingers trembling as they touch the planchette. "We have to try again," Claire says, her voice a fragile whisper. "We need to end this." The planchette slides beneath our fingers with unnerving speed. Messages come through rapidly, cryptic phrases and symbols that only deepen our fear. The sensation that we are not alone grows overwhelming. Unseen hands brush against us, cold whispers caress our ears, and the shadows seem to move of their own accord. Our only respite is the dim glow of the basement light, but even that seems to flicker ominously. The message from Somnia is clear, YOURTIME. And then it happens. We lose power. The feeble light dies out with a final spark, plunging us into complete darkness. Panic sets in, because we know that in the darkness, Somnia lurks. I feel a cold, icy hand grip my shoulder, sending a wave of terror through my body. Voices whisper in my ear, the words unintelligible but filled with malice. We scream, breaking our circle and scrambling for our phones to create some semblance of light. The darkness feels alive, closing in on us with malevolent intent. We flee the basement, bursting into the safety of the night air, but the feeling of dread follows us. It's clear that there's no escaping Somnia's reach. Days turn into restless, harrowing nights. I barely recognize myself in the mirror anymore. My hazel eyes are bloodshot, surrounded by dark circles. I've grown thin, my once lean muscles now weak from lack of sleep. The haunting dreams have become more vivid, more violent. Somnia visits me every night, demanding the time we pledged. Arguments start to fracture our group. We blame each other, the stress and fear eroding what remains of our bond. Claire tries to mediate, but her hopeful demeanor has transformed into fraught desperation. Greg's death looms over every conversation, a grim reminder of what awaits us. One night, the tension reaches a breaking point. Accusations fly. Claire accuses another friend of sabotaging their research. The friend retorts that it's Claire's fault for bringing the Ouija board in the first place. I try to intervene, but my own anger bubbles to the surface. "You're all acting like children," I shout, my voice cracking. "We're in this together whether we like it or not. Fighting isn't going to save us." But deep down, a seed of doubt has been planted. Could one of us really be responsible for making things worse? Were there other secrets hidden in that fateful night? Our small group, once united, now stands on the brink of collapse. The paranoia and fear Somnia feeds off have taken root in our hearts. I can't help but wonder if we're already too late to save ourselves. The sleepless nights stretch into a blur of fear and paranoia. Every waking moment is a battle to stay sane as the grip of Somnia tightens. With no other option, I dive headfirst into research, letting the search for answers consume the little energy I have left. One evening, while scouring the university library, I stumble upon an obscure reference to Somnia in an old dusty tome. Hidden in the back, it's a journal from the early 1900s belonging to an occult researcher who documented strange occurrences linked to a malevolent entity named Somnia. My breath catches as I read the final entry. It speaks of a group who made a pact with Somnia, offering their time. Each member suffered a fate worse than death, haunted by the entity until their last breath. But buried within the text is a hint of something more, a snippet of a conversation copied verbatim. The researcher had mentioned a way to confront Somnia, buried in the cryptic language of an ancient rite. Driven by desperation, I visit Claire's apartment to share my findings. Our friends gather once more, hollow-eyed and shaking, but united by a fragile thread of hope. We pore over the journal together, the weight of each passing minute pressing down on us. "There's an old chapel," Claire says, pointing to a map found within the journal. "It's abandoned now, but it used to be a place of ritual." We arrive at the chapel by nightfall, the building a haunting silhouette against the starlit sky. Inside, it's as if time itself has forgotten the place, dust and decay clinging to every surface. We set up in the chapel's cold, echoing hall, arranging candles in a circle and placing the Ouija board in the center. It feels wrong to be here, invoking ancient rites we barely understand, but we're out of options. We join hands, our mutual fear binding us tighter than ever before. We start the ritual, following the instructions in the journal. The candles flicker madly, casting long, eerie shadows on the walls. The air grows colder, and the feeling of being watched becomes overpowering. The planchette moves faster now, almost violently. It's as if Somnia knows we're trying to break free. With bated breath, we demand answers, invoking the old language of the ritual. "Why are you doing this to us?" I shout, desperation cracking my voice. The response is immediate and chilling. "Yourtimeismine." The ground beneath us trembles, and a spectral wind extinguishes the candles, plunging us into darkness. Claire screams, and I can feel the cold, oppressive presence of Somnia creeping closer, its whispers filling our minds. Suddenly, it feels as though the shadows themselves are pressing in around us, suffocating us with their malevolence. The journal's pages rustle violently, flipping open to a final hidden note. In a desperate flash of light from my phone, I glimpse the words, "There must be a willing sacrifice to break the pact." Understanding dawns upon us with grim finality. One of us has to offer ourselves to keep the others safe. The realization sends a wave of dread washing over the group. Claire's eyes meet mine, and I can see her resignation. "I'll do it," she whispers, the words almost lost in the howling wind. "I brought the board. This is my fault." "Claire, no!" I reach for her, but she steps into the circle, her face steeled with determination. In the darkness, Claire addresses Somnia directly, offering herself in place of our collective time. The shadows seem to recoil, and for a moment there's an eerie silence. Then the grip upon us loosens, the oppressive weight lifting as Somnia claims its prize. The chapel stills, and the air grows lighter. Claire collapses, and though her body remains, her spirit feels distant, as though already claimed by the malevolent entity. Tears stream down my face as I kneel beside her, the weight of her sacrifice washing over me. My friends gather around, the heavy silence a testament to the gravity of the moment. Claire's slow, labored breaths are the only sound, a haunting reminder of the price we've paid. In that moment, I understand the finality of our actions. Somnia may no longer lay claim to our time, but we are irrevocably scarred by the ordeal. Claire's sacrifice is our only salvation, and as her breaths grow shallower, I realize that we must honor her, ensuring this story is never forgotten so no one repeats our mistake. We leave the chapel, carrying Claire's memory and the weight of our actions. Sleep does not come easily, but when it does, it is free from the haunting whispers of Somnia. I document everything, every harrowing detail, hoping to warn others. Not all games are meant to be played. Not all pacts should be made. And as we walk away, I know we will never be the same. Some nightmares linger long after waking. The whispers started after that night. No matter how far I ran, they followed, an endless echo of the darkness we unleashed. It all began with just a flickering candle and an unanswered childhood promise. It was a typical Friday night, the kind of evening where the mundanity of our small town drove us to find excitement in the most unconventional ways. Jim, always the instigator, showed up with an old Ouija board he claimed to have found in his grandmother's attic. With his skeptical grin, he dared us to give it a try. We gathered in his basement, a place filled with relics from our years of friendship. Posters of bands we no longer listened to adorned the walls, and the familiar, worn-out couch welcomed us as we settled in. The basement, dimly lit by flickering candles, carried an air of forgotten memories and hidden secrets. Laura sat cross-legged next to me, her long, wavy black hair cascading over her shoulders. She fiddled with a necklace that had a small glass vial dangling from it, a keepsake from her grandmother. Jim, towering over us with his muscular build, spread out the Ouija board on the coffee table. Katie, her expressive eyes darting around nervously, adjusted the candles to cast an even glow. The anticipation hung thick in the air, a mix of excitement and trepidation. "All right, everyone," Jim said, his voice steady and confident. "Let's see if there really is anything to this." We placed our fingers lightly on the planchette, the smooth wood cool to the touch. Jim started with a few harmless questions, the kind you'd ask at a slumber party to spook your friends. We laughed and teased, our nerves masked by bravado. "Is anyone there?" Jim asked, his tone mocking. For a moment, nothing happened. Just as we started to relax, the planchette jerked slightly. We exchanged glances. "Stop messing around," Jim said, eyeing each of us. But there was an undercurrent of unease in his voice. Against our better judgment, we continued. The planchette moved again, this time more deliberately, spelling out YES. Katie's hand trembled visibly. "I must be imagining things," she whispered. "This can't be real." Laura, ever the spiritual one, suggested, "Maybe we should ask who we're speaking to." Jim nodded, taking a deep breath. "Who are you?" The planchette moved with a fluidity that made my skin crawl. "Lucy." Katie went pale, her breath hitching. That's my grandma's name," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The basement grew colder, and the flickering of the candles seemed more erratic. A heavy silence descended upon us, broken only by the sound of our shallow breaths. Something felt undeniably wrong. Determined to get to the bottom of it, Jim pressed on. "What do you want, Lucy?" The planchette moved again, each letter sending a shiver down my spine. Trustnoone. Katie's eyes welled with tears. "I don't understand," she said, looking around desperately. "What does she mean?" Jim, now visibly shaken but unwilling to let it show, tried to rationalize. "Someone here is playing a sick joke." But the board had already changed the atmosphere around us. The room felt heavier, the shadows more ominous. Before we could decide on our next move, the planchette moved on its own, spelling out JM. The color drained from Jim's face. "What the hell?" he muttered. Laura's voice wavered as she asked, "What do you want with Jim?" The response came swiftly, as if the spirit had been waiting. "Brokehis. Jim looked like he had seen a ghost. "I don't know what this is about," he stammered, but his eyes betrayed him. "What's she talking about?" Laura asked, her voice edged with fear. Jim took a deep breath, his bravado crumbling. "When I was a kid, I promised my grandma Lucy that I'd always keep her antique collection safe. But I sold it after she passed to pay off some debts." The planchette moved violently, spelling out a single word that sent chills down my spine. LIAR. Katie sobbed openly now, clutching her grandmother's necklace. Jim's face was a mixture of guilt and confusion. Laura whispered a prayer under her breath, her eyes squeezed shut. Suddenly, the candles blew out. The basement was plunged into darkness, an oppressive chill sweeping through the room. Katie's scream pierced the silence, jolting us into action. We fumbled in the dark, trying to find a light, but the room seemed to have swallowed all sense of direction. When the lights finally flickered back on, the room's corners seemed darker, filled with unseen eyes watching our every move. Jim tried to laugh it off, but it came out hollow, his usual swagger diminished. None of us noticed when the planchette began to move again, neither smooth nor jerky, but with a purpose that made my stomach churn. Leaning in, I read the new message aloud. GONO. Katie bolted upright, her tear-streaked face reflecting terror. We need to stop this, now. But Jim, driven by some mix of guilt and curiosity, was undeterred. It's just a game, he insisted, though his trembling hands suggested otherwise. We can't just leave it like this. Then end it, Laura snapped, her voice strained. Say goodbye. Reluctantly, Jim nodded, guiding our hands to the planchette one last time. As it slid to goodbye, the candle flame swayed violently before extinguishing. The sense of relief was fleeting, as the room's lingering chill warned us that we had awakened something that wouldn't be put to rest so easily. We sat in silence for a moment, each of us grappling with the unspoken fear that we had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. The days following that unsettled night were heavy with unspoken dread. Each of us returned to our routines, but the normalcy felt forced. The laughter we used to share felt hollow. Conversations were punctuated with awkward silences, and an ever-present fear lingered just beneath the surface. Katie was the first to openly voice her discomfort. She confided in us that she heard whispers in her room at night, whispers that eerily resembled her grandmother's voice. Laura suggested it might be residual fear, but deep down, we all knew something was terribly wrong. It wasn't long before the occurrences escalated. One evening, Jim called us over to his house, his voice trembling with a panic that we'd never heard before. We found him in his living room, pale and sweating, staring at the Ouija board which he'd tossed into a corner. Around it, items from his grandmother's antique collection were scattered, positioned around the board in a circle. They were objects Jim had sold, but somehow they had returned. "What's going on?" Laura asked, her voice barely masking her fear. Jim shook his head, eyes wide with terror. "I swear, I didn't bring these back, they just appeared." Katie let out a strangled sob. "It's her, Lucy. She's angry because you broke your promise." Suddenly, a picture frame flew off the wall, shattering against the floor. The lights flickered, and a cold wind swirled through the room. We were left in darkness, surrounded by a palpable malevolence. The whispers returned, this time merging into a cacophony of indistinct voices. Laura suggested we consult someone knowledgeable about these occurrences. Her grandmother's stories about protecting against spirits with cleansing rituals came flooding back to her. Desperate for relief, we followed her guidance. We gathered sage, candles, and salt, preparing for a cleansing ritual in Jim's living room. With the items arranged, Laura recited an incantation she remembered from her grandmother. As she spoke, the air seemed to thicken, the oppressive presence dimming momentarily. But as we placed the last bit of salt, the Ouija board's planchette moved on its own, violently spelling out LEAVE. Panicking, Jim screamed, "Enough! I'm sorry, Grandma! I'll make it right, I swear!" But his sincerity was met with silence, the room's coldness persisting, a chilling reminder of Lucy's unwillingness to forgive. Over the next few days, our lives were plagued by relentless terror. Katie shut herself in, refusing to leave her room as the whispers grew louder. Laura, driven by a desperate need for understanding, buried herself in ancient texts and forbidden knowledge, trying to make sense of the chaos we had invited into our lives. She barely slept, her once vibrant eyes now tired and haunted. As for me, I couldn't escape the feeling of being watched. Every creak in my house, every shadow moving in the corner of my eye, felt like a reminder of that night. I relocated to another city, thinking distance could free me from the torment. But the whispers followed, softer but ever present, lurking in the darkness of each night. I would wake up drenched in sweat, Lucy's voice echoing in my ears, her anger a constant reminder of a broken promise. It became clear that our attempts to escape were futile. The spirit we had summoned was bound to us, feeding off our fear and guilt. One night, the whispers crescendoed into an unbearable pitch. Objects flew off the shelves, and my vision blurred with a cold sweat. Amidst the chaos, one distinct phrase emerged from the cacophony, "Help me." Collapsing to my knees, I whispered a desperate plea. "What do you want from us?" A chilling silence followed before the planchette, which I had kept hidden away, began to move on its own again, tracing out one heart-stopping message. FINJIM. Jim. I hadn't heard from him in days. His disappearance had left a void, an unspoken fear that he was lost forever. But if the spirit wanted us to find him, it meant Jim was somewhere out there, experiencing his own torment. Unwilling to let another friend become a casualty, I reached out to Laura and Katie. Laura, despite her exhaustion, agreed to help, driven by a guilt that mirrored my own. Katie, though terrified, acknowledged that facing our fear was the only way to end our nightmare. We regrouped in the town's library, combing through everything we could find on spirits, Ouija boards, and unfinished business. The librarian raised an eyebrow at our requests, but offered no comments. Each page turned, each whispered discussion, brought us closer to an understanding of the ritual that could possibly free us from Lucy's vengeful grip. Little did we realize that confronting her would demand more than mere knowledge. It would require a confrontation with the very darkness we had unleashed. The journey to free ourselves from Lucy's grip led us back to the place where it all started, Jim's house. We found the front door ajar, a cold draft emanating from within. Stepping inside, the oppressive silence was almost tangible. "Jim," I called out, my voice echoing eerily through the empty halls. There was no answer, only the unsettling feeling of being watched. We made our way to the basement, the epicenter of our nightmare. The flickering lights cast long, distorted shadows, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Katie clung to her grandmother's necklace, her knuckles white with fear. Laura carried a bag filled with items for ritual protection: sage, salt, candles, and a handwritten spell. Jim was there, sitting in the middle of the room, surrounded by the relics from his grandmother's collection and the Ouija board. His eyes were wide and vacant, his body motionless as if he were in a trance. "Jim!" I shouted, rushing to his side. His skin was cold, his breathing shallow, and he seemed unresponsive to our presence. "We need to start the ritual," Laura urged, the urgency in her voice barely concealing her fear. "It's the only way to break the connection." We quickly but carefully arranged the items around Jim, forming a protective circle. Laura began her incantation, her voice steady and strong despite the palpable tension. As she spoke, the air seemed to thicken, and the room grew colder still. The candles flickered wildly, casting dancing shadows across the walls. The planchette moved of its own accord, spelling out threatening messages we tried to ignore. "HELPME," it wrote, a command that tugged at our hearts, but we focused on Laura's words, hoping they would be enough to banish the spirit. As the incantation reached its climax, Jim's body convulsed violently. A guttural scream escaped his lips, echoing through the basement and filling us with a primal fear. The candles extinguished all at once, plunging us into darkness. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of our ragged breaths in the void. Then, slowly, a dim light began to emanate from within the protective circle. Jim's eyes fluttered open, clarity replacing the vacant look that had haunted them. "Chris?" he croaked, his voice hoarse and weak. "What's happening?" Before I could answer, another presence made itself known. The temperature dropped impossibly lower, and a figure began to materialize within the shadows, a spectral form unmistakably Lucy. Her face twisted in anger and sorrow, her eyes locked onto Jim. "You broke your promise," she hissed, the words dripping with malice. Jim struggled to his feet, facing the apparition. "I'm sorry, Grandma. I was desperate. Please forgive me." Lucy's form wavered, her expression shifting from anger to a profound sadness. "You must make it right," she said, her voice softer now. "You must honor my memory." Jim nodded, tears streaming down his face. "I will, I promise." With those words, Lucy's figure faded, the oppressive air lifting slightly. The planchette moved one last time, spelling out GOODBYE. Exhausted but relieved, we watched as the candles relit themselves, their warm glow restoring some semblance of normalcy to the room. The darkness that had loomed so heavily seemed to dissipate, leaving behind a solemn quiet. Jim slumped back to the floor, drained but alive. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice cracking. "I'm so sorry for dragging you into this." Katie knelt beside him, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "We're your friends, Jim. We'll face anything together." Laura, though exhausted, managed a weak smile. "Let's not make a habit of messing with the supernatural, okay?" We all laughed, the sound a welcome relief from the tension that had gripped us for so long. Gathering our things, we left the basement, the air feeling lighter and the shadows less menacing. Outside, the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, bathing the town in a hopeful glow. Despite the relief, the events of those nights had forever changed us. The whispers had ceased, but the memory of Lucy's voice and the darkness we had encountered would linger in our minds. We had learned a harsh lesson about the dangers of meddling with forces beyond our understanding. As I moved to a new city, far from the place where our nightmare began, I thought I had left it all behind. But late at night, when the world was quiet, I occasionally heard faint whispers, a chilling reminder of the darkness that still lingered in the crevices of my mind. Our lives gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy, yet the bond we shared was forever altered by the ordeal we had survived. We had faced the darkness together and emerged stronger, if a bit more wary of the unseen forces lurking just beyond the veil of reality.
A Forgotten Pact, Part 1. Sometimes I wish that night had never happened, that we had never sneaked into the attic and found that dusty old Ouija board. We were young, reckless, and bored, craving a thrill, but the thrill we found would haunt me for the rest of my days. I returned to Silver Falls reluctantly, drawn back by the tranquil silence of a small town and the memories buried deep within. After a bad breakup and the chaos of city life, I needed tranquility and familiarity. When I stepped into my childhood home, it felt like stepping into a time capsule. Dust motes floated in the sunlight, streaming through the windows, and I could almost hear the echoes of laughter and whispered secrets from years past. The attic was my first stop. I'd always loved rummaging through old boxes up there, unearthing snippets of forgotten family history. This time, I found something unexpected. A photo from 8 years ago. The sight of our young, smiling faces sent a shiver down my spine. There we were, Mark, Samantha, James, Eliza, Rachel, and me. The night we played the Ouija game was stamped across the bottom in shaky handwriting. As I set the photo aside, something caught my eye in the corner of the attic. It was the old Ouija board, still in its tattered box. My heart raced as memories flooded back. Did all our nightmares begin here? 8 years earlier, it seemed like a fun idea. We gathered around the board in my dimly lit room, candles casting a warm glow. The air was thick with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. "Is anyone there?" I had asked, trying to contain my nervous giggles. We waited, breathless. The planchette moved slowly, deliberately spelling out YES. Our laughter faded, replaced with uneasy glances. Over time, we learned the spirit's name, Ethan. At first, his answers were vague, but then he started revealing things only we could know. Secrets of our hearts, fears, and even mundane details from our private lives. The room grew colder, shadows lengthening unnaturally. Samantha, relentless and bold, had pushed us further. "If you're really there, prove it. Show us a sign." In response, the hall mirror shattered. Our screams echoed as shards of glass scattered across the floor. In the present, the silence of the attic felt stifling. I wiped off the dust from the board, each breath echoing loudly in my ears. It was then that I remembered the pack of friends who had vowed to stay connected forever. But forever is a long time, especially when death begins claiming your friends one by one. First, it was James, his life cut short by a mysterious car crash. Then Eliza, a bright soul found lifeless in her apartment. Mark's descent into madness followed, his words fragmented and haunted. Fingers trembling, I traced the letters on the board, and memories blurred with the present. I had to know if there was a connection, or if my mind was conjuring horrors from grief. I reached out to the only person left who might understand my fear, Rachel. We hadn't spoken in years, but her voice over the phone was a familiar comfort, albeit tinged with the same unease that constricted my chest. "Jenny, it can't be real," she insisted, but her words lacked conviction. "Meet me at my place tonight. We need to figure this out." The reunion was bittersweet. Rachel's eyes, once full of mischief, now mirrored my own dread. Her tiny apartment was cluttered with paintings, a testament to her artistic spirit, but the usual warmth was missing. Shadows seemed to lurk in every corner, and the air was cold despite the heater's steady hum. We sat on the floor, the Ouija board between us like some malignant relic. I recounted the deaths, the fear lacing my voice. Rachel was silent, staring at the board with wide eyes. "We need to end this," she whispered. The room darkened as we dimmed the lights, and with trembling hands we began. "Is anyone there?" My voice was barely more than a whisper. The planchette moved almost immediately, like it had been waiting. The answers were immediate, cutting through our disbelief. Ethan was still there, and he was not pleased. His words spelled out our doom. A promise from years ago we had forgotten, but he had not. Suddenly, the room's temperature dropped, and a sense of dread enveloped us. The shadows in Rachel's apartment seemed to grow, and a whispering echo filled the air. "Jenny, stop," Rachel begged, but it was too late. We had opened a door that was never meant to be opened. The silence that followed was deafening, and I locked eyes with Rachel, not understanding that our lives were no longer our own. The chilling realization that the pact we made that night was now our curse, a debt that Ethan had come to collect. The Forgotten Pact, Part 2. The days following our encounter with Ethan were filled with an oppressive sense of inevitability. I could barely sleep, haunted by nightmares of twisted shadows and whispering voices. Rachel and I spoke often, our conversations tinged with an undercurrent of terror. One rainy morning, I received a call that froze my blood. Rachel's voice, trembling, broke through the static. "Jenny, James is dead." Time seemed to stand still as I grasped at the edge of the kitchen counter, the phone slipping from my fingers. Images of James flashed in my mind, the goofy grin that always put us at ease during our late-night conversations. And now, he was gone. The funeral was a somber affair held under a relentless downpour. The sight of his parents' grief-stricken faces was almost too much to bear. I stood beside Rachel, her hand gripping mine so tightly it hurt. We didn't speak. There were no words for the hollow emptiness that James's death left behind. As the casket was lowered into the ground, I glanced around at the mourners. Everyone looked devastated, but there was an undeniable tension in the air, a shared understanding that this wasn't a simple tragedy. I caught Rachel's eye, and we both understood. We had to act before it was too late. A few nights later, Rachel and I made the grim decision to visit Mark. No one had seen him in weeks, and reports from the institution were disturbing, to say the least. We were led through cold, sterile hallways, the fluorescent lights flickering ominously. Mark was barely recognizable. His once athletic frame had wasted away, and his eyes, once filled with life, were now vacant and haunted. He sat huddled in a corner, muttering to himself. When he saw us, there was a flicker of recognition, followed by a look of abject terror. "They're coming," he whispered, his voice hoarse and broken. "The shadows, they whisper, they watch." I squeezed Rachel's hand, trying to suppress my own fear. "Mark, we need your help. We need to end this." His eyes darted around the room, as if seeing things we couldn't. "It's too late. We made the pact. We didn't understand, but Ethan did." As we left the institution, the weight of Mark's words settled heavily on us. The sense of dread only grew stronger. The shadows seemed to stretch and follow us like elongated ghouls. Back at Rachel's apartment, everything felt amplified. The paintings seemed darker, the air even chillier. We knew we couldn't wait any longer. Desperation fueled our resolve, driving us to search for a way out. We pored over old texts, websites devoted to occult lore, and any scraps of information that might hold a solution. Our research led us to a ritual, supposedly capable of severing ties with malevolent spirits. The directions were archaic, the Latin phrases challenging to decipher, but we believed it was our best chance. We gathered the necessary items: salt, candles, a dagger, and a bowl for blood, a required sacrifice. The night we attempted the ritual was one I will never forget. Rachel's apartment was dark, save for the candlelight casting a faint, flickering glow. The atmosphere was thick with tension and fear. We followed the instructions to the letter, invoking the spirits and calling upon ancient protections. As I made the initial cut on my palm, letting the blood drip into the bowl, I felt a shiver run down my spine. The room seemed to constrict around us, shadows pressing in. "Rachel, are you ready?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. She nodded, but before we could proceed, the temperature plummeted and the shadows began to writhe and pulse. A low, guttural whisper filled the room, growing louder, more aggressive. No, Rachel gasped, eyes widening with terror. The candles flickered violently before going out completely, plunging us into darkness. In that pitch blackness, I felt a cold hand grip my arm tightly. I heard Rachel scream, but before I could react, the darkness swallowed us both. When the lights flickered back on, Rachel lay motionless on the floor, her eyes wide open, staring into nothingness. The ritual had failed, and Ethan had claimed another life. The Forgotten Pact, Part 3. Rachel's lifeless eyes haunted me as I stumbled out of the apartment, my mind reeling. How had everything gone so wrong? I felt Ethan's presence closing in, the air growing colder, the shadows darker with every step I took. Left alone, I knew I had no choice but to face Ethan directly. I returned to my childhood home, each room filled with memories now tainted by fear. I gathered whatever strength I had left and set up the Ouija board in the living room, lighting candles around it in a circle. The flickering flames cast long shadows on the walls, creating an eerie dance of light and darkness. I sat down, my fingers trembling as they rested on the planchette. "Ethan," I called out, my voice firm despite the fear gnawing at my insides. "What do you want from me?" The planchette moved swiftly, almost eagerly. DEATH. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. "If I give you my life, will you let the others rest in peace?" Silence stretched before the planchette began to move again. CYCLE. The word sent a chill down my spine. The realization hit me. Ethan wasn't just after us. We were pawns in a perpetual cycle of horror. "Stop this," I demanded, my voice breaking. "Why are you doing this?" The planchette stilled, then began to spell out a single horrifying word. BIND. My heart sank as I understood. Ethan wasn't just any spirit. He thrived on the fear and lives of those who dared to summon him. The cycle began and ended with him, and there was no true escape. Desperate and determined, I decided to perform the ritual again, hoping that my self-sacrifice would at least contain Ethan and end his cycle here. I made the same preparations, but this time I cut deeper, the pain a sharp reminder of my mortality. Blood dripped onto the board, and I began the incantation, my voice shaking but resolute. "Ethan, by this blood I bind you. I offer my life in place of this curse." The room grew icy, the candles flickering wildly. Shadows around me convulsed, and the air filled with angry whispers. Pain surged through me, but I kept going, repeating the phrases, urging Ethan to take me and end this torment. The room darkened further, and I felt a coldness wrap around my body, squeezing the air from my lungs. My vision blurred, and I knew my time was short. As I chanted the final words, I saw a light flicker in the corner of my eye. For a moment, the shadows seemed to recede, and I felt a strange sense of peace. I knew then that I was not alone. The spirits of my friends surrounded me, their presence lending me strength. With my last breath, I finished the incantation, the world around me fading into darkness. I expected oblivion, but what awaited me was far worse. When I awoke, it was no longer my home. I found myself in a dark, featureless space, cold and silent. Ethan stood before me, his eyes gleaming with what could only be described as satisfaction. "Welcome," he whispered. "Your debt is paid, but the cycle continues." Despair washed over me as I realized my sacrifice had not ended Ethan's reign of terror. I was trapped, another soul in his collection. I could only watch as he stepped towards the void, ready to claim his next victim. Years or moments later, I couldn't tell. I watched through shadowed corners as a new group of teenagers, oblivious to the dark history of this place, discovered the old Ouija board in the attic of my childhood home. They giggled and whispered just as we had, unaware of the horrors they were about to unleash. Ethan's cycle began anew, with me now powerless and bound within it, a silent witness to the darkness that would claim them one by one.
The night had started innocently enough. It was a typical Friday evening, the kind where friends gathered to unwind from the week's stresses. For us, Nathan, Sarah, Mark, and Jake, it meant a few drinks, some good music, and a chance to catch up. My house, with its old-world charm and creaky wooden floors, had been the designated hangout spot for years. We knew its quirks and creaks well, or so we thought. The attic was off limits, not out of any particular concern, but simply because it held years' worth of clutter and forgotten items. But when Mark suggested we dig around for something interesting, Curiosity got the better of us. Armed with flashlights and fueled by a few beers, we trudged up the narrow staircase, each step groaning under our weight. The attic was a forgotten realm of dust and shadows, filled with discarded relics of the past. We sifted through old photo albums, faded letters, and broken furniture, laughing at the absurdity of some forgotten fashion choices and marveling at the history trapped in this confined space. It was Sarah who found it, tucked beneath a pile of old books and moth-eaten blankets. She pulled out the Ouija board with a triumphant grin, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The board itself was old, its once vibrant colors faded to a dull sepia. The planchette, a small heart-shaped piece of wood with a glass window, seemed eerily pristine by comparison. "Guys, check this out," she called, brushing off the dust. Mark's eyes lit up. "Oh, this is going to be fun. Let's see if we can summon a ghost or something." I chuckled, shaking my head. "You guys seriously believe in this stuff? It's just a game." Jake shrugged. "Why not? It might be fun to scare ourselves a little." Reluctantly, I agreed. We descended the stairs, a sense of anticipation building among us that I couldn't quite shake off. The living room lights were dimmed, casting long, flickering shadows across the walls. We sat around the coffee table, the Ouija board resting ominously in the center. "All right, everyone put your fingers on the planchette," Sarah instructed. There was a nervous energy in her voice, excitement mingling with apprehension. We complied, placing our trembling fingers on the small piece of wood. The room fell silent, the only sound the faint ticking of an old wall clock. "Is anyone there?" Sarah asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. For a long moment, nothing happened. I rolled my eyes, about to pull back and make a joke when I felt it, a slight, almost imperceptible movement. The planchette began to glide across the board, stopping at "yes." A collective gasp echoed around the room. My skepticism wavered. "Who are you?" Mark asked, leaning in closer. The planchette moved again, this time more confidently. "Thomas," it spelled out. "Thomas? How old are you?" Jake asked. 8, the board responded. I glanced at my friends, their faces lit by the dim light, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. My heart pounded. The planchette's movements were too synchronized, too deliberate. I tried to rationalize it, to chalk it up to collective subconscious movements, but the chill in the room was undeniable. "What happened to you, Thomas?" Sarah's voice trembled slightly. There was a pause, a moment of stillness that felt like the calm before a storm. Then, slowly, the planchette began to move again, spelling out LOST. A shiver ran down my spine. The playfulness of our gathering had evaporated, replaced by a palpable sense of unease. This was no longer about fun. It felt sinister, wrong. "Let's stop," I said, pulling my hand away. But the planchette moved with renewed vigor, spelling out a chilling message before any of us could react. STAY. The room grew colder. Shadows seemed to creep closer, and the whispers began. Faint at first, like distant voices carried on the wind, they grew louder, more insistent. My heart raced, the logical part of my mind battling the undeniable terror gripping my chest. Who else is here?" Jake stammered. The planchette didn't move. It was in that moment of silence that I realized we had crossed a line. What began as a silly game had turned into something far more dangerous. And as the whispers grew louder, more coherent, I couldn't help but feel that we had invited something into our lives that we couldn't control. DEATH. A chill ran down my spine, and I pulled my hand away. "This is insane. We need to stop," I insisted, my voice shaking. But the planchette moved violently on its own, darting across the board with a speed that defied logic, spelling out a desperate message, STAY. The lights flickered, and shadows seemed to twist in ways they shouldn't. Sarah started to cry softly, her hands trembling. Mark clenched his jaw, defiance flickering in his eyes, while Jake looked near breaking. "I can't do this anymore," Sarah whispered, standing up abruptly. "I'm done." But as she stepped back, the whispers started, faint at first like rustling leaves, but growing louder and more frantic. They seemed to come from every corner of the room, enveloping us in a cacophony of ghostly voices. "Who are you?" I shouted into the cacophony, desperate for answers. The planchette moved once more, spelling out a horrifying truth, DEMON. The room erupted in chaos. The air grew frigid, our breath visible in the dim light. The whispers escalated into screams, and shadows churned around us. A sharp, cold wind seemed to cut through the room, despite the closed windows. "We need to end this now!" Mark shouted, reaching for the board to throw it away. But before he could touch it, the planchette flew across the room, shattering the lamp in the corner. Darkness enveloped us, the only light now the moon filtering weakly through the curtains. "We're trapped," Jake said, his voice a mixture of panic and resignation. "What do we do?" Sarah's eyes were wide with terror, but she nodded in agreement. "Nathan, we have to say goodbye. It's the only way to end this." Gathering my courage, I reached out, my fingers trembling as they touched the planchette. Sarah, Mark, and Jake followed suit, their hands cold as ice. "Goodbye," I said firmly, willing the nightmare to end. For a moment, everything was still. The whispers ceased, the shadows seemed to retreat, and the room felt calm. We exhaled collectively, hoping it was over. But just as we started to relax, the planchette moved once more, slowly, deliberately, spelling out one final word: Never. The room plunged into chaos again. The temperature dropped sharply, causing our breaths to mist in the air. The whispers returned, louder and more insistent, filling the room with incomprehensible, maddening voices. Shadows danced along the walls, taking on horrifying, grotesque shapes. The lights flickered violently, casting eerie patterns across our terrified faces. I felt a cold hand on my shoulder, but when I turned, no one was there. We tried to retreat, to scramble away from the board, but it seemed to have a magnetic pull, keeping us rooted in place. The once familiar living room now felt alien, oppressive. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat echoing the growing sense of dread. Sarah's sobs cut through the cacophony, her face pale and eyes wide with terror. Her fingers clutched at her sides, the force of her trembling visible even in the dim light. Mark, usually so self-assured, was rendered speechless. His eyes darted around the room, searching for a rational explanation that didn't exist. Jake's earlier bravado had evaporated, replaced with a look of sheer helplessness. "We need to leave now," I shouted over the din, my voice barely audible. We stumbled towards the door, but the room seemed to stretch, each step feeling like wading through thick, invisible molasses. The shadows lunged at us, and several times I felt something brush against my skin, cold and clammy, like the touch of the dead. Reaching the door at last, I turned the knob frantically, but it wouldn't budge. It felt as though something on the other side was holding it closed, trapping us in the suffocating darkness. Panic surged through my veins, and I pounded on the door, desperate for an escape. The whispers reached a fever pitch, escalating into agonizing screams. My ears rang, and every nerve in my body screamed to flee, to get away from this malevolent force that was now all too real. And then, with a suddenness that was as shocking as the chaos itself, everything stopped. The room fell into an eerie silence, the temperature slowly rising back to normal. The lights flickered back to a steady glow, and the shadows retreated to their corners. We stood there in stunned silence, hearts racing, the echoes of the screams still ringing in our ears. The Ouija board lay on the table, the planchette resting in the center, as if waiting for its next command. I wanted to destroy it, to rid ourselves of the cursed object, but something in the back of my mind whispered a warning. This wasn't over. I knew, deep down, that as long as the board existed, so did the malevolent spirit tied to it. My friends looked at me, their eyes pleading for a solution, but I had none. We had unleashed something far beyond our understanding, and now we had to find a way to survive it. "We need to figure out how to end this," I said, my voice hoarse, "for good." Their nods of agreement were hesitant but resolute. And as we stepped away from the center of the room, the feeling of dread lingering like an unwelcome guest, I knew that our battle with the unknown had only just begun. Part 3. The days turned into a hazy blur of fear and sleepless nights. The Ouija board had taken a central position in my life, a cursed relic I couldn't seem to get rid of. Sarah, Mark, and Jake grew more distant, our once unshakable bond frayed by the malevolent force we'd unleashed. Desperation led us to research ways to banish the spirit. Sarah, with her spiritual background, suggested a cleansing ritual, a last-ditch effort to rid ourselves of Thomas once and for all. We gathered the necessary items: candles, sage, salt, and holy water. Each of us clung to the faint hope that this ritual could reclaim our lives from the darkness that had consumed them. The night we chose for the ritual was eerily calm. The air was thick with tension, and the sound of our breathing seemed unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence. We cleared a space in the living room, placing the Ouija board in the center of a circle of salt. Candles flickered around the perimeter, casting a dim, wavering light. "Let's do this," Sarah said, trying to muster confidence. She held the sage, lighting it and letting the smoke curl around the room. "Spirits of this house, we ask you to leave this place. You are not welcome here." We repeated her words, our voices unsure but growing stronger with each repetition. Mark sprinkled holy water over the board, and Jake added his voice to the incantation, his eyes darting nervously around the room. For a moment, it seemed to work. The air felt lighter, and the shadows receded. But then, a cold gust extinguished the candles, plunging us into darkness. The whispers returned, louder and more menacing than ever before, and the salt circle was disrupted as an unseen force blew it apart. "No!" Sarah shouted, gripping the sage tightly. "You need to leave, now." But the atmosphere grew oppressive. The temperature plummeted, and a piercing cold seemed to seep into our bones. The shadows coalesced, forming grotesque shapes that writhed and undulated around us. The candles flickered back to life briefly, revealing ghastly apparitions that sent shivers down our spines. The Ouija board's planchette began to move on its own, spelling out words that chilled us to the core. H-E-I-S-T-H-E-R-E. The whispers crescendoed into a cacophony, and a powerful gust knocked us to the floor. "I can't take it anymore," Mark shouted, grabbing the board and throwing it across the room. It crashed into the wall but remained unscathed. Defeated, he sank to his knees, hands covering his face. Despair washed over us. We had tried everything we could think of, but nothing seemed to break the hold the spirit had over us. It felt like an oppressive weight, growing heavier with each passing moment. Suddenly the planchette moved once more, this time spelling a message that sent a new wave of terror through us. "Youcantescape." Jake stumbled back, eyes wide. "We're trapped," he said, voice trembling. "No matter what we do, it won't leave us alone." I felt a surge of anger and defiance. There had to be a way out. We couldn't live like this, forever tormented by a spirit we accidentally summoned. "No, we can't give up," I said, my voice firmer than I felt. "We need to find another way." But Sarah, eyes filled with tears, shook her head. "Nathan, we've done everything. I'm scared. I just want it to be over." Exhaustion hit us, our collective hope dwindling with every passing minute. We agreed to part ways for the night, seeking solace in our own homes, hoping to find some semblance of peace. But peace was a distant memory. Shadows haunted every corner of my vision, and the whispers grew louder, more incessant. It felt as though Thomas was mocking me, reveling in my fear. My home, once a sanctuary, had become a prison. Late that night, as I sat in the dim light of my living room, the Ouija board reappeared on the table, untouched. The planchette was already moving when I approached, spelling out a final, horrifying revelation. WEAREON. In that moment, I understood the truth. The spirit had bound itself to me, feeding on my fear and despair. There was no escape. I had become its vessel, its prisoner. The realization shattered what little strength I had left. I collapsed to the floor, tears streaming down my face. My friends had gone, driven away by the darkness that now consumed my life. The Ouija board lay in front of me, a constant, malevolent reminder of the night we had opened a door that could never be closed. And as the whispers grew louder, filling the room with their haunting chorus, I knew that my battle against the unknown was over. The spirit had won, and I was eternally trapped, living in a waking nightmare from which there was no escape.